A year later, in the dead of night, Little Treasure was in the middle of sculpting the statue that was the 9th sealing mark. Suddenly, the sculpture glimmered with a faint light. It was now half complete. It was in that very moment that thunder rumbled in the sky outside. It filled the first continent as if some powerful will were expressing its anger by roaring in rage. The heavens seemed to transform into an eye which scoured the lands below it as if it were searching for something. In the end, the eye vanished. Even as the clouds above seethed, Meng Hao's true self was sitting in his home not too far away from Little Treasure. He slowly looked up into the sky, his eyes cold. In that moment, Little Treasure couldn't shake the feeling that someone up above in the sky was looking down at him. He looked up, but of course, couldn't see anything. That night, as the clouds churned, rain began to fall. It fell not just on that particular city but upon the entire first continent. Rain was a natural occurrence, so people didn't pay much attention to it. The mortals didn't even care, much less the cultivators. But the rain continued to fall for a total of 7 days. Because of the unending downpour, some low-lying areas began to fill up with water. A disaster was unfolding. Soon, the mortal empire began to get nervous and started taking measures to control the flood of water. The rain didn't stop after 7 days, though. There was a brief respite with a bit of sunny sky, but then thunder boomed, and the rain began to fall again. It seemed to pour down without end. Rain fell for a second week, then a third, then a fourth. Then a second month, a third, and a fourth. Normally, a bit of rainfall was nothing anyone would worry about. But when the rain continued to fall for month after month, soaking the lands, completely inundating them, it was a completely different matter. By now, it was a true disaster, to the point where the cultivators in the first continent attempted to intervene and stop the rain. However, not even the paragons were capable of doing so. The best they could do was create canals that led the rainwater to the oceans. However, that was not a long-term solution. Furthermore, many of the cultivators who attempted to intervene would subsequently make critical errors when practicing cultivation and then die. It was almost as if they had offended the will of the heavens and were being punished with death. The mortal world was completely saturated with water. The city Little Treasure lived in was no exception. Certain portions of the city wall were so soaked that they had collapsed, as had many buildings throughout the city. The citizens could do little more than brave the downpours to try to bolster their residences against the rain. It reached the point where virtually no one was able to prevent the water from flowing into their homes. As the water rose, sickness and disease spread. Little Treasure's house was one of the few in which it was relatively dry. He had no idea why that was the case, nor did his daughter. Only his wife knew. She had taken certain measures to protect her family. "When is this rain going to stop?" Little Treasure said with a sigh. Because of what had been happening, business had ground to a halt. Thankfully, they had some food saved up, but if the rain kept on the way it was, that food wouldn't last for very long. Little Treasure sat there quietly, sculpting away. With every stroke of his knife, another sliver of wood would fall, just like the rain outside. More and more cultivators were mobilized. They began to set up spell formations and hew out canals. However, all that did was alleviate a bit of the pressure, not solve the problem. It was in this fashion that 3 years passed. During that time, the rain never stopped. People began to move to other locations on the continent as one village after another was swallowed up by water. Plains vanished, and eventually even the city Little Treasure lived in sank beneath the waters. Little Treasure and his family left with the other refugees, heading to higher ground. Along the way, Little Treasure's parents fell ill. They were old and had grown frail and nearly lost their lives to the illness. However, just when it seemed hopeless, they made a sudden recovery. Little Treasure was delighted, although he couldn't see how ashen his wife's face was in that moment. The rain fell harder. People died on a daily basis. Among all of the refugees who were traveling to higher ground, only Little Treasure and his family kept their spirits up. Furthermore, Little Treasure never stopped sculpting. Every day he would spend time working on his statue. The exodus took a full year. Eventually, they reached a tall mountain, which gradually came to be packed with more and more refugees. Suddenly, the rain stopped. Everyone began to cry out in joy, only to feel a frigid wind blow across their faces, a wind which seemed to drain them of all warmth. In that instant, their spirits turned as cold as ice. The rain had stopped. But the snow had just begun. The temperature on the first continent dropped rapidly. Snow began to fall, and Little Treasure shivered. He felt the snow landing on his face, and he could hear everyone around him crying out in alarm. It was a depressing sound, a sound filled with death and despair. Before, everything had been wet, but now everything was freezing cold. This sudden change in the weather took the disaster to a new, unprecedented level. Snow filled the lands, and the temperature plummeted. The ground froze over, and while coldness reached its claws everywhere, not even the canals could escape and were frozen solid. More cultivators attempted to interfere with the heavens, but any who did would eventually drop dead with no warning. There was even an 8 essences paragon who, in the midst of attempting to stop the disaster, was suddenly blasted by a wind so cold it froze his soul, and he died instantly. After that, no one dared to do anything. Because of the rain, and then the snow, the first sect was uprooted and forced to move. According to their understanding, the heavens had sent this disaster to destroy the first continent. There was nothing that could be done. There was no resisting it. Even the sect leader could do nothing but shake his head bitterly. Furthermore, he had the feeling that the disaster was far from over. The first sect evacuated. On that night, Little Treasure's wife Yenner was looking up at the falling snow. She knew that the first sect was leaving, and finally decided that it was time to take Little Treasure and their daughter away from the first continent. However, just when she was about to unleash some magic, the energy of heaven and earth that existed in the first continent vanished. Just like that, all of the spiritual energy, all of the energy of the vast expanse was suddenly gone, as if it had been cut off. Not a single trace was left behind. Something shocking resulted because of the disappearance of the energy of heaven and earth. In that instant, all of the cultivators on the first continent gaped in shock. It was as if a huge pressure had suddenly descended onto them. All of their years of cultivation, all of their cultivation-based power was gone. No matter how they fought or struggled to keep it, as of this moment, all of them fell back down into the mortal realm. They were now mortals. It was as if a huge blanket had been tossed over the lands of the first continent, making it impossible for anyone to leave and also ensuring that no one dared to enter. Any cultivator who crossed the border into the first continent would instantly become immortal. The entire vast expanse school was stirred into action. All of the 9 essences paragons gathered at the borders of the first continent, which they stared at in shock. All of them were trembling deep in their hearts. The wrath of the heavens, the sect leader murmured inwardly. He looked up into the heavens, into the starry sky of all heaven, and based on the level of his cultivation base, he could tell that, for some reason, the entire starry sky seemed enraged at the first continent. At the same time, numerous cultivators who were proficient in prophesying and performing auguries began to call upon their skill to investigate. One after another, they were hit with backlashes that left them coughing up blood. And yet, they all came to the same conclusion. Punishment from the heavens. The heavens are enraged. Something happened which infuriated the vast expanse right here on the first continent. There is a power building up on the first continent. A power that the starry sky of the vast expanse views as an enemy. We have to separate ourselves from that power. We have to seal this place off. Otherwise, the power might spread out from the first land mass and affect all of the starry sky. Such predictions and explanations only grew more numerous. Eventually, the first continent was completely sealed off. All of the cultivators there who had lost their cultivation bases could do nothing but shiver as they looked in despair at the falling snow. Yenna was among them. She smiled bitterly and yet knew that there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Little Treasure wasn't aware of how his wife had changed. However, he could feel death approaching. He knew the world had changed. It was unfamiliar now and filled with rage and murder. More people died. Violent chaos filled the lands. In the midst of a disaster like this, the worst side of people was what showed. That was how people survived. The entire continent began to degenerate. As the snow fell and the temperature dropped, more people turned into corpses. The survivors could do nothing more than search for places to try to survive the cold. Some survivors formed groups, which huddled together in caves in the mountains as they fought to live. Food grew scarce, making it even more difficult to keep going. In order to get even a bit of food, many young women did things they would never have done before. People fought and killed others, and stories of cannibalism began to circulate. Pretty women often had it the worst, so Little Treasure's wife, having lost her cultivation base, used a knife to disfigure her own face. On that night, Little Treasure wrapped his arms around his wife and daughter, and they all wept together. In that moment, Meng Hao was floating in the air far up above. He was the only person on the first continent who didn't seem to have been affected by the sudden disappearance of the energy of heaven and earth. He looked down at the 9th incarnation of his clone, a complex expression twisting his face. He looked down at Yenner with her disfigured face, and perfect. He looked at the family down below, and after a long moment passed, he sighed. At the moment, he still felt that the best thing to do was refrain from interfering. A few months passed. Little Treasure, despite being blind, was very skilled in carpentry, which was a valuable skill in the frigid world in which they lived. Because of that, he was one of the few people among the refugees who was permitted to live inside the cave on the mountain where they resided. There was little to eat, so Little Treasure slowly began to lose weight. It was the same with his wife. She was no longer beautiful like she had been, and her hair was plastered onto her like a wilted flower. The truth was that in these deadly and critical times, Yenner had the option of living a much better life, if she wanted. Despite having lost her cultivation base, her body still retained its regenerative powers, and as such, despite having disfigured herself, she soon recovered, and was beautiful just like before. A beautiful person like that could easily find ways to have a nice life, despite the disastrous state of the world. Instead, she chose to disfigure herself again, and continued to do so each time she recovered. She would rather stay with Little Treasure and her daughter. They were her family. It was just like the year when she had first laid eyes on Little Treasure and realized that he was the reincarnation of the master she had been searching for. Just as she had then, she murmured, "I'm here to protect you." Time passed and things only got worse. It was so cold that people who stayed outside of the caves for too long would often freeze to death. Eventually, Little Treasure stopped doing any woodworking at all. He focused only on sculpting the 9th sealing mark. That was his focus, his obsession, his purpose in life. He never stopped. He had already had a relatively low position among the refugees in the cave. Eventually, the most vicious people among the refugees decided that a carpenter wasn't very useful, and Little Treasure's situation got worse. Despite her scarred face, Yenner had a very attractive body, which made things even more difficult considering that they were surrounded by bored and tormented individuals who were losing touch with their humanity. Worst of all, their daughter was now 16 years old. One night, Perfect went missing. On that day, Little Treasure trembled. He felt as if his world had collapsed. His wife was also left trembling. The two of them left the cave to search for their daughter. "Perfect! Perfect! Where are you?" they called out miserably as they searched. Little Treasure couldn't help but think back to the time he had been alone in the woods and had wept in fear and anxiety. He was scared now too, but he forced his thoughts under control and reminded himself that he was searching for his daughter. Eventually, he and Yenna split up. He kept his hands on a wall which he followed along, simultaneously calling out for his daughter. Eventually, he could tell that the sun was rising, and yet he hadn't found a single clue. No one helped them search. The others in the caves simply looked at them coldly. "Perfect! My perfect!" A bitter smile twisted Little Treasure's lips as he continued to search for his daughter. Yet even his wife couldn't find her, let alone him, a blind man. He couldn't see the world and as of this moment felt more useless than ever. Completely useless. Then he heard a miserable cry. A cry filled with despair. It was a cry that seemed to come from the lips of someone who wished to end their own life. It wasn't Perfect's voice, but rather his wife's. A tremor ran through Little Treasure. Although his eyes were sightless, they were still bloodshot. He immediately began to walk toward the sound, which wasn't too far away from where he stood. He began to run. He fell. He hit his head on rocks. He was soon bleeding all over. But he continued to run. When he reached the voice, he heard a sinister laugh. "Damn slut. You're pretty ugly, but I've taken a liking to you, hear me? It's your lucky day. Give me what I want and I'll give your family a kilo of meat. What do you say?" Up ahead, Yenner was holding a dagger up to her own throat. She had been backed up against a cliff face by 3 burly men. If she had her cultivation base, she could kill them with a mere glance. But now, She was nothing more than a frail mortal woman. Tears welled up in her eyes as the men inched closer. She bit her lip and was just on the verge of killing herself when she saw Little Treasure lurching her way, covered in blood. She wasn't the only one who noticed. The three burly men turned and started laughing. "The blind man's here. Great. You two grab him. All right, listen up, bitch. Be a good girl for daddy. Otherwise I'll boil your husband in front of your own eyes and then eat him." Yenner looked over at Little Treasure, and the dagger she held trembled. As two of the men walked forward to grab Little Treasure, the other one grinned viciously and closed in on Yenner. It was at this point that Little Treasure suddenly smiled. It was a very vicious-looking smile, considering that his face was spattered in blood. He suddenly rose to his feet, seemingly bursting with strength. It was as if all the potential strength of his life force had erupted. His teeth ripped into the neck of one of the men who had been completely unprepared to be so viciously attacked by a weak blind person. He screamed, clamping his hands down onto the wound. Off to the side, the second man gasped. Little Treasure's ear twitched, and then he pounced onto the screaming man, madly ripping one chunk of flesh after another out of him. The burly man who had been advancing on Yenner let out a bellow of rage, and was about to leap into the fray, when Yenner lunged and began to stab her dagger into his back over and over again. The remaining man instantly fled, his face filled with terror. The maddened Little Treasure had ripped so many bloody chunks out of the man's skin that he was now dead. Little Treasure stumbled forward until he found his wife, whom he wrapped up in his arms. Together they wept. They never found their daughter. When they returned to the cave, the other refugees looked at them with fear. In a world which seemed to have reached the end of days, people only feared ferocity and repulsiveness. The more repulsive, the more terrified they would be. Later, people told them that during the previous night, a group of young men had kidnapped Perfect and taken her away. Originally, it had been assumed that Perfect would never be seen again, whereas the young men would. However, after day broke, even the young men didn't return. As for what exactly had occurred, people had their suspicions, but no one knew for sure. Of course, nobody in the caves knew that at the bottom of the mountain, in another set of caves, a group of 4 corpses was already growing cold. They were 4 young men, whose faces were plastered with expressions of terror and disbelief. At first, Meng Hao had decided not to interfere with the life of his clone's 9th reincarnation, not even when it came to his relationship with Yenner. But as time went on, and the 9th reincarnation's life changed, Meng Hao started to waver. Then, Perfect was kidnapped by the 4 young men, and Meng Hao simply couldn't stand idly by. After all, the daughter of the 9th reincarnation was also his own flesh and blood. He took Perfect away to the 9th continent. Meng Hao was the 9th paragon, leader of the 9th sect, and with that status, all he had to do was tell the other paragons of the 9th sect that she was his daughter. That ensured that Perfect would have a respectable status for the rest of her life. As for the 9th reincarnation, the purpose of his life was to complete the 9th hex. And Yenna was an adult who could make her own decisions. She had her own karma. But Perfect was innocent and didn't deserve to be subject to such bitterness on the 1st continent. Meng Hao looked warmly at Perfect, then turned and left the 9th sect. He returned to the 1st continent and the caves. There, the day was growing brighter. From that moment on, things changed for Little Treasure and Yenner. They had shown their vicious side, especially Little Treasure, who despite being blind, had ripped a man to death with his teeth. When people saw the corpses of the men they had killed, they gasped. The small group which had previously bullied Little Treasure was left completely shaken and afraid. In the days to follow, Little Treasure and Yenner eventually learned of the 4 corpses in the other cave. Other people confirmed that those were the 4 young men who had kidnapped Perfect. They had been dead for some time, and yet there was no trace of Perfect. It was as if she had simply vanished. Although it was a bitter end to the matter, at least Little Treasure had hope. For some reason, he was convinced that Perfect wasn't dead and was in fact more blessed than she had ever been. Because Little Treasure was blind, he couldn't see the look on his wife's face as they stood above the corpses of the 4 young men. At first she looked confused and then somewhat dazed. She wasn't sure who had rescued Perfect, but was convinced that whoever it was had been a very powerful person. Despite the fact that the current state of heaven and earth made it impossible to unleash one's cultivation base, that person must somehow have been able to leave the first continent. In that case, it meant that Perfect was most likely safe. However, the entire matter was still a heavy blow to Little Treasure. He was struck with a deadly illness which rapidly deteriorated his body. When the end of days struck the world, falling ill was like a sentence of death. Yennefer worked herself to the bone to take care of him. A year later, he actually recovered, but by that time, Yennefer was like skin and bones. The truth was that without his wife, Little Treasure would definitely have died. He had never been inclined to words, but after his illness, he spoke even less. Most of the time, he focused on sculpting. He had been working on the sculpture for decades now, to the point where it was as smooth as glass and as dark as night. He continued to sculpt, one knife stroke at a time. The statue was gradually taking shape. Another decade passed. It was now 90% complete, and the world outside was colder than ever. The wind blew, and food grew even more scarce. Even the caves got colder and colder. It was not uncommon for people to fall asleep and never wake up. Things got worse until the caves were little warmer than the outside. Things began to freeze over, and soon, there was so much ice that the people left had only one choice: stay and die, or leave the caves and try to find some other place to live. The first group of people who left never returned. Then a second group left, and a third. One morning, Little Treasure woke up to a very strange feeling. He reached out to touch his wife and realized that she was very stiff. He began to massage her, eventually holding her in his arms, until she finally awoke. He knew why she was like this. At night, she would lay next to him in such a way that the wind didn't blow on him. After a moment of silence, Little Treasure said, "Let's leave this place." A few days later, the fourth group of people marched out into the wind and snow. The world was completely white as they searched for another location to hunker down in. 3 days later, an avalanche suddenly struck, burying the entire group. Meng Hao hovered in midair up above, looking down. By this point, he had suppressed the impulse to intervene on too many occasions to count. But now he really felt as if he had no choice. He was just about to do something when his jaw dropped. Down in the snow, one area began to shake, and then a woman crawled out. It was Yennefer. She was a cultivator, so despite having lost the use of her cultivation base, her body was a lot tougher than Immortal's. Despite her weakened state, she was able to drag a person with her out of the snow, which was the unconscious Little Treasure. Within the world of ice and snow, everything was quiet. Yennefer wrapped her arms around Little Treasure to warm him up, then slung him over her shoulder. Looking around blankly for a moment, she then began to trudge onward. Meng Hao felt deeply and profoundly shaken. Yennefer was very weak by this point, but she used what energy she had to press on with determination. She walked for 3 days, during which time Little Treasure lapsed in and out of consciousness. His skin was very hot, although not from fever, but rather because he was on the verge of freezing to death. Tears leaked out of Yennefer's eyes. She called out to him and held him close to keep him warm. Little Treasure's aura was growing weaker and weaker. By this point, Meng Hao could even see his soul was on the verge of emerging. That told him that his clone's 9th reincarnation was reaching the end of his life. Eyes glittering, he extended his finger toward the clone. But then he suddenly stopped, and his hand quivered. There was something pushing back against him, making it impossible for him to interfere. Furthermore, Meng Hao could sense that the 8 complete sealing marks had suddenly cracked. Apparently, if he did anything more to interfere, they would be destroyed, and the 9th sealing mark would also completely vanish. Meng Hao sank into his silence. Although this was his first time attempting to take control of the 9th sealing mark, he had long since anticipated that something like this might happen. Is it all a failure? He thought, gazing blankly at Little Treasure's soul as it struggled to emerge and fly away. However, it was at this point that Yennefer did something that completely shocked Meng Hao. She looked at Little Treasure's ashen face and at his chest, which was barely rising and falling. A tender expression appeared in her eyes. "Master, I love you," she murmured. "I loved you in my last life, and it's the same in this one." She lifted her wrist up to her mouth and bit down hard. Then she lowered it down to Little Treasure's mouth, allowing the blood to flow into him. Her own blood was the warmest part of her. The wound closed up a moment later, so she ripped open another gash. The pain meant nothing to her. As long as the hot, nourishing blood could help Little Treasure to recover, she was willing to do it. Little Treasure's destiny hadn't been fulfilled, nor was he dead. So she picked him up and struggled back to the caves where they had lived for so many years. After they arrived, she collapsed into unconsciousness. A few days later, Little Treasure woke up. He couldn't see his wife, but he knew that she had saved his life yet again. In his bitterness, Little Treasure began to weep. Eventually, Yennefer wrapped her arms around him, and the two of them sat there in the coldness of the cave, feeling each other's warmth. After some time passed, Little Treasure suddenly reached up and began to pat his clothing. When he didn't find what he was looking for, he began to tremble. The wooden statue was gone. It was more than 90% complete and had been with him for years upon years. But now it was buried somewhere in the snow. A moment passed. Little Treasure felt as if he had lost his soul. He sighed bitterly. When his wife realized what had happened, she didn't say anything. However, later that night, after Little Treasure had fallen asleep, she rose to her feet, straightened her clothes, and then walked to the mouth of the cave. After turning to look back at Little Treasure for a moment, she gritted her teeth and walked out into the snow. She knew what her husband's destiny was. She followed the same path they had taken when they left. Because of the blood loss, she was now very weak, like a flame that could be snuffed out at any moment by the freezing wind. After walking for a few days, she reached the place where the avalanche had struck. Then she began to dig. She dug and dug until her hands were stiff. She dug up one corpse after another, corpses belonging to the group they had been traveling with. Her vision was swimming by the time she found the little wooden statue. She smiled, put the statue into her garment, and then, fighting the urge to pass out, turned and walked back. A day later, she was getting hot, but was in much better spirits. She began to walk faster and continued to get hotter. 2 days later, she reached the cave and smiled. She wasn't even sure how she had returned. She entered, and as soon as she saw Little Treasure, she stumbled and fell into his arms. "Little Treasure," she said softly, "I managed to get your statue back. I should stay to protect you, but I don't think I can. Master, I love you." Little Treasure trembled as Yennefer's aura faded away. A few days earlier, Little Treasure had awoken to find his wife gone. He wasn't sure where she had left to, and considering he was blind, it wasn't really possible to track her down. He could only sit there in the cave, shivering, paying close attention to the sounds he heard. However, all he heard was the whistling of the wind, and not his wife's footsteps. He waited a whole day, then another and another. Soon he began to lose hope. Eventually, he began to chuckle bitterly and recall that time in the forest when he was a child. Why did I have to be born blind? He had always deceived himself into believing that it didn't matter that he couldn't see the world. But as of this moment, he hated the fact that he was blind. Everyone's gone. Dad and Mom are gone. Perfect is gone. And now you're gone. I'm the only one left. Tears flowed down his face. His hair had long since turned gray. There he sat, an old man in a cave crying alone. He wasn't sure how much time passed. First it was hours, then days. Eventually, he heard footsteps in the wind, very familiar footsteps. He began to tremble as he rose to his feet, and suddenly, she fell into his arms. She was cold, freezing cold. "Little Treasure," she said softly, "I managed to get your statue back. I should stay to protect you, but I don't think I can. Master, I love you." Those 3 sentences struck Little Treasure like lightning. Trembling, he held her body, unsure of what to say. His throat seemed stuck shut, unable of emitting sound. His heart felt as if it had just been stabbed through. He suddenly coughed up some blood, which splattered onto his wife's body like crimson flower petals. He thought back to the young woman he had met in the forest as a boy. He thought about the night they were married. He thought about how he had lifted her veil and touched her face. He thought about the day Perfect was born, and how everyone had been so happy. He thought about how, when it started to rain, his wife stuck with him the entire time, even when he was sculpting. He thought about how sad he had been when his parents died, and how she had comforted him. He thought about how she had cared for him when he was sick, and how she blocked the wind with her own body. Finally, he thought about how she had nourished him with her own blood after the avalanche. That taste still seemed to linger in his mouth. He held her in his arms for a long, long time. Eventually, her aura was gone, and yet Little Treasure didn't want to believe it. More tears flowed. It's fine, he murmured. I'm here. You rest for a bit. You're so cold. Let me try to warm you up. Little Treasure carried his wife's corpse deep into the cave, where he tried to warm her with his own body. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to warm her, he couldn't prevent her from becoming colder and colder. His anxiety grew and his mind began to race. Eventually, he bit at his wrist and tried to pour his blood into her mouth. He smiled. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine, he murmured. Eventually, he passed out. He was now alone in the cave. Everyone else had left. The only ones who stayed behind were the corpses. After some time passed, he woke up again. He reached out to touch his wife, and she was as cold as ice. Little Treasure went mad. He ripped open his other wrist with his teeth to pour more blood into her mouth, but her mouth had frozen shut. Drink it, he murmured. Drink my blood and you'll be fine. It's warm. Don't get any colder. Please? Tears streamed down his face as he babbled on. Eventually, he wrapped his arms around her corpse and wept. The sound of his wailing echoed out in the cave until the wind rose up and drowned it out. He was soon overwhelmed with a feeling of complete and utter loneliness. But then, strangely, he wasn't afraid anymore. He stroked his wife's face, feeling how cold it was, and softly said, You know, back when we got married, I knew something that my dad and mom never knew. You're not immortal. You're an immortal. His eyes had no pupils, and yet they seemed to radiate warmth. How could I not know that the person who saved me in the forest was you? He continued to stroke her face, wiping away the frost that was forming. From his expression, it was clear that he was thinking about the past. Back then, he murmured, I knew that you had to be one of those legendary immortals, and yet, I couldn't figure out why you would choose me. Sometimes when you were looking at me, though, I could sense that the person you saw wasn't me. The person you truly loved wasn't me, was it? It was your master. I'm blind, unable to see the world that the rest of you live in. But the world that exists in my heart is a world that none of you can see. And there is something about that world that no one could possibly know. Little Treasure smiled as he talked to his wife. I'll tell you, okay? I've never told anyone before, not even my parents. I've seen people before in my world. They lived on different continents, and they lived different lives than mine. One was very happy, one was a businessman, one was a hunter. One of them wielded incredible power. Another was a coroner, and there was even an assassin. There was another person, an immortal, and he had an apprentice named Yenner. She looked a lot like you. He smiled faintly. Do you know why I've been working on this little sculpture? It's because all of those other people, all of them have been insisting that I have to finish sculpting it. I have to finish making this wooden statue. I have to force the heavens open their eyes, or to close their eyes. Having the power to force them to close their eyes isn't enough. What those other people want is the power of absolute control over the eyes of the heavens, to force them to open their eyes. If I want the heavens to close their eyes, they will have no choice but to comply. Little Treasure chuckled. Stroking his wife's freezing face one more, he turned his head and said, Am I right? Although Little Treasure was blind, when he spoke those words, he was looking directly at a person who was standing right behind him. It was none other than Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked down at Little Treasure, his eyes shining with bright, piercing light. As of this moment, his heart was pounding. The development he had most feared had occurred. Something had occurred which made it so that Meng Hao was incapable of controlling the ninth reincarnation of his clone. Perhaps there was something unique about the ninth reincarnation's body, or perhaps it was a result of using the incomplete 8 sealing marks of the ninth hex when he was outside the vast expanse. For whatever reason, Meng Hao had been very reluctant to interfere. Eventually, when he finally gave in and tried to do something, he met with resistance. And now, he found that something completely unexpected had occurred. The ninth reincarnation was him, but obviously had developed an independent mind. He was different from the previous reincarnations. He could not be controlled. Although Little Treasure couldn't see the world around him, he somehow seemed to be looking directly at Meng Hao as he said, "I could sense a thread connecting me to all 8 of those people who appeared in my world. And that thread connected to someone else too. That person is you. My guess is that I am your clone. Yenner's master was also your clone. Am I right?" After a moment of silence, Meng Hao said, "Yes. Both you and the other reincarnations you saw were created for a single purpose. To complete my 9th hex." Little Treasure nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. And what about her? Was she really your apprentice?" Meng Hao looked down at Yenner. "Without her, this 9th reincarnation would have long since died. She was the apprentice of my clone. In her previous life, I came to owe her a huge debt." By this point, Little Treasure looked very, very old. "What about my daughter?" "Well, I guess she's your daughter too, right? She's safe," Meng Hao replied softly. "In the 9th sect on the 9th continent. I guess we've reached the end of it all. I have no last words to say, I suppose." Little Treasure sat there quietly. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he reached down and pulled the wooden statue out from his wife's garment. He rubbed the wood and sighed. "I really hate the idea of other people controlling my destiny. Even when that person is my true self. I still hate it. You know, I could sever the thread that connects the 2 of us at any time." Little Treasure picked up his sculpting knife, and in that moment, he somehow seemed to possess the power to sever karma. If he did, then it wouldn't matter if the 9th hex were completed. Meng Hao would not be able to even touch it. Meng Hao stood there silently. Little Treasure looked over at his wife, grief playing across his face. After a long moment, his knife moved. He didn't sever the thread, but instead began to sculpt the wood. He cut with incredible speed, as if he were pouring all the power of his life into his work. Gradually, the 8th reincarnation appeared behind him, then the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, all the way to the 1st. 9 reincarnations were all contained in one body. Together, they controlled the knife, causing the final sealing mark of the 9th hex to gradually take shape. Outside, thunder boomed. It seemed enraged, and its roars filled the world. Wind screamed, and snow battered the lands. It was in that moment that Little Treasure's knife stopped moving. The wooden statue was 99% complete. It only required one more knife stroke. "It's difficult to perfect something I've never touched," he murmured. Instantly, his soul, as well as the images of the other 8 reincarnations, suddenly flew out of the cave. As the will of all heaven roared up above, they shot high into the sky, touching the heavens, feeling the will of all heaven. For the first time ever, the will of all heaven trembled. For the first time, it felt fear. For the first time, it retreated. That was Little Treasure's aura, in the form of the 8 incarnations. It was also a heaven-sealing aura. That aura was the result of the 9 perfected sealing marks. After combining, they formed the true seal the heavens hex. As soon as it appeared, it spread out to fill heaven and earth. In the starry sky of all heaven, the will of all heaven which existed everywhere was now shaking, and the fear it felt continued to mount. Thunder boomed, and the clouds churned. It appeared as if the will of all heaven were truly being forced to flee. It was pushed out of the 1st continent, pushed out of the lands. The seal the heavens hex might have seemed weak initially, but it actually existed on a completely different level than the other hexes. In fact, it existed on a higher level than the will of all heaven. It was a power that caused even that will to be completely shocked. This was Meng Hao's 9th hex, the seal the heavens hex. "I felt it," Little Treasure said, smiling. He opened his eyes. All of the other reincarnations also smiled. Then they merged together, transforming into a beam of light that shot back down to the lands below, back into the cave, to Little Treasure's body. Then he lifted his knife to make the final cut on the wooden statue. Boom! The knife cut the wood, and the statue was complete. The 9 sealing marks of the 9th hex, the seal the heavens hex, were, as of this moment, complete. The entire starry sky of all heaven began to shake and tremble. A tempest sprang up with planet vast expanse at the center. It spread out wider and wider, covering everything. In that moment, the barrier which had surrounded the 1st continent began to fragment and crack. A moment later, it exploded, sending a huge shockwave out in all directions. All of the snow on the first continent melted instantly, transforming into a mist that rose up into the air. The mist was then caught by the wind and vanished. The lands were restored. The plains appeared again. Mountains stood tall. Cities reappeared. Even the first sect could be seen again. At the same time, an indescribable power filled the lands, causing grass to sprout on the plains. The withered trees in the forests suddenly began to grow again, and all of the mountains became lush with vegetation. Everything in the past which had died, regardless of whether they had frozen to death or drowned, regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortals, regardless of whether they were animals or plants, were all resurrected. Even if the corpses had vanished, they returned to life from nothing. The shattered buildings and collapsed mountains were restored in the blink of an eye. All of the lands were like they were before. According to the ancient saying, when one man achieves the Tao, all those beneath him will also ascend. That was exactly what was happening with the seal the heavens hex. From within death, life appeared. Rumbling sounds filled the first continent as everything was restored. As that happened, planet vast expanse was shaken, as were all of the lands that filled the starry sky of all heaven. All worlds, all realms, all the dust, everything was vibrating. All cultivators, all species, all forms of life, everything that existed trembled in shock and astonishment. Jin Yunshan gasped, and Sha Jiodong was left shivering. Bai Wuchen's eyes went wide with amazement. The sect leader's jaw dropped, and all of the other 9 essences cultivators were battered by waves of shock. Each of them felt compelled to drop to their knees and kowtow to the first continent. It was almost as if something were being born there that surpassed the vast expanse itself. In the first location where Meng Hao had acquired a copper mirror shard, the enormous basilisk lizard with the P39 essence's battle prowess was currently sleeping. Suddenly, it trembled and looked up, astonishment shining in its eyes. In the ice-fire realm, the ice mountain giant and the flame phoenix could feel the fluctuations rolling out through the starry sky of all heaven and were suddenly struck with fear. On the flourishing immortal god continent was a certain sect that held the most prominent position among all of the other sections. It was a powerful sect, and within that sect was a disciple by the name of Tao Heaven, a new chosen within the sect. He was currently sitting there cross-legged in meditation. For years, his heart had been filled with various questions and speculations, and yet he had never been able to prove whether or not they were right. In fact, the ideas in his head seemed almost too fantastic to believe. However, as of this moment, the entire immortal god continent suddenly trembled. Every entity in those lands stopped what they were doing and looked up. Mortals, cultivators, and even the animals all suddenly seemed to lack the energy to even move. The entire world went completely still and quiet, except for Tao Heaven. He could move. A tremor ran through him as he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. A smile broke out on his face, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. Finally, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Tao Heaven, of course, was the former echelon cultivator of the first mountain and sea. A similar scene played out on the Devil Realm continent. It was the same in the 33 heavens above the mountain and sea butterfly. Outside the 33 heavens, sitting there on guard, was the monkey Dao Fong, whose heart suddenly trembled. In all of the starry sky of all heaven, things were shaking and rumbling like thunder could be heard. At the same time, the will of all heaven seemed to cause everything to shake with its rage. It roared in fury as well as terror. It was terrified because it could sense that a new aura had appeared within the starry sky. It was a new power, a Tao, that superseded the heavenly Tao. That Tao could be called the Seal the Heavens Tao. The Seal the Heavens Tao was boundlessly domineering. It refused to allow anyone to offend it. It refused to allow any other will to change it. It could make the heavens open their eyes, and could make the heavens close their eyes. If I want the heavens' eyes closed, they won't dare to refuse. What I want, the heavens shall not lack. What I don't want had better not exist in the heavens. Back on planet vast expanse, on the first continent, everyone was resurrected. However, Yenner remained frozen. After making the final knife cut, Little Treasure flicked his sleeve, and the statue and knife flew over toward Meng Hao. As of this moment, his eyes were different. Before, they had no pupils, but now they did. He looked around at the world and saw light. Of course, he didn't care about the world. He slowly looked down at his wife and smiled. This was the first time he had ever seen her appearance. She was ugly, her face covered with scars and wounds. But to Little Treasure, she was the most beautiful thing in existence. He knelt down and wrapped his arms around her, smiling contentedly. Eventually, he closed his eyes and his aura vanished. His soul flew out. It, along with the souls of all the other reincarnations, became a beam of light that shot toward the statue in Meng Hao's hand. The light entered the statue, which then glowed brightly. It was now truly complete. That wooden statue was Meng Hao's 9th hex. Once he absorbed it, he could combine the 9 hexes. And yet, he felt no joy. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what emotions he felt as he looked down at Little Treasure's corpse, which was gradually transforming into motes of light that floated through the air and merged into Meng Hao. After all, he had been part of Meng Hao to begin with. Meng Hao knew that Little Treasure could have refused to cooperate. Meng Hao was the true self, and he was the clone, a part that had essentially been cut out from Meng Hao. He didn't like being controlled, didn't like others being in charge of his destiny. And yet, in the end, he chose to complete the 9th hex and to help Meng Hao. Of course, Meng Hao knew that he did it not for him but for Yenner. This 9th reincarnation of his clone loved Yenner much more than Meng Hao's true self did. Meng Hao stood there in the cave for a long, long time. Eventually, the motes of light that were Little Treasure merged fully into Meng Hao. All traces of the clone's existence had been wiped out except for the sculpting knife and the wooden statue. Meng Hao sighed. Yenner's body was also transforming into motes of light that gradually began to fade away. Her soul hovered there, complete and whole, just in front of Meng Hao. She was looking at her fading corpse and the empty spot next to it, where another person had been laying moments ago. Some time passed, after which she turned and looked at Meng Hao. "Should I call you the 9th Paragon?" she asked softly. "Or Master? Or Little Treasure?" Meng Hao extended his right hand, within which were 2 soul strands. One was the strand which had been fused with Hanbei. The other contained memories of a previous life. The 2 soul strands merged together into one, becoming a beautiful stream of light that flowed over to Yenner. "That is a part of your soul," Meng Hao said quietly. "If you absorb it, your soul will be complete and you'll remember everything from the past. You will remember who exactly I am." Yenner looked quietly at the beautiful light, a calm smile slowly growing on her face. "What happened to Perfect? She's in the 9th sect." Yenner nodded and looked off into the distance. Some more time passed before she spoke again. "This 9th reincarnation was enough for me. What need is there of past memories? Now that I think about it, I'm sure that there are many regrets within those memories. All I know is that you are my master, and that I lived a good life." She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, they were bright and clear. She waved her finger at the soul light, the light which contained the memories of her past life. The light faded away. With that, she clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. "This life is over. Master, I won't interfere in your world anymore. Thank you for caring for me throughout the years." She looked at Meng Hao one last time, then turned away. In front of her, a reincarnation vortex appeared. Just as she was about to step in, she stopped in place. "You promised to tell me the rest of the story of Chu Yuyan. But I already know what happens." She smiled and took a deep breath. She had long since come to the conclusion that she herself was the second half of Chu Yuyan's story. Apparently, she had finally chosen to free herself from all burdens. What she had just said was no lie. She was content. Looking free and at ease, she waved at Meng Hao and then stepped into reincarnation. To her, spending an eternity with the one she loved wasn't necessary. She was happy with one lifetime. Meng Hao stood quietly in the cave, eyes somewhat blank. The 9th hex was complete, but he didn't feel happy at all. In fact, melancholy gripped at his heart. After some time passed, he shook his head and buried his feelings deep inside. He walked out of the cave and felt the soft breeze on his face. It lifted his hair and rustled his garments, almost as if it were taking away the bad memories with it. A look of determination appeared on his face and his eyes began to shine. His cultivation over the past 1,000 years, and all of the things he had experienced, had forged him into something even harder than before. His face looked young, but if you looked closely, there was something about him that could only be seen on someone who had existed for many years and seen many things. There were even some faint wrinkles visible around the corners of his eyes. He did nothing to conceal the changes. "It's time to go back," he thought, looking up at the blue sky and the white clouds. Off in the distance was a red beam of light flying toward him. It was the mastiff, who landed in front of him and looked up quietly. He stroked the mastiff's fur, and the light in his eyes grew more incisive than ever. "After I absorb the 9th hex and ensure that it's complete, I can combine the 9 hexes and extinguish the bronze lamp. Then I will transcend. And after that, we can go home." Although he didn't speak very loudly, it was as if his voice merged with heaven and earth and spread out through the starry sky. Back in the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, a faint voice could suddenly be heard. "I'm coming back." As his voice echoed out, countless people were left shaken. Su Qing was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Her eyes slowly opened, and tears of joy rolled down her face. Everyone had been waiting for hundreds of years, and at long last, the demon sovereign was going to return. In the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, Fatty, who was now the lord of an important sect, was in the middle of reprimanding some people, when suddenly a tremor ran through him. He then began to laugh until tears streamed down his face, to the bafflement of everyone else. Somewhere deep within the world of the mountain and sea butterfly was an area of extreme coldness. There, a middle-aged cultivator was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by freezing air. He looked very sinister, and his eyes were closed, although that was because he was blind. Suddenly, a tremor ran through him, and his eyelids opened to reveal black pits. As he opened his eyes, a tempest sprang up around him, and a smile broke out on his face. In another location in the mountain and sea butterfly world was Li Linger, who continued to carry out Paragon Sea Dream's final wishes. After accepting Sea Dream's legacy, she had founded the Sea Dream Association, which had grown large over the past several hundred years. As she sat cross-legged in the sect's-secluded meditation facilities, she suddenly shivered and her eyes opened. She looked up into the sky and smiled. Despite the fact that her hair was white with age, her smile was just as beautiful as always. In another area was a house on top of a mountain, where Meng Hao's sister lived with Sun Hai. They had long since married, and had a son and a daughter. Their children were grown and had born grandchildren, making them their own little clan. "Little brother is coming back," Feng Yu said, her eyes shining with reminiscence. Everywhere in the mountain and sea butterfly, people were shaken, including one woman by the name of Xianxia, who was smiling with anticipation. There was another young man who happened to be seated cross-legged on the back of a huge whale, which was flying through the air. The young man was leaning up against a coffin, and he held an alcohol flagon in his hand, from which he sipped. A smile broke out on his face. "He's coming back, Knight," said the young man. He was Kujusi, and the whale was True Spirit Knight. There was a sect in the world of the mountain and sea butterfly called the Kunlun Society. Back when the mountain and sea realm was destroyed, the Kunlun Society had been preserved. They even managed to save many of their most important objects from within the sect, which they took with them into the mountain and sea butterfly. One of those objects was a coffin, made from immortal jade and filled with Meng Hao's divine sense. The highest mountain in the Kunlun Society didn't have a sharp, jagged peak. Instead, it had a hollow depression at the top. Within that basin were countless spell formations as well as piles of immortal jade. In the middle of it was that very coffin. Inside the coffin was a very beautiful woman. Her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping. It was none other than Chu Yuyan's true self. Because of the power of Meng Hao's divine sense, and the protective measures set up by the Kunlun Society, she had been preserved down to this day. Even as everyone in the mountain and sea butterfly who was familiar with Meng Hao sensed that he was coming, a white-haired old man was standing next to that coffin, looking at the woman inside. He was Pill Demon, Meng Hao's master and also master to Chu Yuyan. Pill Demon gazed at Chu Yuyan for a while, then sighed. He was just about to turn and leave, when a tremor ran through him. He looked back at Chu Yuyan, and for some reason was convinced that he had seen her eyelashes flutter. Pill Demon gasped. This? He looked closer, and although Chu Yuyan clearly wasn't awake, he could definitely see faint signs of life. As everyone was shaken in the mountain and sea butterfly, back on the first continent of planet Vast Expanse, Meng Hao strode forth, his eyes gleaming with profound light. The mastiff tagged along at his side, and moments later, the parrot flew out. As soon as it saw the mastiff, it whooped in delight. "Woo! Your fur is so luxuriant. It's making me horny. Damn it. Why do I feel like crying?" Meng Hao didn't say anything in response. He returned to the 9th continent, and then the half-planet under the surface of the ground. Once he was back in 9th Paragon City, he entered his secluded meditation facilities. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't shake the melancholy that had come to grip him after everything with Chu Yuyan. Some time passed, after which he subconsciously lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture, sending divine sense spreading out. After confirming that Perfect was doing well, he began to search for the signs of Chu Yuyan in Reincarnation. She didn't reincarnate, he thought, looking off into the distance. He wasn't a completely heartless person, and although his heart was fully occupied with his desire for revenge, there were some emotions he couldn't simply ignore. In his mind, the only person he actually owed anything to in this life was Chu Yuyan. For some reason, he thought back to the coffin which existed in the vortex, which the mountain and sea butterfly rested upon. That coffin had a line of text written on it. "The entire starry sky owes me a debt, and likewise. I owe you a debt. You could awaken from slumber if you wished, but you do not." Those words and that concept formed a resonance with Meng Hao. He sat there quietly in his bitterness for a long time. Eventually, he waved his hand and the statue of the 9th hex appeared. After examining it for a bit, determination appeared in his eyes, and he sent his divine sense out in an attempt to absorb it. However, in the instant he did that, the will of all heaven which had just been expelled descended upon him in full madness. His eyes flickered, and a vicious smile appeared on his face as he continued to absorb the 9th hex, and simultaneously resist the will of all heaven. A few days later, his eyes were bright red as he reached out and pushed his hand down onto the ground. A wind blasted out, and although nothing in the area was damaged or destroyed, it fought back against the will of all heaven even more strongly. Eventually, Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot. By now, he realized that if he wanted to absorb the 9th hex in peace, he simply couldn't do it here. He might be able to force it to happen, but it was also possible that along the way he could ruin everything. Absorbing the 9th hex was too important to him, and he couldn't allow room for mistakes. After some thought, his eyes gleamed brightly. "I need a place where the will of all heaven cannot go. Only in a place like that will I be able to smoothly absorb the 9th hex. The only place I know of like that is the necropolis. It seems a little trip to the necropolis is in order. If the will of all heaven wants to get in there, it will have to fight against the necropolis and everything in it. And that includes..." Meng Hao thought about the first time he had visited the necropolis. He had heard a voice speak out from the 9th land mass, which cowed the will of all heaven with a single word. As he sat there, he examined the bronze lamp inside of him. Yet again, he could sense the feeling of worship directed at him from the ghosts. The determination in his eyes grew stronger. "To the necropolis," he said, rising to his feet. He put the wooden statue away and flickered into motion, heading toward the half-planet's teleportation portal. Once he was there, he reached out and activated the portal, causing the power of teleportation to begin to build up. Before the spell formation could fully activate, several beams of light shot through the air toward it. It was Jin Yunshan Sha Judong by Mukin, the sect leader, and the other 9 essences paragons. Not a single one was missing. These people were all as crafty as foxes, and had long since begun paying close attention to Meng Hao. As soon as they detected him activating the teleportation portal, it became obvious that he was planning to go into the necropolis, and thus they appeared. They looked at Meng Hao with mixed emotions, looking shaken. The sect leader took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Meng, would you please permit the rest of us to come along with you? We've tried on multiple occasions to enter the 9th land mass, but have never succeeded. If you can open it, fellow Taoist Meng, we hope you'll give us a chance to go in too." He wasn't lying. During the past several hundred years, they had never been able to get past the 8th land mass. They had tried every method they could think of, and had met with failure every time. They had finally reached the conclusion that the barrier separating them from the ninth landmass was something they would never be able to pass. Although they weren't sure why Meng Hao wanted to go into the necropolis, he was obviously completely determined to do so. After all the years they had practiced cultivation and after everything they had experienced within the necropolis, they had developed certain speculations regarding how Meng Hao was connected to the terrifying aura they had sensed that one time on the first landmass. The opportunity they had now was not something they would abandon lightly. Not only did the sect leader clasp hands and bow, all of the other 9 essences paragons, including Sha Jiudong and Bai Wuqian, all did the same. Bai Wuqian was filled with bitterness because of it, but the prospect of transcendence prompted her to acquiesce. Only Jin Yunshan stood there, unabashed and arrogant. He waved his hand, causing a total of 30 bracelets of holding to appear, which represented virtually all of the wealth he had accumulated in recent years. Heart filled with pain, he gritted his teeth and waved his sleeve, sending the bracelets of holding flying toward Meng Hao. "That's my entrance fee," he said coolly, sticking his chin out. He was completely confident in this action, and was even a bit derisive of how, even after all these years, nobody else understood Meng Hao like he did. As long as some money was thrown his way, he could accept anything. Meng Hao's face twitched as he watched the 30 bracelets of holding flying through the air toward him. He was inclined to reject such an insulting offer, but then he waved his arm, sucking the bracelets of holding into his sleeve and clearing his throat. He had to admit that, despite how much he had grown, and how cold he had become, insults like this were something he was happy to accept. When the other paragons saw what was happening, they were instantly enlivened. Without any hesitation, they began to produce various precious holding items which they handed over. Most people offered 10 or so, a few offered several dozen. Meng Hao looked them over and even scanned them with divine sense. Despite his current level of battle prowess, he was still profoundly shocked by what he saw. Both in terms of spirit stones and other precious materials, the contents were virtually impossible to count. Meng Hao couldn't prevent his heart from leaping. "I'm already at the peak of 9 essences," he murmured to himself. "The most powerful under transcendence. How could these people be so insulting?" After looking over the hundreds of precious holding items, he took a deep breath and smiled. Waving his sleeve, he collected them up, then coughed dryly. "Fellow Taoists," he said somberly, "considering how well you've cared for me in my time in the vast expanse school, I am duty-bound to take you into the necropolis with me. However, this incursion will involve great danger. If you still want to go in though, and I'm able to open the way to the 9th landmass, then I'll do everything I can to take you with me." Everyone else smiled and nodded. They weren't worried at all about any dangers. After all the times they had been in the necropolis, they were used to that. After a final look around, Meng Hao continued to power up the spell formation with the aid of everyone else present. The speed of activation immediately increased. After a few breaths of time, the spell formation rumbled and teleportation light shot up into the air. Even as that happened, everything on planet Vast Expanse shook. The lands quaked and the seas churned as a powerful will descended. The entire planet was shaking. All natural and magical laws, all space and time, all Daos, were utterly and thoroughly suppressed. The descending will became the only thing that existed in planet Vast Expanse. An endless mist spread out, such that if you looked at the planet from a distance, it looked like it was composed of nothing but mist. The entire planet was covered by it. The will pervaded everything, like a heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the half-planet, where it attacked the teleportation portal, blocking the teleportation power. Everyone present was shocked and couldn't help but feel that an incredible disaster was imminent. Everyone began to cry out. "What's happening? Who's attacking the spell formation? Is an army invading the Vast Expanse school? Impossible." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. Obviously, the will of all heaven had arrived to try to prevent him from entering the necropolis. It was in that exact same moment that something like a voice echoed out within the minds of Meng Hao and the other 9 essences paragons. "Any and all teleportations are prohibited." The voice was cold, emotionless, and stern. Other than Meng Hao and the sect leader, the entire group was left trembling. Sha Jiudong, Jin Yunshan, and Bai Wuqian all coughed up blood. Everyone else seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Their bodies were being shredded to pieces, gravely injured by a single sentence. Blood oozed out of the corners of the sect leader's mouth, and Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood, although that was the extent of his injuries. Fellow Taoists, if we don't fight back, the danger will only escalate. Meng Hao grinned viciously, waving his hand. The copper mirror appeared, instantly transforming into countless black threads. His suit of armor formed, and the battle weapon appeared in his hand, which he used to slash up at the sky. A boom echoed out as all heavens descending will trembled. At the same time, an immense pressure began to weigh down. The teleportation portal itself even began to crumble apart. Everyone, regardless of whether they were inclined to or not, had no choice but to unleash the full power of their cultivation bases. An explosion of energy occurred as all of them began to fight back against the will of all heaven. Boundless essence power erupted out. Although they were being crushed by the pressure, these people were all 9 essences cultivators, with some being at the peak of 9 essences. Furthermore, all of them had benefited from 8 chances to meditate on a transcendence dais. All of them had traces of transcendence aura, which made it possible for them to resist the will which was arrayed against them. Rumbling echoed out, and the spell formation trembled. The light twisted, and the lands shattered. The half-planet was shaking, and more cracks were spreading out across the surface of the teleportation portal. If it broke, then it would make it very difficult for the vast expanse school forces to enter the necropolis. The entrance would be sealed tight. It was at this point that the descending will manifested in the blurry shape of a hand. The hand filled the sky as it bore down on the spell formation. Everyone, even Jin Yunshan, looked up at it in despair. It was something they simply couldn't fight against, the will of the entire starry sky of all heaven. The hand blotted out everything else, but as Meng Hao looked up at it, his eyes glittered. He considered taking out the wooden statue. He didn't want to, and in fact, the last time he had been in secluded meditation trying to absorb the 9th hex and the will of all heaven interfered, he had only relied on his own power to fight back. As far as Meng Hao could tell, using the 9th hex before it was complete would result in irreversible losses, and would make it less effective in the future. But now it seemed he had no choice but to unleash it. However, in the very moment when he was about to do so, the sect leader threw his head back and let out an enraged roar. This is the Vast Expanse School, a branch of the Vast Expanse Society. This is the legacy of Patriarch Vast Expanse, and no one has the right to interfere with us. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he pointed up into the sky. Immediately, the ground off in the distance began to quake, and an ancient aura erupted out. The instant it appeared, the hand up above trembled to a stop. Then, a voice could be heard, murmuring and indistinct. And yet, Meng Hao was able to make out the word being spoken. Ghost? The hand suddenly surged back into motion, moving with even greater speed than before. At the same time, a crevice opened up in the ground, from within which brilliant red light spilled out. Then a pillar of lava exploded up, at the top of which was, unexpectedly, a turtle shell. The turtle shell radiated an ancient power which caused everything to shake violently. It was almost as if something profoundly old were underneath it, trying to escape. The turtle shell began to spin, giving rise to a tempest which spread out in all directions. As soon as the hand touched it, the tempest collapsed, and blood oozed out of the corners of the sect leader's mouth. His eyes were bright red. He was aware of the critical danger they were in, so he gritted his teeth and then roared, "Vast expanse, precious treasure, come forth!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the spinning turtle shell stopped in place, and something stretched out from within it. A skeletal hand. It was completely gold, and appeared to be the hand of a cultivator. An intense and pure immortal chi emanated off of it, something which exceeded the imaginations of everyone. None of them had ever seen anything so pure and powerful except for Meng Hao, who had made contact with a similar immortal chi when he visited the column of the Immortal outside the vast expanse. As soon as the skeletal hand appeared, the bronze lamp inside of Meng Hao began to flicker wildly. Meng Hao immediately thought back to the first time he had visited planet Vast Expanse, and what he had felt from the bronze lamp. Most others would not be able to discern whose hand that was, unless they were familiar with certain legends or stories. But Meng Hao was sure, based on his feelings, that this skeletal hand actually belonged to Patriarch Vast Expanse. He had been transformed from the immortal into the ghost and was the first person in the starry sky of all heaven to transcend. He was also the first person to destroy one of all heaven's fingers. Clearly, although he had transformed into the ghost, one of his hands ended up becoming that of the immortal. He left it behind as a legacy, which became the guardian treasure of the Vast Expanse School. As soon as the skeletal hand appeared, the descending will of all heaven began to tremble, and let out an enraged roar. The skeletal hand flew up, growing larger and larger until it was enormous, and actually looked like a hand. Then, it slammed into the descending hand, which was the will of all heaven. It was like two giants crossing time and space to slam into each other directly above the teleportation portal. Rumbling sounds echoed out through planet Vast Expanse, causing crevices to open up throughout the lands. The hand of the will of all heaven instantly shattered into pieces, and another furious roar echoed out into the world. Everything trembled and the half-planet seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. But then, golden light spread out from the skeletal hand, covering everything, protecting everything, ensuring that the will of all heaven could do nothing against it. In the moment that the hand formed by the will of all heaven collapsed, the teleportation portal surged into action. Rumbling echoed out and a brilliant light shot up into the air. Meng Hao and everyone else vanished. As they did, cracking sounds emanated out from the teleportation portal. However, because of the golden light covering everything, it did not shatter. Much of it crumbled, but the main form stayed intact. The will of all heaven fell silent and then slowly faded away. At the same time, the golden light gradually receded. The golden hand shrank back down, turning skeletal once again. Then it settled back down underneath the turtle shell, which sank back down into the ground with the lava. The crevice in the ground slowly closed back up and everything went back to normal. When Meng Hao and the others reappeared, they were inside the necropolis. Blood was oozing out of Meng Hao's mouth and the others were in worse shape. Expressions of lingering fear could be seen on their faces. As they thought back to the danger they had been in, their hearts quivered. If that descending hand had managed to land, not only would the teleportation portal have been destroyed, but the entire group would have been killed in body and mind. Everyone began to look over at Meng Hao. All of them could tell that the sudden developments which had occurred had something to do with him. That was especially true of the sect leader, who looked at Meng Hao with a deep and profound gaze. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply to the others. "What I have promised," he said, "I will absolutely live up to." In response, the sect leader's expression softened a bit. Another moment passed, and the others nodded. "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Meng," the sect leader said. Meng Hao didn't say anything more. He took a step forward and looked out at the ruins that filled the necropolis. Casting his senses out, he confirmed that this place was almost completely devoid of the will of all heaven. Although there were faint traces, they were incredibly weak. Furthermore, the deeper one got into the 9 land masses that made up the necropolis, the more faint those traces became. In fact, the 9th land mass seemed to have no trace of the will of all heaven at all. This is definitely the place for me to transcend, he thought. He opened his third eye and the world changed. Far off on the 9th landmass, he could see the huge throne and the figure sitting upon it. That figure's eyes opened and looked directly at Meng Hao. "Over the past several hundred years, we've come here on numerous occasions," said the sect leader, his brow furrowed. "We know exactly how to avoid the catastrophe which strikes this place and have the perfect place to weather the storm. However, we were never able to get past the 8th landmass. We always end up stuck at the threshold of the 9th. After all of their visits, they had never been able to come up with a method to get into the 9th landmass." Bai Wuxian stood a bit off to the side. "The entryway to the 9th landmass is a door," she said. "Only by opening that door can you enter." Meng Hao nodded in response, then began to move forward. By this point, the countless ghosts which inhabited the outer region of the necropolis began to swarm excitedly toward Meng Hao as he flew along. This was not the first time that the sect leader and the others had seen Meng Hao's power within the necropolis, but they were still shaken. That was especially true of Immortal Bai Wuxian, who couldn't help but think back to the time she had been defeated by Meng Hao all those hundreds of years ago. Sighing inwardly, the group unleashed all of their power to follow Meng Hao as he flew along. Whenever they had come here on their own, they had to act with extreme prudence and caution, even in the outer area. But with Meng Hao leading them, it was exactly the opposite. With him, the monarch of the ghosts, nothing in the place could harm them at all. Everywhere they passed, rumbling could be sensed as the surrounding ghosts clustered around Meng Hao, their eyes radiating ardor and worship. It almost seemed as if Meng Hao could simply tell them to destroy themselves and they wouldn't hesitate to comply. He looked around at the ghosts, his eyes shining with a strange light. Back when he first came here and experienced the strangeness of the ghosts, an idea had begun to form. At that time, though, even though he could control the ghosts, he felt that it was a bit unrealistic. But now, with the 9th hex on the verge of being completed, he's starting thinking about that same old idea. This time, he didn't think that it was unrealistic. In fact, he was sure that he could do it. He would take all of the ghosts in the necropolis with him as his subordinates. With them and the 9th sect, he would have a huge army that he could use to go back and destroy the 33 heavens. Of course, he wasn't underestimating the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent either. Even if he transcended, he still would never underestimate his enemies. He had some speculations about the true nature of those two enemies, but even still, he wanted to be completely prepared to face them. He was also aware that if he successfully absorbed the 9th hex and transcended, then once he left the necropolis, the will of all heaven would go mad to an unprecedented degree. His eyes flashed coldly as he proceeded along. The ghosts which surrounded them joined him as he headed toward the first land mass. When they reached the bridge, Meng Hao didn't hesitate at all. He flew across it without the slightest pause, surrounded by a sea of ghosts. Behind him, the sect leader and the others saw how different things were from their previous trips over the past several hundred years, and they smiled wryly. In all of their past trips after the first one with Meng Hao, they had always been forced to tackle that bridge with extreme caution. But now, Meng Hao simply barged across it. They couldn't help but be a bit envious. "It's like this place is his home," Jin Yunshan murmured as he followed along. Even as Meng Hao was flying across the bridge, and just when he was about to step onto the first landmass, a roar echoed out from down below the bridge. It appeared as if some dark and sinister being from down below was about to leap out and block their path. Upon closer examination, they saw that it was a huge tiger, fully 300 meters long, and so black in color that it seemed to merge with the void around it. Last time Meng Hao had been here and had fallen down into the abyss beneath the bridge, he hadn't seen anything like this tiger. He looked down and their gazes met. Then the tiger shivered. Apparently, it wasn't frightened of the ghosts, but Meng Hao's gaze caused its heart to tremble. It shrank back, tail between its legs, and then vanished. Meng Hao looked away and proceeded onward to step onto the first landmass. In the past, that tiger had been a big headache for the sect leader and the others, so to see it flee like that caused them to smile wryly yet again. It was powerful, with incredible battle prowess, and the way it could merge with the void around it made all of its divine abilities and magical techniques even more effective. It was also particularly brutal in its attacks. When angered, it could unleash a storm of vengeful spirits that were incredibly fierce. Over the past hundreds of years, the sect leader and the others had been forced to expend a lot of effort to get past it across the bridge. But now, this place really is like his home, thought the sect leader, sighing inwardly. However, he was also filled with hope that this time, they really might be able to make it to the 9th landmass. In fact, he had the feeling that if Meng Hao couldn't get to the 9th landmass, then no one could. After stepping back onto the first landmass, Meng Hao took a deep breath. This was his third time in the place, the first being on the initial foray into the necropolis, and the second being when he came for the copper mirror shard. This is my third time, and perhaps my last. When I leave, I will have transcended. A strange light appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he flickered into motion. He shot forward at top speed, throwing his head back and letting loose a long cry. As he sped across the first landmass, the ghosts there all trembled and began to fly over. It's the Emperor. The aura of the Emperor. For the third time, the Emperor is summoning us. Countless ghosts appeared in all directions. The sky trembled, and the lands shook as they swirled around Meng Hao. The sect leader and the others had seen similar things happen before, and were prepared, but still couldn't help but be shaken and also slightly envious. As more and more ghosts gathered around him, he picked up speed. Anyone who could see the ghosts would have seen a vast, seemingly endless sea around him. Compared to that vast sea, the cultivators were tiny and insignificant. As for Meng Hao, he actually didn't need to fly on his own power, he simply stood there as the scintillating sea carried him along. Everything trembled as the sea of ghosts completely disregarded the passageway between the first land mass and the second. Couldn't be stopped at all, and a moment later Meng Hao was on the second land mass. The ghosts there were equally shaken, and began to swarm toward him, joining the enormous sea. The sky darkened, and everything in the world shook violently. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and the ghosts shot toward the third land mass with indescribable speed. The sect leader and the others gasped. Although they couldn't see the ghosts, they could sense the incredible coldness, and were already all starting to wonder the same thing. If things keep going on like this, then how many ghosts will he have accumulated by the time we reach the 8th land mass? The entire group exchanged shocked glances. Rumbling sounds could be heard in all heaven and earth as the boundless sea of ghosts swept Meng Hao on toward the 4th land mass. The entrance to the 4th land mass was a huge abyss filled with countless vicious eyes that seemed intent on devouring all life forms that entered. In addition to the eyes were hulking figures in crude clothing whose bodies were covered in rotting flesh. They looked like giants who had been stitched together with the skins of numerous corpses. As Meng Hao neared with the sea of ghosts, the giants roared and flew out. The eyes began to shine with red light as they too shot out of the abyss to block the path. But then they saw Meng Hao in the sea of ghosts. The giants gaped in shock, and the vicious expressions on their faces disappeared to be replaced by fear. Screaming, they retreated into the abyss at top speed. As for the eyes, they seemed even more shaken and terrified and immediately fell back. In the blink of an eye, the sea of ghosts was sailing over the abyss onto the 4th land mass. Meng Hao didn't even look at the abyss. As for the sect leader and the others, they smiled wryly as they thought about how much effort it had taken them to get past this obstacle in the past. The same figures which had been so terrifying in the past had fled in fear this time. The 4th land mass was covered in ruins and looked even more wild and abandoned than the first 3 land masses. In fact, Meng Hao even spotted corpses. They were withered after all the years which had passed, and none of them were whole. They were so broken apart that it was impossible to tell which were male or female or to determine the level of their cultivation base when they were alive. But they were a shocking sight nonetheless. As Meng Hao flew through the air over all of them, he couldn't help but recall the scene in which the finger of all heaven destroyed this world. The previous 3 land masses contained nothing but ruins, explained the sect leader, mixed emotions flickering in his eyes. There are no corpses there. The corpses show up starting in the 4th land mass. What you see here counts for almost nothing. The further in we go, the more corpses we will see. By the time we reach the 8th land mass, we will see them everywhere, some of them even completely intact. Considering their previous visits to this place, plus further information gleaned from the ancient records, the sect leader had a much deeper understanding of the necropolis now. You'll even see some magical items, some of which are excellently preserved. However, you mustn't allow yourself to get greedy, fellow Taoist Meng. You can't touch any of the things you see. At this point, Jin Yunshan broke in. The first time we saw such treasures, there was one individual who greedily attempted to lay hands on them. That gave rise to a powerful backlash and a terrifying force of expulsion from the entire necropolis itself. The offending person was transformed into a pool of blood in front of our very eyes. Although the fear in his eyes was clear, it was also obvious that he felt it was a pity that they couldn't take any of the treasures away with them. Meng Hao nodded. He sent his divine sense out and could feel all of the countless ghosts in the 4th land mass. This was his first time here, and almost as soon as his divine sense began to spread out, the corpses littering the ground began to tremble, and then ghosts flew out from inside of them as well as from within the various ruins that dotted the landscape. Soon, the entire 4th land mass was teeming with activity. The scene playing out in front of them caused the sect leader and the others to look on with wide eyes. Although this wasn't anything unexpected, the intense coldness they were experiencing increased by several-fold. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as countless ghosts sensed Meng Hao's presence on the 4th land mass and woke up, eyes shining with madness. The aura of the Emperor. It's the Emperor. All of the ghosts on the 4th land mass took to the air and sped toward Meng Hao. As the intense, shocking coldness spread out, Meng Hao's eyes shone, and he flicked his sleeve. Without pausing for a moment, he flew into motion. As he proceeded along, more ghosts from the fourth landmass streamed toward him. As soon as they caught sight of him from a distance, they would bow in worship. The sea of ghosts around him continued to grow larger and larger as he swept across the landmass. Eventually, he reached a cliff face that led to the fifth landmass. A huge statue was visible there, fully 30,000 meters tall. It was a stunning sight, like an enormous mountain that blocked the way into the fifth landmass. "There is no fighting against this mountain," the sect leader said. "We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to get into the fifth landmass. Eventually, we found that you have to wait approximately half a year. Around that time, the mountain will gradually shrink until it's only 300 meters tall. Then, at its smallest state, it can be passed with relative safety. If you try to barge past the mountain now, it will become enraged. Even considering the level of our cultivation bases, it can still pose a danger to us. After all, this statue was built back when these lands were alive and thriving, making it boundlessly powerful. Fellow Taoist Meng, I suggest we just wait here for a bit." Even though the sect leader had seen this mountain before, every time he looked at its majestic height, he was left shaken. "Half a year," Meng Hao said. "I can't wait that long." Before the sect leader could say anything else, Meng Hao's eyes flashed and he pointed at the huge mountain. "Move this mountain for me," he said coolly, bolstering his words with divine sense. The ghosts in the vast sea around him immediately began to howl and surge with energy. The aura which began to spread out left the sect leader and the others with tingling scalps. Vast quantities of ghosts surged forward toward the enormous mountain. Rumbling echoed out as it began to shake, and even rock back and forth. The sect leader and the others gasped as they noticed that as the mountain shook back and forth, it unexpectedly began to rise slowly into the air. The lands quaked as the mountain was ripped away from them. Meng Hao could see the ghosts themselves, surrounding the mountain. Howling, they unleashed shocking power to do exactly as Meng Hao had asked, to move the mountain. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the enormous mountain continued to rise. Soon, to the shock of the sect leader and the others, it had been lifted up 30 meters above the surface of the ground. At the same time, a howl echoed out from the peak of the mountain. Countless rocks and rubble tumbled down as the mountain opened its enormous eyes. A nose appeared and then a mouth. Shockingly, the entire face became visible. It was an ancient face whose eyes radiated fury. "Who disturbs my slum? Huh!" The voice contained incredible pressure and dignity, and even the power of natural law, as if it could alter heaven and earth. Before it could finish speaking, though, it suddenly fell silent. The face stared at the countless ghosts and the boundless hostility they radiated, which was like an explosive will that shouted a single sentence. "Shut up!" Lands, mountains, sky, everything was trembling. "Damn it! Where did all these ghosts come from?" the face blurted. Then its mouth snapped shut. It looked at Meng Hao, its expression flickering with fear. After a moment, it closed its eyes and sank back down into the surface of the mountain, doing nothing to prevent the ghosts from moving the mountain. The sect leader's eyes were wide. The other 9 essences paragons who stood around him exchanged shocked glances. When they had come here by themselves, everything along the way required extreme caution and hard work. However, Meng Hao could disregard everything in his path. At the most, he simply had to speak a few words to resolve any situation he faced. Jin Yunshan's face twitched, and then he looked contemptuously over at the mountain. He couldn't forget what had occurred the first time they had reached this point and tried to force their way past the mountain. To their shock, it had contained power like heavenly might. Jin Yunshan's contempt grew as the mountain, apparently fearful for its safety, shrank down, making it easier for the ghosts to move it. Jin Yunshan was left completely speechless. Sha Jiodong took a deep breath, and by Wuxia completely abandoned any sort of unyielding attitude from years past. Soon, the mountain was completely moved out of the way and then placed down off to the side. The ghost swept about, completely clearing the path to the 5th landmass. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he flew forward. A moment later, he was on the 5th landmass. After taking a deep breath, he continued onward. From the time they had entered the necropolis until this moment, not even 10 days had passed. They sped along through the 5th landmass for a few more days. This place was even bleaker than the other landmasses. Meng Hao eyed the corpses down below as he flew along toward the end of the fifth land mass, where a huge wave of water existed, completely separating the two land masses. This time, the sect leader didn't say anything. Considering that Meng Hao had his ghosts, he decided that the best thing for him to do was simply follow Meng Hao's lead. He was right. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and the sea of ghosts shot forward. Now that the ghosts from the fifth land mass had joined in, the sea was even more majestic than before. It slammed into the huge wave, which was powerless to resist. It shattered, and Meng Hao led the ghosts flying over into the next landmass. Within 10 days, they had passed from the sixth landmass into the seventh, and after that, the eighth. Meng Hao's sea of ghosts continued to grow larger. By the time they reached the eighth landmass, it was like a massive vortex swirling around him. It was so powerful that the sect leader and the others could only look on with wide eyes. There were so many ghosts swirling around in the vortex that they formed together into something that looked like an enormous, illusory ghost head, which everyone could see. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, even more shocking was that the countless corpses on the eighth landmass rose to their feet, and their previously empty eyes seemed to burn with flame. All of them sped onward toward the border of the eighth landmass. The barrier between the eighth and ninth landmasses was an enormous door surrounded by a wall that seemed to stretch off into infinity. The sect leader and the others had never made it past this point. They had tried skirting the door by going to the left or right, but not even by traveling to the very border of the eighth landmass were they able to find a point where they could get through. The only way to proceed was to do so through this door. That was the only way to get to the ninth landmass. No matter what ideas they came up with to push open the door, no matter how much power they drew upon, it did no good. The sect leader was now looking up at it, explaining everything he knew about it to Meng Hao, including all of the ways they had failed to open it. Meng Hao stood there, surrounded by a boundless sea of ghosts, who maintained complete silence, waiting there with bowed heads as he thought about the situation. A single word from him, and they would spring into action and become the fiercest of spirits, completely oblivious to their own safety. Seeing Meng Hao lost in thought, Jin Yunshan and the others didn't dare to disturb him. They had learned hundreds of years ago that in the necropolis, Meng Hao was both the monarch and the emperor. After a moment, Meng Hao burst into action. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of the door. In terms of size, he was like nothing compared to it, and yet the power radiating out of him caused everything shake and sent the entire surroundings into chaos. He took a deep breath as he reached out and pushed on the door. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering power erupted out. It quickly reached the peak of the 9 essences level, which exceeded the power of the second paragon and the others like him. However, it didn't stop there. It continued to rise with explosive force, surpassing Jin Yunshan, Sha Jiodong, and Bai Wuqian, and causing their eyes to widen. Although they were completely aware of how terrifying Meng Hao was, it was only now that they could sense the true astonishing level of his cultivation base. Things weren't over yet. Increasingly boundless cultivation-based power exploded out. As Meng Hao's power continued to climb, he eventually exceeded even the level of the sect leader. It reached the point where he was above any and all 9 essences cultivators. And yet, the door didn't so much as budge. Meng Hao frowned at the lack of reaction. Throwing all of the power he could manage at it was as good as throwing a stone ox into the ocean. Eyes flashing, he waved his right hand, and the copper mirror appeared. Black threads spread out covering his entire body in the form of a suit of armor. With the black armor, his energy rose even higher and a tempest sprang up around him. The sect leader and the other 9 essences experts all gasped and began to back away. They didn't come to a stop until they were several hundred meters away, where they looked at Meng Hao with fear and shock. Meng Hao was so terrifyingly powerful that they weren't sure they could fight him even if they all joined forces. With the suit of armor, his cultivation base was at its very pinnacle. He reached out and once again shoved against the door. As far as the sect leader could remember, they had never seen the door move at all during the past several hundred years. However, as of this moment, it shuddered. Although it only lasted for a moment, it left the sect leader's mind spinning, and he began to pant in anticipation. It wasn't that he lacked willpower. Rather, after stepping into the 9 essences level, All of his dreams had become wrapped up with the hope that lay in this necropolis. Blue veins bulged on Meng Hao's face as he unleashed incredible power through his hand. The result was that the door vibrated slightly, and yet didn't move. A vicious expression appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he raised his left hand to also push against the door. Energy blasted out in all directions, and a booming sound like that of a bell echoed out through the 8th land mass, then to the 7th, the 6th, and all the way to the 1st land mass. The door vibrated again, and a cloud of dust rose up, but the door still didn't open. Meng Hao frowned. He was at the peak level of power and yet even then couldn't open the door. That seemed to indicate that only someone who had transcended could open it. But someone who had transcended wouldn't need the altar on the 9th landmass. Therefore, the method to open the door can't relate to transcendence. There must be some other way. After some thought, Meng Hao sent his divine sense out to fill the 8th landmass. It took some time, but he managed to lock down on some of the scant will of all heaven that existed in the area. Although it was only a scrap, it was enough that it could cause problems if he tried to absorb the 9th hex. Starting from the 1st landmass, the will of all heaven grows weaker and weaker. Here on the 8th, there's only a tiny bit. Therefore, the 9th is likely to have none of the will of all heaven at all. That is the only place suitable to absorb the 9th hex, all the while avoiding interference from all heaven and potentially transcend. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination, and he took a deep breath. Then, he backed up a few paces and reached out to the ghosts with his will. Break open this door. The instant Meng Hao's will transmitted those orders, the masses of ghosts raised their heads. Eyes glowing, they surged into motion, howling and roaring as they battered against the huge door. Boom! Waves of ghosts smashed into it, causing it to shake. Some of the ghosts who were especially gigantic and fierce slammed headfirst into the door. Rumbling echoed out, causing all heaven and earth to shake violently in the necropolis as the ghosts battered the door. It was a shocking scene. Endless streams of ghosts unleashed incredible power, causing the door to rumble and vibrate even more intensely than when Meng Hao had pushed against it. The combined power of the ghosts of all 8 of the land masses was something that even Meng Hao with his battle prowess would be fearful of. Now it was causing the door to tremble, making it seem like opening it wasn't an impossibility after all. The sect leader and the others were completely shaken. Beyond this door was the hope they sought. It had blocked their way for hundreds of years, but now seemed like the most likely moment in which it could be opened. Jin Yunshan was the first to take action. Roaring, he unleashed his cultivation base and his essence power, reaching out with both hands to push against the door. The sect leader followed a moment later, unleashing divine abilities and essence power to create a huge hand that shoved against the door. Next was Sha Jiodong, who transformed into a sandstorm that swept out with incredible power. Then was Immortal by Wuxia, who summoned powerful mists. All of the other 9 essences paragons unleashed their cultivation base power. They kept nothing hidden, utilizing everything at their disposal to slam against the door. Under their combined assault, the door leading to the 9th landmass, which had blocked their path for so long, began to rumble loudly and shake visibly. It seemed as if the door might open at any moment. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red as he transformed into a huge rock which, in the blink of an eye, shot forward to slam into the door. Mountains shook and the lands quaked. The door trembled, as if it might open by a sliver. However, that tiny sliver was like the difference between heaven and earth. Despite the combined assault of the entire group of cultivators plus the endless army of ghosts, the door still didn't open. The sect leader and the others were beginning to despair. We can't open the door in this way. How do we do it? Could it really be true that only a transcendent cultivator can open it? Impossible. Why would a transcendent cultivator ever try to get to the 9th altar? In their despair, everyone was pushing as hard as they could, even coughing up blood. The ghosts emitted soundless screams. Everyone was pushing out with all the power they could muster. Meng Hao began to pant. Finally, he sent out his will via divine sense, filling the entire 8th landmass. It was like a bolt of lightning that landed upon the various corpses on the landmass within whose eyes burned white, burning light. They began to run, faster and faster, until soon they became visible off in the distance. More and more corpses appeared, running toward the door itself. which they then began to push against. They seemed endless, and as they pushed against the door, at long last, it opened up by a sliver. That completely enlivened the sect leader and the others. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with anticipation and he pushed forward even harder. Finally, the door opened. Meng Hao in azure rock form shot forward through the opening, followed closely by the sect leader and the others. It was with complete and utter excitement that they flew through the air at top speed. Finally, they were able to enter the 9th landmass. This was the final landmass in the necropolis and also the location of that huge throne. Meng Hao floated above the 9th landmass, backed by the sect leader and the others as well as the vast sea of ghosts. The 9th landmass. The sect leader threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The excitement on his face was clear. He and the others had been waiting a long time for this day. This was where lay their hope to transcend. The sect leader wasn't the only one with such feelings. Jin Yunshan, Sha Jiudong by Wuxia, and all of the other 9 essences paragons were equally excited. The sect leader took a deep breath, then turned to Meng Hao, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Fellow Taoist Meng, this is a kindness I will never ever forget. If the day comes in which you need my assistance in some matter, simply say the word. After the sect leader, Jin Yunshan, Sha Jiudong and Bai Wuxia all clasped hands and bowed as well. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Thank you, 9th Paragon. Their attitudes were sincere. All of the ill feelings from the past had long since dissipated, and their thankfulness toward Meng Hao was deep and genuine. Compared to the chance to stride toward transcendence, past grudges were completely insignificant. All cultivators sought to reach transcendence in the end. These 3 all stood at the peak of 9 essences, and therefore the hope to transcend was the greatest yearning that existed within their hearts. They had no way to know if they would succeed or not, but as long as there was even a bit of hope, they would try. Meng Hao could see their excitement and sincerity. Their hearts lacked any desire to fight, and contained no schemes or plots. Now that they had reached the 9th landmass, the hope of transcendence left them excited and profoundly thankful. Smiling, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in return. We have all come here for transcendence, he said. Whether or not we succeed will depend on the will of heaven, on our own good fortune, and on our own preparations. I sincerely hope that all of you succeed in transcending, fellow Taoists, and I hope that you all may walk a great Tao. Jin Yunshan took a deep breath, flicked his sleeve, and then spoke in a voice that echoed like thunder. Forget the will of heaven and good fortune. Our success will be determined by our own preparations. Fellow Taoist Meng, if I transcend, then I will personally help you take care of your grudge with the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent. In fact, even if I don't transcend, I'll still help. The sect leader laughed heartily, then echoed Jin Yunshan's words. Count me in too. Fellow Taoist Meng, said Sha Jiudong. Considering we've been friends for hundreds of years, then I will help too. The moment we stepped onto this land mass, our conflicts from the past vanished like smoke, said Bai Wuxia, her voice soft. Fellow Taoist Meng, I would like to help you, sir. Thank you for giving me a chance to return home. All of the other 9 essences paragons laughed and made similar statements and promises. Meng Hao was moved. After a moment of silence, he once again clasped hands and bowed deeply to them. Fellow Taoist Meng, said the sect leader, let us all head to the Transcendence Dais together. Laughing, he flew up into the air, followed by the rest of the paragons. However, Meng Hao shook his head. Why don't you go on ahead of me, fellow Taoists? Before visiting the Transcendence Dais, I need to go pay my respects to a certain individual. Meng Hao did nothing to conceal his true aim, and after he spoke, the others looked back thoughtfully for a moment. Although Meng Hao had never fully explained how he could control the Sea of Ghosts, they had long since come to certain conclusions of their own. Therefore, they all understood completely. They did nothing to convince him otherwise. After saying their goodbyes, the group shot off toward the center of the 9th landmass and the 9th Transcendence Dais. Meng Hao watched them leave, then took a deep breath. His path to transcendence was different than theirs. Although all heaven would surely attempt to stop them also, the lengths he would go to regarding Meng Hao's transcendence would be like the difference between a puddle and an ocean. Therefore, Meng Hao needed to be very careful. although he couldn't sense any of the will of all heaven on this ninth land mass. He wanted to be prepared for all possibilities. As such, he decided that the best thing would be to go pay respects to the person who had, with a single word, prevented the will of all heaven from interfering with him on the first land mass. Patriarch vast expanse, he murmured. With that, he burst into motion, heading toward the far end of the ninth land mass, where the huge throne was located. With every day that passed, the throne grew clearer and larger, and within Meng Hao's heart, the waves of excitement which battered him also grew larger. At a certain point, the sea of ghosts hadn't dared to proceed any further, and were now waiting some distance behind him, prostrated toward the person on the throne. Clearly, that person far exceeded Meng Hao as the true emperor of this place. The bronze lamp inside of Meng Hao was shining with unprecedented brightness, making him look almost as if he were made from light. As he got closer to the throne, it became clear that it had been crafted from enormous slabs of green marble. It almost looked like a mountain rising from the very end of the ninth landmass. As for the figure seated upon it, he looked like a giant statue. Although he wasn't a flesh and blood person, he was incredibly lifelike. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the expression on his face. It was one of grief and loss. Deep within his eyes was a gleam of reminiscence. It was as if he were looking out at all the lands of the necropolis, and thinking the only thing he had left, his memories of the past. He seemed lonely, a feeling which somehow seeped into Meng Hao as he neared. He stopped about 3,000 meters in front of the statue where he looked up at it, studying it for a while before finally clasping hands and bowing deeply. The copper mirror flew out of its own volition and the parrot appeared within it. It was uncharacteristically quiet as it looked at the statue. It appeared to be thinking about past times as it flew over and circled around the statue a few times. The grief in its eyes was clear. Meng Hao looked on. The bronze lamp inside of him was shining more brightly than ever, making Meng Hao look like a dazzling sun. Suddenly, the statue's gaze seemed to shift. Instead of looking off into the distance, it was as if he were now looking at Meng Hao, the grief in his eyes replaced by kindness. Perhaps that was just Meng Hao's imagination. Regardless, he once again bowed, then began to speak in a soft voice. Junior offers greetings, Patriarch vast expanse. I will never forget the kindness shown by your bronze lamp, which saved my life. Thank you also for the copper mirror, which has accompanied me for all my days. I've come here to attempt to break through to transcendence. Patriarch, I would like to request that you act as Dharma protector. After a long moment, he looked back up at the statue. After gazing deeply at it for a moment, his eyes filled with determination. As of that moment, there wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation within his heart. He would not go to the Transcendence Dais. That altar might be useful to the sect leader and the others, but Meng Hao had long since picked a different way to go about things. He didn't need the Transcendence Dais, he needed this ninth landmass, a place where all heaven couldn't interfere, or at least would have a very difficult time doing so. Meng Hao took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Unexpectedly, he had chosen this very spot, in front of the statue and the throne, to attempt to reach that most paramount of realms, transcendence. Transcendence was also known as the Tao Source. It was something that countless powerful experts yearned for in their dreams. However, the number of people who had succeeded was minute. From ancient times until present, only 3 people had ever truly succeeded within the starry sky of all heaven. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he sat there quietly, his legs crossed. After a moment, he extended his right hand, and a wooden sculpture appeared, which was none other than the 9th hex. He held the statue out in front of him and opened his Tao eye, sending out powerful divine sense. The divine sense wrapped around the statue, which floated up into the air in front of Meng Hao and then began to dissolve. Meng Hao poured all of himself into the wooden statue, cutting off all connections to the outside world. He sealed off his senses as he focused utterly and thoroughly on the statue. Gradually, a shocking aura began to rise up. The 9th landmass began to tremble, and at the same time, the starry sky of all heaven outside of the necropolis filled with ripples as an enraged roar echoed out. The ripples then began to converge in the void just outside the necropolis. If anyone were standing outside to observe, they would be able to see the outline of a huge person standing there. All of the lands were shaking as a will stretched out that could shake the world. In that same moment, the sect leader and the others were seated cross-legged on the ninth landmass altar, attempting to break through and transcend. In all their past forays into the necropolis, they had come to the realization that seeking enlightenment alone was far inferior to acting together. Therefore, the best thing to do now was join forces to seek enlightenment. Their minds were linked, making them more powerful, and increasing their gains as they sought enlightenment. The result was far superior to acting alone. In the same moment that Meng Hao began to work on the ninth hex, the sect leader and the others converged their power and divine sense, causing an invisible column of qi to rise up into the air. It was actually a blessing for them to be able to make their attempt at transcendence along with Meng Hao. Normally, the first difficult step would be to deal with the will of all heaven. However, that will was now completely ignoring the sect leader and the others and was targeting Meng Hao and Meng Hao alone. It could not simply allow Meng Hao to transcend. Rumbling echoed out as the will of the starry sky of all heaven converged outside of the necropolis, and then prepared to enter it. The will of all heaven would easily be able to enter any other location. But the necropolis was not like any other location. It was a very difficult place to enter. It could expel other transcendent cultivators and could unleash that same force upon the will of all heaven. There was a boundless hatred within the necropolis, and the will of all heaven was the source and object of that hatred. Under any other circumstances, the will of all heaven would never choose to try to enter the necropolis. However, as of this moment, it was holding nothing back in its effort to do so. The entire necropolis was shaking, and cracking sounds emanated out in all directions. And yet, most of the will of all heaven was still prevented from entering. Despite its relentless bombardment, only a small portion actually manifested inside. That power instantly became a flood that surged across the first 8 land masses, transforming into an enormous hand that bore down on the ninth. However, the huge door that Meng Hao had recently moved was now back in place, and it prevented the hand from entering the ninth landmass. The hand slammed into the door, and a deafening boom rang out. The door was shaken, but refused to open, leaving the will of all heaven trapped outside. Meng Hao was completely focused on melting the wooden statue. By now, about half of it was gone, having transformed into tiny drops of black fluid, each of which contained sealing marks. Eventually, when the entire statue was dissolved and the black drops of fluid were absorbed into Meng Hao, he would be able to combine them into a sealing mark within his soul. And that would be the ninth hex. Currently, he was still working on the first step of that process. By now, rumbling sounds had filled the necropolis as the will of all heaven repeatedly failed to batter its way inside. Finally, a roar of rage echoed out through the starry sky of all heaven, causing asteroids in numerous locations to begin to tremble and shake. Then they were instantly teleported away. Billions upon billions of asteroids then began to crash into each other, merge together and then shrink down. Within the space of a few breaths of time, all of the asteroids which dotted the starry sky of all heaven vanished from their original positions and began to merge together. Under the control of the will of all heaven, they began to form 9 enormous spikes. Each of the 9 spikes was fully 3 million meters long, and completely astonishing in appearance as they hovered within the void outside the necropolis. Then the will of all heaven split apart and fused into the 9 spikes. A moment later, intense energy erupted off of the spikes, and rumbling sounds could be heard as they shot toward the necropolis. The necropolis shuddered, incapable of resisting. Cracking sounds echoed out as the first spike pierced through the necropolis defenses, destroying the sky as it shot toward the first landmass, a blur of light. As it descended, the expulsion power targeting the will of all heaven grew even stronger. The spike fought back fiercely, causing flames to burst out all over it. Soon, it began to crumble and shrink down, until it was only 300,000 meters long, and no longer sharp. In the end, it was simply a gigantic asteroid hurtling down toward the first land mass. When it made contact with the ground, everything shook and massive crevices spread out. Next came the second spike, the third, and the fourth, which pierced through the defenses to descend toward the second, third, and fourth land masses respectively. They also burst into flames, shrinking down rapidly as they sailed past the first landmass. Of course, the deeper they got into the necropolis, the stronger the resistance they faced. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the 3 asteroids closed in on their targets. The asteroid that landed on the second landmass was only 150,000 meters wide. The one that landed on the third landmass was only 60,000 meters wide. And as for the fourth, it was only 30,000 meters wide. What a significant loss in power. However, things weren't over. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th spikes tore through the sky, destroying the necropolis defenses as they hurtled toward the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th landmasses. The sky of the necropolis was completely obliterated, and yet the will of all heaven still had incredible difficulty entering the necropolis. The lands quaked as the spikes burned, getting smaller and smaller the further they got into the necropolis. The asteroid that landed on the 5th landmass was less than 30,000 meters wide. The 6th asteroid was 15,000 meters wide. By the time the 8th asteroid hit, it was only 3,000 meters wide. And then there was the 9th spike. By the time it reached the 9th landmass, the flames had reduced it to nothing more than ash, and it couldn't enter. Moments ago, the sculpture in front of Meng Hao was about 70% dissolved, and he was surrounded by scintillating drops of black fluid. Only a short bit of time remained before it would be completely dissolved. Meng Hao was trembling. He couldn't sense what was happening on the outside, but could well guess that the will of all heaven was going to any and all lengths to try to stop him. Therefore, he focused all of his divine sense on dissolving the statue. Faster! Must go faster! Blue veins popped out on his face as he fought to take advantage of every second of time available to him. It was at this point that he heard a massive boom coming from the first landmass. As the first asteroid smashed into the ground, a figure appeared from within the rubble. He was humanoid but had no facial features. He was almost just an outline. He looked up at the 9th landmass, then took a single step forward, causing him to blur into motion. Only moments later, the 2nd and 3rd asteroids exploded, and even as the ash drifted out, figures appeared from within them as well. The same thing happened on the 5th through 8th landmasses. All of the figures which appeared began to walk toward the 9th landmass, although the one which had come from within the first 300,000-meter asteroid was the fastest. His first step took him onto the 2nd landmass, where he merged together with the figure which had stepped out of the 2nd asteroid. As soon as that happened, he changed, becoming less blurry and indistinguishable. Then he took a 2nd step. The 2nd step placed him on the 3rd landmass, where he merged with the 3rd figure. Now his facial features could be seen, and he looked like a young man. He didn't stop there. Each step he took brought him to another of the landmasses. On the 4th, 5th, and all the way to the 8th landmass, he absorbed the other figures until he was standing there on the 8th landmass, looking up at the enormous door. By that point, everything about him was clearly visible. He was a young man with long black hair, dressed in a long blue robe. He was exceedingly handsome, with an expression that was calm yet simultaneously cold and indifferent. Unexpectedly, a closer look revealed that he looked exactly like the statue of the man seated on the throne on the 9th landmass. All ye living beings in the vast expanse art my children. This place is the necropolis of the ghost, thence I take his appearance. This young man who could take the form of anything which existed in the starry sky of all heaven extended his right hand and pushed onto the door, whereupon it swung open. Then he took another step and was on the 9th landmass. Almost instantly, a shocking force of expulsion hit him, pushing him back slightly. His expression was the same as ever as he began to walk forward, despite the power of expulsion. Although it was a monumental effort, none of that showed on his face. Another step, and he appeared by the Transcendence dais. He looked over at the sect leader and the others, and then waved his right hand. A boom echoed out, and the Transcendence dais shook. The sect leader and the others all coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and their efforts at transcendence were broken. There were even some of the weaker 9 essences paragons who let out blood-curdling screams as they exploded, killed in body and soul. Everyone else was astonished. Even as they looked over at the young man, he took another step, taking him to the position of the enormous statue. There, the boundless sea of ghosts all turned and looked at him, their expressions blank. However, that blankness only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by madness and hatred. It didn't matter that the will of all heaven had taken the form of Patriarch Vast Expanse. That couldn't change the aura which emanated off of him, and these ghosts hated that aura with a vengeance that would last for all eternity. They surged into motion with a howl of fury. The enmity which came from their deaths, and which had transformed them into angry ghosts, would never dissipate. Now, they leapt into action, charging toward the young man that was the embodiment of the will of all heaven. "O ye my children," the young man said coolly, "dead are ye, and yet ye persist in wickedness. Thence, I strip ye of your bodies of reincarnation, and strip ye of your power of movement." His face was completely and utterly expressionless, and he didn't even seem to look at the ghosts. He took another step forward, completely focused on the person sitting there cross-legged, dissolving the wooden statue. This was not the first time that the will of the starry sky had made a move on Meng Hao. However, this was its first time taking such a form in his presence. However, Meng Hao currently couldn't see that. All of his senses were sealed, as he focused completely on the task at hand. He had to dissolve the wooden statue as soon as possible. By this point, the statue was almost 80% dissolved. Soon, that number would reach 90%. Only 10% to go. Must go faster. Meng Hao's divine sense was exploding out to a level that made it almost impossible to sustain as he tried to dissolve the statue even faster. It was in that exact same moment that the embodiment of the will of all heaven pierced through the boundless sea of ghosts. Strangely, when the ghosts tried to approach the will of all heaven, they suddenly came to a halt, as if they had lost the ability to move. In the blink of an eye, all of the ghosts began to tremble, and then cease all movement. Their eyes went wide, as though it wasn't just their bodies, but also their spirits, and their simplistic ghostly minds were suddenly stripped of the power of movement. The embodiment of the will of all heaven took another step, putting him directly in front of Meng Hao. He looked down, and his expression flickered, as though he were befuddled or confused. "Why are you unwilling to merge with me?" he asked coolly. Then he reached out to tap on Meng Hao's forehead. However, it was in that moment that a piercing cry suddenly rang out. The parrot appeared, flashing through the air to pierce directly through the chest of the embodiment of all heaven. The embodiment paused for a moment, and then prepared to continue moving his finger toward Meng Hao. But then a voice rang out, speaking a single word that caused everything to tremble violently. "Be gone!" The words came out of the mouth of the huge statue. They filled the world, creating a powerful tempest which shook the entire necropolis. The embodiment of the will of all heaven began to tremble, then staggered backward as if he couldn't control his own body. When he was about 30 meters away from Meng Hao, his flesh exploded, sending blood and gore splattering out in all directions. The skin and muscle of his body was almost completely destroyed, revealing the bones underneath. Only half of his head remained intact. As the voice which had just spoken faded away, the embodiment of the will of all heaven slowly looked up. His wounds rapidly healed, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. In that same moment, there was a world out in the starry sky of the vast expanse, in which all of the life forms suddenly withered up. Their blood and life force vanished, and the entire world instantly became as still as death. It was that very power of blood and life force which allowed the embodiment of the will of all heaven to recover. As he looked up at the statue, his expression flickered again. He seemed confused, even dazed. "So, it's you, my eldest son," he said coolly. An incisive gleam appeared within the eyes of the figure on the throne. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the statue slowly rose to its feet amidst a cascade of falling rocks and rubble. The falling stones and rubble soon formed a small mountain, from within which emerged a young man. He looked exactly like the embodiment of the will of all heaven, without a single difference. However, his body clearly wasn't made of flesh and blood. This wasn't the true patriarch vast expanse, but rather a clone which he had left behind inside the necropolis to reminisce and guard the place. When he emerged, the sky shook and the lands quaked, and the entire ninth landmass seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone took a step forward, placing him directly in front of Meng Hao, separating him from the embodiment of the will of all heaven. He didn't speak, nor did his expression change in any way. He waved his right sleeve out in front of him, and an aura exploded out that seemed like both immortal and ghost, and yet was neither. A black mist sprang up, which was filled with countless vicious ghosts. It immediately engulfed the embodiment of all heaven. The embodiment waved his right finger, which caused the natural and magical laws of the world to form together. A boundless, indescribable will then erupted out. At this point, the embodiment of all heaven said, "In front of me, all powers within the vast expanse shall be either stripped away or absorbed." The vicious ghosts within the black mist began to tremble, then faded away as if they were being erased from existence. However, in the moment before they were about to be completely wiped away, the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse let out a cold harumph. Instantly, the black mist sank down on itself, and the vicious ghosts converged together to form a single vicious ghost, astonishing in appearance. It had black mist for skin, and looked like the most vicious of spirits. Most shocking of all was how it stooped over at the waist, making it seem almost hunchbacked in appearance. Shockingly, the reason for that was because it carried a world on its shoulders. Countless buildings could be seen, which resembled Yama king palaces. As for the ghost's arms and legs, they were wrapped and bound by countless black chains. The ghost roared, and power of natural law erupted from the world on its back. That power was something that not even the embodiment of all heaven could strip away. That was the power of Patriarch Vast Expanse, the power of the ghost. That power caused an explosive force of expulsion to blast into the embodiment of all heaven. The will of all heaven sighed as his body was shredded into a haze of blood. However, he didn't seem to care. He raised his right hand and pointed out with his finger, causing intense, gray light to shoot out in all directions. At the same time, the air behind him ripped open, revealing a single finger. It was a finger which could supersede a world, which could exceed the heavens. As soon as it appeared, the finger reached out to slam into the vicious ghost. Boom! Beneath the power of the finger, the ghost trembled, and then began to fall to pieces. The buildings on its back vanished into smoke, crushed like dried weeds. However, at the same time, the chains which covered its limbs wrapped around the finger, binding it tighter and tighter until it exploded. Apparently, they were evenly matched. As the sound of the explosion echoed out, the embodiment and the clone staggered backward away from each other. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone slowly looked up and, in a voice both hoarse and ancient, said, "You're not taking this kid away." A powerful pressure spread out from him, which instantly began to crush down onto the will of all heaven. It didn't matter that the embodiment represented the entire starry sky of all heaven. The clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse didn't show any fear of it whatsoever. The embodiment of all heaven looked expressionlessly at Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone, then said, "Oh, my eldest son, you have already departed. What need is there to remain so obsessed?" With that, he extended his right hand and pointed out with his finger. "Power," he said. Instantly, explosive power radiated out from him, transforming into an enormous magical symbol, which was in itself covered with even more magical symbols. This symbol represented the natural law of the Tao of power within the starry sky of the vast expanse. This was something that not even 9 essences cultivators could do. It was a magical symbol formed from magical symbols, and as soon as it appeared, it bore down on Meng Hao and Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone. At this point, all magical laws within the starry sky of all heaven that had to do with power suddenly faded. They were weakened to form the huge magical symbol which was currently slashing down in attack. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone looked on with glittering eyes. He suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing his entire hand to fade. No blood or flesh was visible, neither any bone, only a spectral arm. It was not black but multicolored, and it emanated a Tao, a personal Tao that came when one became an essence. It was the ghost Tao of Patriarch Vast Expanse. When his hand made contact with the magical symbol, heaven shook and the earth trembled. The lands cracked and split as a shockwave blasted out, shaking the entire necropolis. By this point, the sculpture in front of Meng Hao was 90% dissolved. The final 10% continued to melt rapidly. Soon 94% was dissolved. Then 97, 98, until finally 100%. It was completely dissolved and the statue no longer present. It now existed as 100 drops of black liquid, no more, no less. In that very moment, Meng Hao's senses, which had been sealed completely shut, suddenly opened. His eyes glowed brightly despite the terrifying fluctuations emanating off of the will of all heaven. No matter how much that will wanted to kill him, Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone made it impossible. It was now filled with an intense rage and fury that could only come from being in Meng Hao's presence. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and as he did, the 100 drops of black liquid transformed into beams of light that shot into his forehead. Sounds like rumbling thunder filled his mind, as though 100 black bolts of lightning were striking his head. When the last one merged into his forehead, and the final thunderclap rang out, a power that could end the heavens and crush the earth rose up in his sea of consciousness. He began to tremble violently, and a mouthful of frothy blood exploded out of his mouth. The 100 drops of black liquid swirled together within his sea of consciousness, and as they did, the aura of the 9th hex began to emanate out. Although it wasn't complete yet, the moment it exploded out, the embodiment of the will of all heaven shivered. An expression of fiery rage appeared on his face, and his eyes erupted with killing intent. "Screw off!" he roared, launching himself toward Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone. Rumbling echoed out, and simultaneously, Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone laughed. He didn't back down even for a moment. Black mist swirled as he once again shot forward to block the path of the embodiment of the will of all heaven. Behind him, Meng Hao was trembling as the aura of the 9th hex exploded out from within him. Even as he shook, the necropolis also trembled, causing boundless ripples to spread out into the starry sky of all heaven outside. At the same time, within Meng Hao's sea of consciousness, the 100 drops of black liquid were rapidly forming a shape. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. In the blink of an eye, it reached a state of 70% completion. As it did, the complete outline of the 9th hex began to appear. 80%, 90%. Before the will of all heaven could do anything to stop him, Meng Hao closed his eyes yet again. At the same time, a rumbling sound began to fill him, a sound so shocking it could shake heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning boomed in the outside world as well, and although that occurred within the starry sky of all heaven, it was not caused by the vast expanse. Instead, it was caused by the 9th hex. It was heaven-sealing lightning. Within Meng Hao's sea of consciousness, the black liquid had formed into something that caused the starry sky of all heaven to tremble. The 9th hex, the seal the heavens hex. In the instant that it appeared, the world of the necropolis shook violently, sending shockwaves out in the starry sky outside. Everything which existed, all living beings, felt themselves trembling, filled with indescribable astonishment. Apparently, something new had come to exist within the heavens above, a naturally occurring enemy of heaven. Apparently, there was a new will which existed in the starry sky of the vast expanse. Apparently, within the countless worlds of reality, there was a new natural law. It was the seal the heavens hex, a Tao which existed above all other laws. Ryuayuam Blel. As the intense rumbling sound echoed out, Meng Hao took a deep breath. Then his eyes snapped open. He had completed the first step on his path to transcendence. He had fully absorbed the 9th hex, which had been formed by the accumulation of the 9 incarnations of his clone. They were now an inseparable part of him, completely and utterly part of Meng Hao. However, that was only the first step. Meng Hao was acutely aware that time was of the essence and that he needed to take the second step as soon as possible. That second step was 9 hexes, combine, Meng Hao said. As soon as the words left his mouth, all surrounding natural and magical laws shattered, as if they simply couldn't stand up to the domineering existence of the 9 hexes. In the moment that Meng Hao prepared to combine the 9 hexes, the embodiment of the will of all heaven looked on with widening eyes. A bright light began to shine within those eyes, and at the same time, the void outside of the vast expanse began to twist and distort, as a huge eye appeared. The eye slowly began to open, and when it reached the halfway point, a shockingly powerful will began to surge out from it, its target being Meng Hao. It wanted to prevent him from transcending. However, it was at this point that, without any warning, a person appeared in front of the eye. It was a young man with white hair and a cold expression. Furthermore, it was possible to tell that this was a clone, not this person's true self. The clone looked like Slaughter, as well as the young man who had appeared outside of the immortal god continent, the transcendent cultivator. He reached out and placed his hand onto the huge eye, preventing it from opening any further. A tremor ran through the eye, and a roar of rage could be heard. Then, within the boundless void outside the vast expanse, a second figure appeared. He was also a young man, and he radiated a sinister aura of death. He had long, violet hair, and his eyes seemed to shine with starlight. His expression was calm as he hovered there, staring at the boundless eye. As the eye struggled to open, an enraged voice roared, "You people failed back then. You do not qualify to try to eradicate me. You might have become more powerful since then, but you do not qualify to stand in my way." Everything in the area began to tremble and shatter. However, the two young men didn't seem ruffled at all. "The fellow Taoist who can wipe you out is currently transcending. We might have lost our qualifications, but we can still stop you from interfering." The eye remained half open, mysterious light glittering within. Meanwhile, back in the necropolis, the embodiment of the will of all heaven gritted his teeth. Eyes gleaming with ferocity, he ceased his attempts to call upon power from outside the vast expanse, and instead focused on drawing upon the power within the starry sky of the vast expanse. Within the depths of the starry sky were numerous vortexes which housed various worlds and realms. Within thousands of those locations, blood-curdling screams echoed out as the living beings there withered up. Their flesh and blood, along with their life force, was all sucked away. It wasn't just the life forms within those locations. The worlds themselves were all transformed into ash, their world essences sucked away. Thousands of worlds were gone in the blink of an eye, completely wiped out of existence. There were even entire regions near the border of the starry sky of all heaven which withered away as if they had just died. Most shocking of all was that the energy of heaven and earth within the starry sky was suddenly reduced by 30%. If it were reduced by any more than that, the entire vast expanse would collapse. It was a limit which apparently couldn't be passed. All of that power was absorbed by the embodiment of the will of all heaven. It took a single thought to accomplish, and then an indescribable power converged outside of the necropolis and began to tear it open. The sky of the necropolis was completely destroyed, revealing the starry sky of the vast expanse beyond. The will of all heaven descended in full, completely destroying the first landmass. Next was the second, third, fourth, and in fact, all of the landmasses except for the ninth. Everything was transformed into rubble by the will of all heaven. The descending will of all heaven was like a flood of water. In the blink of an eye, it converged onto its embodiment. Instantly, that embodiment's features twisted and changed. 6 more arms sprouted out of its body, giving it a total of 8. Furthermore, 3 heads emerged. It had a total of 4 heads and 8 arms. A roar of rage transformed into a powerful sound wave that blasted into the 9th landmass, causing it to tremble violently. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone looked on with widening eyes. "I am all heaven," said the 4-headed, 8-armed figure, its voice echoing like thunder. At the same time, its body began to grow blurry, revealing something completely unexpected inside. Countless stars, planets, vortexes, and worlds. It was as if the entire starry sky of the vast expanse had become its body. It was using the full power of the starry sky to try to wipe out the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse. It would destroy that clone, then wipe out Meng Hao to prevent him from transcending, and bring everything back under its control. Patriarch Vast Expanse had only left a clone behind here. However, because of the bronze lamp inside of Meng Hao, that clone chose to help him. With that bronze lamp, Meng Hao became the legacy successor of Patriarch Vast Expanse. That legacy was a legacy not of the cultivation base or the bloodline, but rather of thought. It was a continuity of thought, a desire to destroy the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse. Because they both harbored that intent, the clone chose to help Meng Hao. However, it was only a clone. The real Patriarch Vast Expanse was a figure from countless years in the past. It was impossible to say where he was now. As for his clone, he could hold out for a while against the will of all heaven. But considering how madly that will was fighting, sparing no cost to win, it meant that the clone was reaching its limit. And yet, it continued to stand against the attack. It was falling apart into destruction, but it knew that if it were completely destroyed, then Meng Hao, who was still in the midst of his effort to combine the 9 hexes, would be facing grave danger. In this critical moment, the clone's eyes suddenly flickered. His right hand shot out toward Meng Hao and made a grasping motion. What it was beckoning to, though, was not Meng Hao, but the parrot. The parrot blurred into motion, transforming into the battle weapon, which the clone grabbed and slashed out into the air. Heaven shook and the earth trembled. A huge rift opened up, which erupted with the explosive power of time travel. That power became a windstorm which swept out to cover the 9th land mass, as well as the rest of the crumbling necropolis. Time was being reversed. Instantly, 10,000 years passed. Then 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Endless years blurred by in a tempest. And when everything became clear again, the world was completely different. The sky was now bright blue, and the 8 destroyed land masses were restored. Countless cultivators could be seen flying here and there. It was a bustling, flourishing place. A gentle breeze blew as the lands of the necropolis returned to ancient times. The sect leader and the others gasped in response. However, it wasn't a huge shock considering that they had seen similar things occur in the past. Every time the necropolis experienced the apocalyptic catastrophe, it returned to ancient times when the will of all heaven destroyed the world. However, this time it was the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse who had reversed time, taking all of the memories of the apocalypse which existed in the necropolis and unleashing them early. With that, the clone took a deep breath, and then stabbed the battle weapon down into the ground. Rumbling echoed out as the clone's divine sense filled all the lands with a single thought. And that thought was, destroy the starry sky of the vast expanse. In the blink of an eye, countless cultivators and other living entities on the land masses settled down cross-legged and combined their divine sense into a massive wave. That wave then surged out like a tempest to batter against the embodiment of the will of all heaven with his 8 arms and 4 heads. You use the life force of the entire starry sky of the vast expanse? Well, I'll use magic to reach into the past and use the power of my people to fight back. This was a magical technique that would exceed the comprehension of most cultivators. However, considering the realm Patriarch Vast Expanse was in, time and space could be molded into divine abilities and great Taos. The 4-headed, 8-armed embodiment of the will of all heaven stared with bright red eyes. Then he waved his arms, unleashing waves of crackling lightning to fight the windstorm. Rumbling filled the air, and at the same time, thumping sounds emanated out from Meng Hao as his energy erupted, the result of the process of combining his hexing magic. First hex. He waved his sleeve, and the beginning-ending hex appeared. That was the beginning of the series of hexing magics, and also the ending piece in the puzzle that Meng Hao had assembled. He didn't create it himself, of course, but rather obtained it by means of the legacy of Shui Donglu, who himself was created by a fragment of the will of Paragon 9 Seals. After absorbing it, it became Meng Hao's first hex. His eyes glittered as the hex appeared, and at the same time a point of light began to shine on his forehead. As soon as it did, the redness in the eyes of all heaven's embodiment grew even more intense. Then Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he performed an incantation gesture. He was unleashing the second hex. Real unreal hexing. Finding the real in the unreal, taking the unreal and making it real. A second point of light appeared on Meng Hao's forehead. At first glance it seemed like an illusion, but closer examination revealed that it was corporeal. It even seemed capable of absorbing minds. That was the second hex. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Thanks to the magic of Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone, Meng Hao was actually standing within an ancient era, although things didn't look very much different than they had before. The sky was blue, and the ground was covered with green limestone. The air was thick with spiritual energy. From a distance, rainbows could be seen stretching across the sky. As for Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone, he was converging the divine sense of all of the cultivators of his lands and slamming it against the embodiment of the will of all heaven. Third hex. Meng Hao's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. The third hex was present ancient hexing, and as soon as it appeared, it instantly harmonized with the current state of the world. A resonance formed which made sense considering that Meng Hao was surrounded by ancient times where he himself was from the present. Present and ancient existed simultaneously, causing the power of time to spread out along with the appearance of the present ancient hex. At the same time, a third point of light appeared on Meng Hao's forehead. 3 points of light glittered radiantly, and Meng Hao's energy continued to rise. Without pausing for a moment, he waved both of his hands out in front of him. Fourth hex. The fourth hex was among the most powerful of the first 8 hexes. It was called the self-hex, and could create seemingly infinite clones, enough to fill an entire world. As soon as it appeared, Meng Hao was immediately surrounded by countless different versions of himself. One of those figures caused Meng Hao's mind to reel the instant he caught sight of him. It was Little Treasure. Unfortunately, now was not the time to ponder the matter. Meng Hao immediately glanced away and prepared to perform an incantation gesture to unleash the 5th hex. However, it was in that very moment that a massive force surged against him. He shook visibly and blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was shoved backward. At the same time, Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone exploded. Just as he was about to reform, the 4-headed, 8-armed embodiment of the will of all heaven waved a sleeve, which instantly slowed down the process. The embodiment of all heaven was riddled with so many wounds that he looked like a mass of flesh and blood, and yet he instantly charged toward Meng Hao. Almost as soon as he moved, the divine sense of the countless living beings on the landmass forged a barrier, yet again making it impossible for the embodiment to reach Meng Hao. "Screw off!" he roared, waving his numerous arms, unleashing massive force against the barrier, which subsequently began to collapse, layer by layer. Meng Hao's eyes were crimson as he backed up, yet again performing an incantation gesture. 5th hex. The 5th hex was the inside-outside hex. As soon as it appeared, a force of expulsion erupted out, creating a black hole in front of Meng Hao. That black hole spun rapidly, shrinking down until it became the 5th point light on Meng Hao's forehead. By that point, the embodiment of all heaven had almost completely broken through the barrier. The countless streams of divine sense were in the midst of collapse. Meng Hao continued to back up. 6th hex. Life-death hexing. 7th hex. Karmic hexing. 8th hex. Body-mind hexing. When those 3 hexing magics emerged from Meng Hao's hands, brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth, and massive winds screamed. Everything shook violently. It was also in that exact same moment that the embodiment of all heaven blasted away all of the divine sense of the living beings in the world. Then he shot forward to appear directly in front of Meng Hao. As he reached his hand out to wipe Meng Hao out of existence, the pressure radiating off of him caused Meng Hao's mind to reel. However, even as the pressure crushed down on him, Meng Hao's eyes glittered brightly and he unleashed his 9th hex. 9th hex. Seal the heavens hex. A mighty power descended, something boundlessly domineering. It was a power that said, "If I want your eyes opened, they shall not be closed. If I want them closed, they had better not be open. What I want, the heavens shall not lack. What I don't want, had better not exist in the heavens. Be gone!" Meng Hao roared. A power that did not come from the starry sky of all heaven erupted from the 9th hex, something like a mad wind that blasted into the embodiment of the will of all heaven. The world shook as that power became an attack force. Meng Hao was shoved backward, as was the embodiment of all heaven, whose expression was that of terror. However, his eyes were also filled with intense killing intent. He forced himself to grind to a halt, holding nothing back as he fought against the power. His body trembled violently, and suddenly, 2 of his heads exploded, as well as several of his arms. And yet, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. However, it was at this point that the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse, whom all heavens will had destroyed moments ago, formed back together. He instantly teleported directly in front of the embodiment of all heaven, whereupon flames erupted from him, along with a terrifying aura. He waved his right hand, yet again blocking the path of the severely damaged embodiment. All heaven's embodiment roared, then transformed into countless motes of light. As they spread out, They flew up into the sky to transform into a gigantic finger. The boundless, majestic finger stretched down from the starry sky, rumbling down toward Meng Hao in the clone of patriarch vast expanse. As it descended, countless black flowers appeared on its surface. As they bloomed, vicious creatures flew out, all of them with 3 heads and 6 arms. Their energy surged as they charged in attack. By this point, Meng Hao's 9th hex was fully deployed. A 9th point of light appeared on his forehead, whereupon all of the other lights merged together with it to create something that looked like a sun. 9 hexes combined. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. Rumbling sounds echoed out along with the aura of transcendence. The starry sky shook and the universe trembled. After the 9 hexes combined, they all transformed into essences, causing Meng Hao's cultivation base to truly reach the 9 essences level. After that, his cultivation base power skyrocketed, growing intensely powerful, breaking through all barriers. Wind screamed around him as the finger formed from the will of all heaven began to shake. But things weren't over yet. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red as he looked up and roared. Converge 9 essences. Cultivation base breakthrough. Boom! His 9 essences converged together. 9 became 1. And the door of heaven and earth opened. The limitations of the vast expanse were destroyed. A clap of thunder rang out, which could be heard by all lives and in all worlds throughout the starry sky of all heaven. Within that thunderclap was Meng Hao's voice, which echoed out through all of the vast expanse. I am Meng Hao. Here I transcend. Countless people and other life forms heard the words. They echoed out in the immortal God continent, the devil realm continent, countless other worlds and realms, and even in the mountain and sea butterfly. Everyone heard. Within the mountain and sea butterfly, many people who knew Meng Hao were left flabbergasted by the words. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire world within which he stood went completely silent. With his essences completely combined, an aura which did not belong to the starry sky of the vast expanse raged up. It grew more and more powerful, and as it did, countless illusory chains appeared all around Meng Hao. One by one, those chains exploded. As those chains were destroyed, his aura grew more shocking and incredible. This cultivation-based breakthrough put him at a level in which he could directly fight back against the will of all heaven. Within his chi passageways, any power which had anything to do with the natural laws of the vast expanse vanished. They were replaced by a demonic chi that could shake heaven and earth, that could stain the world red. Meng Hao's hair turned crimson, and suddenly an endless ocean of blood appeared around him. He had the feeling that this world, this starry sky, could be changed by him with a single thought. He could manipulate it or even destroy it if he wished. At the same time, he felt a force of expulsion appear, something that apparently wanted to drive him away. The enormous finger up above began to shake, and the 3-headed 6-armed figures looked at Meng Hao with fear, as if they didn't dare to get close to him. Meng Hao looked around, and everything seemed different. He saw the natural and magical laws of the world. He saw threads running here and there. He saw things that he had never been able to see before. He saw that the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse was actually a soul shadow. He saw that the finger up above was actually composed of countless magical symbols, sealing marks. So this is what it feels like to transcend, he thought. It's too bad. I don't count as having fully transcended. Cultivation base, body, and soul. Only by breaking through in all 3 areas can one truly be considered transcendent. For example, Paragon 9 seals only achieved fleshly body transcendence. As for me, my cultivation base has transcended, but not my body or my soul. Well, I might as well use my transcendent cultivation base to extinguish the bronze lamp. With that good fortune, I can then push toward transcendence with my fleshly body. With my cultivation base and my fleshly body both in transcendence, the resonance they create will enable my soul to transform and also step into transcendence. At that time, I will truly be in the Tao source realm. That is because I will be the source of the Tao in essence. What I wish to be natural law will exist. Whatever magical laws I don't approve of will not exist. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the bronze lamp appeared. As of this moment, no one could stop Meng Hao on his path to transcendence. Not the starry sky of the vast expanse, nor the will of all heaven. Within the ancient sky of the necropolis, the enormous finger formed from the embodiment of the will of all heaven trembled. A brutal aura erupted from within it, raging in all directions, causing everything in heaven and earth to blur. Only the finger remained clear. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the pressure emanating off of Meng Hao because of his breakthrough was shattered. Meng Hao might have reached this point, but the will of all heaven could not accept that he might successfully continue to transcend. The power of expulsion from the starry sky of the vast expanse suddenly exploded out. It affected the entire ancient world, causing all of the cultivators who had appeared to tremble. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone looked on with glittering eyes. He was just about to take action, but after looking over at Meng Hao, he smiled slightly and then looked off into the distance, seemingly oblivious to what was happening. The enormous finger continued to descend, and the lands shook. A huge crevice opened up, spreading out rapidly. Apparently, the entire landmass was about to collapse. The finger superseded the sky, drawing ever closer. Soon, what Meng Hao was looking up at wasn't a finger, it was a series of mountains and plains. Those were the fingerprint, within which was the power of the starry sky of the vast expanse. A power completely focused on slaying Meng Hao before he could fully transcend. However, even as the finger descended, Meng Hao swished his wide sleeve, and the bronze lamp floated up front of him, burning brightly, its appearance ancient, even primitive. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Eyes shining with anticipation and focus, he focused the power of his transcendent cultivation base, and then blew a breath out of his mouth. That breath was like a storm, a tempest that linked heaven and earth, a cyclone that rose up and slammed into the finger formed by all heaven. A huge boom echoed out. The sky shattered and the land crumbled. However, the cyclone was incapable of fighting the destructive finger of all heaven and vanished. However, by the time that happened, Meng Hao's breath, which was backed by the power of his transcendent cultivation base, had already blown across the bronze lamp. As it did, the flame flickered wildly, then bent over to the side, and was extinguished. That was Meng Hao's final soul lamp. That was the bronze lamp which he had acquired in a stroke of incredible good fortune, which had saved his life. That was Patriarch Vast Expanse's bronze lamp. As of this moment, it was extinguished. Instantly, green smoke appeared, which rapidly entered Meng Hao's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. When the last bit of green smoke left the bronze lamp, it turned into drifting ash. It was as if, after completing its mission, it dissipated into heaven and earth. It was in that exact same moment that the finger of the will of all heaven, the finger which was bursting with the power to destroy worlds, reached a position 3,000 meters away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked up at the fingerprints, which resembled vast mountains and plains. His clothes were whipping back and forth in the wind, and his hair was completely disheveled. The finger accelerated. "Die!" screamed a voice from nowhere. It seemed to command ultimate authority, to contain within it the natural laws of the vast expanse, the power of the starry sky as a whole. All of that was rumbling toward Meng Hao. It only took a moment for it to be directly in front of Meng Hao. It was as if the heavens themselves were descending upon him. But Meng Hao simply reached out and pushed against the finger with his hand. The moment his hand made contact, rumbling sounds filled him, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Crevices snaked out from beneath his feet as everything crumbled. The entire land mass shattered into rubble which dropped down. Now there was nothing beneath Meng Hao but an empty starry sky. However, Meng Hao himself didn't move an inch. He hovered there, bracing himself against the finger of all heaven. Although blood was oozing out of the corners of his mouth, his eyes shone with a terrifying glow. His pupils were bright red, which was the foundation of the demon and could not be changed. Perhaps instead of calling it demonic, it would be more appropriate to call it chaotic. It was the ultimate form of chaos, a chaos from within which could be born a completely contradictory natural law. This was Meng Hao's version of the demon. However, that was not his essence. His essence was more than that. In what had once been the whites of his eyes, a new color appeared. Violet. He had violet eyes and red pupils, and the aura he emanated was completely impossible to describe with words. It was as if he were the ultimate form of chaos, as if he were completely at odds with the entire world, with heaven and earth. Even as his right hand pushed against the finger, he smiled. By this point, nobody can destroy me. Nobody can control my fate. Nobody is qualified to manipulate my path. Even the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse does not qualify. You are dismissed. He shoved his hand forward, and thunderous rumbling emanated out. Beneath his skin could be seen numerous wriggling, snake-like objects. However, they weren't snakes. They were the strands of green smoke he had absorbed from the bronze lamp. Numerous strands of smoke flowed like mad through his body. They contained boundless life force which strengthened him, causing him to grow more powerful by the moment. Ru-yu-yu-umble. Veins bulged out on Meng Hao's neck and face as he took a step forward, pushing onto the finger, which had no choice but to fall back. It didn't want to, but the power of Meng Hao's fleshly body could shake heaven and earth, and was forcing it backward. The light of time flickered dully, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing completely. An enraged roar echoed out as the finger pushed out with more power than before, still intent on wiping out Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright red light. His chi passageways had reached their limit and began to explode. Countless motes of scintillating light filled his body, and at the same time, his flesh and blood began to transform. His bones, his body, his chi passageways, and even his blood apparently ceased to exist. However, from the outside he looked the same as ever. That was because, by this point, his body was neither mortal nor cultivator. A thunderous, heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom rang out. It was as if the starry sky was bearing witness to Meng Hao as he took another step forward, threw his head back, and let loose a long cry. The sound of the noise split the starry sky, echoing out in all directions. The finger began to tremble as Meng Hao emanated dazzling red light, his hair whipping about around him. That red light was the same color as his soul and his eyes. As soon as it appeared, a tremor ran through him, and his fleshly body power broke through to a higher level, to a level that could shake heaven and earth. And that was transcendence. The moment he entered transcendence, it was as if a gate had been opened in heaven and earth, a gate that erupted with the power of time. At the same time, Meng Hao's body created a new starry sky. It was a starry sky that existed inside of him, which transformed into a spinning vortex. He took a deep breath. Now that his fleshly body had transcended, it meant that, in some ways, even if heaven and earth rotted away, he would not. Screw the hell off, Meng Hao roared. His energy skyrocketed, and rumbling sounds echoed out as he violently waved his hand. The enormous finger was shoved backward, and even began to show signs that it would soon fall apart. As of this moment, not even the clone of Patriarch Vast Expanse could measure up to Meng Hao. After all, he was just a clone, and this was Meng Hao's true self. He was a being like the ghost, the god, or the devil. Although he was only about 70% transcendent, and was still lacking a transcendent soul, the energy he could unleash put him in a position to fight back against the finger formed by the will of all heaven, and in fact to have the upper hand. The finger of all heaven was pushed back, and Meng Hao hovered there in the void, surrounded by boundless crimson light. When he looked up, his eyes shone with piercing light. Next to transcend will be my soul. He flicked his sleeve, and his cultivation base erupted with terrifying transcendent power. No one could face such power and not be struck to the heart with fear. It stood above all sorts of natural and magical laws. It was the Tao source. Everything around Meng Hao twisted and distorted. All heaven and earth acknowledged allegiance to him. As his cultivation base rocketed up, he took a deep breath, which caused the air around him to shatter, as though he were sucking away the life force of his surroundings, causing everything to wither. At the same time, his transcendent fleshly body radiated fear-inspiring power that combined with his cultivation base power to form a shocking resonance. Because of that resonance, his soul began to transform. His aura grew completely petrifying as it spread out in all directions. In the end, his soul completely transformed, leaving Meng Hao fully transcended. In that moment, his aura and the terrifying ripples spreading out from him suddenly vanished. He no longer seemed ostentatiously awe-inspiring. As he hovered there, he actually looked like a mortal. And yet, because of his current state, the ancientness around him faded away, and the world returned to its previous state. The 9 land masses of the necropolis reappeared, and the starry sky formed up above. Thunder boomed. Down on the 9th land mass, the sect leader and the others were trembling, their eyes radiating intense reverence. When they laid eyes on Meng Hao, they gasped, then dropped to their knees. "Greetings, Transcender! Greetings, Transcender!" Jin Yunshan's eyes were as wide as saucers, and Sha Jiodong's mind was reeling. Bai Wuqian appeared to be in a daze. All three were trembling. The pressure from Meng Hao completely enveloped them, and the feeling exceeded even that of heavenly might. It was as if a single glance from him could kill them where they stood. "Greetings, Transcender!" All three immediately kowtowed. "Greetings, Transcender!" The other 9 essences paragons took deep breaths and also kowtowed, their eyes filled with reverence, fanaticism, and awe. These were 9 essences cultivators who hadn't kowtowed to anyone for countless years. But now they didn't hesitate to bend over until their foreheads were touching the ground. They didn't hesitate at all to offer him the most formal of respectful greetings. Within the starry sky of the vast expanse, transcendent cultivators were something out of legends. They were individuals who could single-handedly destroy worlds with impunity. They were essences unto themselves who not even the will of the vast expanse could interfere with. Transcendence and the Tao Source realm were completely independent of natural and magical law. Such cultivators were their own form of natural law and gave birth to their own essence. They were completely and utterly independent. The sect leader and the other 9 essences cultivators weren't the only ones to kowtow. The countless ghosts who were still waiting off in the distance all looked at Meng Hao with complete reverence, then dropped to their knees and kowtowed. "Greetings, Transcender!" Within the starry sky of the vast expanse, countless entities, countless life forms, countless worlds, were all shaking. All living things looked in the direction of the necropolis and bowed their heads. It was an impulse from within their souls. Although they didn't know who it was who had transcended, they could feel it, as though new heavens had suddenly appeared up above. From ancient times until now, throughout the countless years which had passed, there had only been 3 true transcendent cultivators: the ghost, the devil, the god. But now there was a 4th. He possessed unending command over magic. He was of the boundless Tao. He was of heaven trampling. He was Meng Hao. Suddenly, the finger which had been formed by the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse, the finger that had just collapsed, formed back together. Simultaneously, thousands upon thousands of worlds withered up. All living things within them instantly died. Their life forces sucked away to fuel the new finger. Rumbling could be heard as the finger began to descend toward Meng Hao in shocking fashion. Meng Hao looked up, his expression calm. Then he lifted his right hand and pointed out with his index finger. As he did, the red, rippling light which surrounded him rose up into the air, swirling around and around in circles as it transformed into the image of a finger that could match up in every way to the finger formed by the will of all heaven. Without any pause, the crimson finger began to fly up into the air. When the 2 huge fingers collided, it seemed as if the entire starry sky of the vast expanse were about to be destroyed. A shockwave blasted out in all directions that could not be described with words. The finger formed by the will of all heaven shook violently and then exploded, becoming countless motes of crystalline light. As for the finger formed by Meng Hao's personal essence, it also exploded into a blast of red light. As soon as the finger formed by all heavens collapsed, the seemingly infinite motes of light that appeared suddenly transformed into lightning bolts. Rumbling could be heard as the endless bolts of lightning shot down toward Meng Hao. This was tribulation lightning, sent by the starry sky of the vast expanse as transcendence tribulation. Any one of those bolts of lightning could wipe a P39 essence's expert out of existence. As they descended en masse toward Meng Hao, he let out a light sigh. Then he waved his right hand, causing all of the light which had formed his finger moments ago to coalesce into the shape of a gigantic head. It had a solitary horn jutting out of it and flickering red eyes. As it faced the incoming lightning, it grinned viciously, then opened its mouth and began to breathe in. Instantly, the lightning bolts began to twist, and were subsequently sucked into the mouth of the huge head. The head looked up at the starry sky, then began to shrink down, flying toward Meng Hao's palm, where it eventually became a spinning vortex. The spinning vortex was only the size of a hand, but there seemed to be no end to it on the inside, as though it contained countless heavenly bodies, as if it had its own starry sky. Everything went completely silent. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone looked thoughtfully at the vortex in Meng Hao's palm. At the same time, a figure appeared within the starry sky of the necropolis. It was merely an outline, and inside of it could be seen 98 fruits. It was exactly the same entity Meng Hao had laid eyes on in the demon pillar outside the vast expanse. It was none other than the true body which was being rebuilt by the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse. It was hard to say exactly when he had appeared up there, but there he floated up, looking down at Meng Hao. He seemed especially focused on the starry sky vortex Meng Hao held in his hand. Meng Hao looked up at the figure. After a long moment, the outline spoke, its voice cool. Half a step into ancestor. With one final look at Meng Hao, he faded away. Half a step into ancestor. Meng Hao smiled. It was only after his cultivation base, fleshly body, and soul had all entered transcendence that he realized the truth. When it came to transcendence, the Tao Source realm wasn't the only realm. There was another realm which was the ancestor. That was the peak of transcendence. As for Meng Hao, when he transcended, he went all the way to the Great Circle. In fact, he went beyond that, taking him half a step into the ancestor realm. The hallmark of the ancestor realm was that a starry sky, a world, would appear within one's own body. The 9 land masses were completely silent. Meng Hao looked over at Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Patriarch." He said nothing more. However, the assistance provided to him by Patriarch Vast Expanse was something he would never forget. He bowed with complete sincerity and gratitude. Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone looked at Meng Hao, face expressionless. "The 3 people who came before you have long since left," he said coolly. "Perhaps they have returned, but it would only be to observe a bit before leaving again. Compared to the universe in which they exist, this place is insignificant. I'm just a clone, and my days are numbered. At the most, I will last another 10,000 years before passing away into meditation. Then I will vanish. However, it is a true blessing to have been able to witness a 4th fellow Taoist transcend here in my old home." Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone smiled, then stepped back toward the huge throne. The rocks flew back up into the air, covering him, transforming yet again into a huge statue. Soon, everything looked like before, with the statue staring out over his homeland. The 1st through 8th land masses, which had been pulverized into nothing more than dust, were now reformed just as they had been. Everything in the necropolis was just as it had been before. Meng Hao once again clasped hands and bowed deeply. By now, he had abandoned his idea of taking the ghosts away to fight for him. It wasn't that he was incapable of doing such a thing. Rather, it was not the right thing to do. This was their home. They had been born here and they had died here. It was a place they shouldn't be separated from. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then turned and waved his sleeve, sweeping up the sect leader and the others. He took a step forward, and without the need for any teleportation portal, was instantly outside of the necropolis. As soon as he appeared in the starry sky of the vast expanse, he could sense a terrifying power of expulsion pushing against him and could even hear what sounded like the voice of the will of all heaven. "Leave, leave, leave, leave this place." Meng Hao looked up at the starry sky. The feeling of being expelled was intense. All of the natural and magical laws within the starry sky of the vast expanse, all of the essences, were now trying to expel him. He, a transcendent being, was something that the starry sky of the vast expanse could not accept. Wherever he stood, he replaced all essences, all natural laws, and all magical laws. That, of course, created a conflict. Meng Hao's expression was normal as he looked away from the starry sky toward the sect leader and the others. All of them were panting, and as soon as he looked at them, they quickly bowed. "Congratulations, exalted transcender." As he hovered there in the starry sky, Meng Hao realized that all existence, even the starry sky, were contained within his thoughts. Before, the vast expanse had seemed endless and infinite, but now he could send his divine sense out to its borders. Of course, the borders were so distant that even someone at the peak of 9 essences couldn't reach them within a lifetime. As such, it wasn't necessarily incorrect to call the starry sky of the vast expanse never-ending. Before, There was something about the vast expanse that Meng Hao had been incapable of noticing. But now he could clearly see that the starry sky contained countless rifts. Some were large and some were small, but they filled the starry sky and also emanated an aura of decay, which was the source of the mist that filled the vast expanse. That decay was a sign of imminent death, of age, of weakness. This starry sky was on the verge of dying. It was like an old man lying on his deathbed. However, the starry sky didn't wish to pass away into death, which was why all of this was happening. As of this point, Meng Hao understood everything. If he wanted to, he could rip open the starry sky and step outside of the vast expanse. He could enter the void outside where the 5 columns existed. Were it his wish, he could rip his way out of the vast expanse to enter the true universe. In fact, he had already been outside in the past. He suddenly sent his divine sense raging out in all directions. He suppressed the power of expulsion, driving it away, then sent his divine sense out through the rifts filling the starry sky, rifts that only transcendent cultivators could see. That allowed him to see what was outside of the starry sky of the vast expanse. He saw a quiet void, filled with dust and desolation. Back before he had transcended, this sight didn't leave much of an impression on him, other than the feeling that it had once been a beautiful and flourishing place. Now, that feeling was stronger than ever. In fact, he even noticed signs that living beings had once existed out here. Based on the desolation which surrounded the vast expanse on the outside, he was sure that ages ago, before the will of all heaven had grown old, there had been countless heavenly bodies and worlds out here. There had been many forms of life which multiplied and grew. However, as the will of all heaven grew old, the starry sky began to wither, beginning with the area outside the vast expanse. The planets here were broken and crumbled. Everything was dead, and the only thing that remained behind amidst the rubble were the 5 columns. After pondering the pervasive aura of death for a moment, he sent his divine sense even further out. Soon, it filled the entire area that was immediately outside of the vast expanse. It was then that he noticed a barrier filled with rifts. Non-transcendent cultivators could spend a lifetime and never pass through that barrier, but for transcendent cultivators it would be as simple as breathing. A moment later, Meng Hao's divine sense saw a new starry sky. Instantly, his heart began to pound. What he was looking at was something which could truly be called infinite. The universe. Based on his divine sense, he couldn't see its borders at all. There was resplendent, dazzling light, and a seemingly endless sea of stars, filled with countless vortexes and other heavenly bodies. Some of them were dim, some were bright. Some were withering in death, some seemed to have only recently been born. Meng Hao turned to look back at the vast expanse realm, and his eyes gleamed with enlightenment. So, this is what Patriarch Vast Expanse's clone referred to, the universe. The vast expanse realm is just one whirlpool of stars within this boundless universe. He shook his head at the realization that the vast expanse realm was simply a small part of the universe. You could even say that it was like a seed. Inside the seed was the vast expanse, and outside of it was the universe as a whole. Out in the universe, everything was quiet. He could see countless other whirlpools of stars, and it was very possible to imagine that they were full of their own various worlds. The others who transcended before me all went out into the universe, he murmured. Each whirlpool of stars was a world, and only by transcending could one be qualified to leave that world. It was impossible to say how many living things there were in the universe, but one could imagine that there were definitely other transcendent beings there. Most likely many more existed than the few who had emerged from the starry sky of the vast expanse. However, when compared to the universe as a whole, such people would still be incredibly rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. As he looked out at the universe, Meng Hao felt the impulse to go out to explore it. There was surely a much longer path for him to walk out there. Perhaps, years later, he might even encounter the ghost, the god, and the devil. In the end, he retracted his divine sense and quelled that impulse. There was still far too much unfinished business within the vast expanse realm. After returning to his body, his eyes shone with profound light. He almost looked like the young scholar he had been thousands of years ago on Mount Daqing. Now that he had transcended, there were no traces of age at all on his face. However, the ancient look within his eyes was even more prominent. He heard the sect leader and the others greeting him formally. Apparently, time moved differently for him now. From the moment he had sent his divine sense out into the universe, until the moment it returned, only enough time had passed to speak a single sentence. The words, "Congratulations, exalted transcender," were still echoing out as Meng Hao looked off in the direction of the mountain and sea butterfly. "Call me the demon sovereign," Meng Hao said coolly. The sect leader and the others shivered. Bowing their heads, they said, "Greetings, demon sovereign." Even as everyone offered greetings, Jin Yunshan took a deep breath. He had failed to transcend, but Meng Hao had succeeded. As such, he was quick to realize that any hope he had in transcending lay with Meng Hao. Furthermore, he could sense how vastly different he was from Meng Hao in terms of power. It was as if a single word from Meng Hao could alter natural law. It was as if a single thought from him could become essence. It was as if a single action on his part could shake the entire starry sky. In his view, Meng Hao was now on equal footing with the legendary patriarch Vast Expanse. Because of the vast disparity between them, he also had the feeling that he could not be able to step into transcendence anytime soon. "Exalted demon sovereign," he said, "I am willing to be a slave for you as your vanguard. I will lead the Vast Expanse School to slaughter the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent." The sect leader's heart trembled, and he immediately voiced similar words. The others all did the same. Trembling, Immortal by Wuxia stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Your humble servant is willing to do anything for you, O Exalted One. I only hope that in the end you will return me to my home outside the vast expanse." Even as she bowed, she looked at Meng Hao with anticipation, focus, and hope. Meng Hao looked back at her for a moment before replying, "You really wish to go back outside the vast expanse?" "Exalted One," she replied, "I beg for your aid in doing so. I was born outside the vast expanse in the vast expanse society. My family, my friends, my roots are all outside the vast expanse." From the way she looked at Meng Hao, she seemed to be pleading with him. Meng Hao sighed softly. By this point, he realized that all of Bai Wuqian's memories were illusions. In fact, all of the people on planet Vast Expanse who had supposedly descended from above had had their memories altered by the will of all heaven. All of those people had been put in place by that will. That included Hanbei. As for exactly why that was, Meng Hao wasn't sure. However, he was absolutely certain that it had something to do with planet Vast Expanse. "Once everything is concluded," he said coolly, "if you still wish to go back outside the vast expanse, I will help you." With that, he made a grasping motion, and a soul strand appeared in his hand. It was a middle-aged man who had a third eye on his forehead. After he appeared, he trembled, then immediately kowtowed to Meng Hao. Apparently, he didn't dare to speak even a word. That soul was the true ninth paragon of the Vast Expanse School. Back in their original encounter, Meng Hao had promised to eventually release him from being sealed. Now he was making good on that promise. With the wave of a finger, he created something from nothing, providing a new fleshly body for the ninth paragon's soul. The others were shaken by what they saw, and their desire to reach transcendence themselves became even stronger. "Many thanks, Exalted One," cried the ninth paragon, his heart filled with both excitement and bitterness. Long ago, he had smugly assumed that he would rise to glory after descending. How could he ever have imagined that his soul would have been sealed by Meng Hao, who would then assume his identity to rise to power? In the 2,000 years which had passed, Meng Hao had transcended while he himself remained in the 9 essences level. However, he felt no resentment. Instead, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed over and over again. Meng Hao looked around at the group of paragons and said, "Any of you who wish to join me can meet me half a month from now outside of planet Vast Expanse." With that, he swished his sleeve, took a step forward, and vanished. Everyone rose to their feet and exchanged glances. All of them were visibly moved by what had just occurred. A moment later, they transformed into beams of light which shot off in the direction of planet Vast Expanse. Meng Hao made his way alone out into the starry sky. Following his memories, he returned to the location near the mountain and sea butterfly where he had been teleported away by the meat jelly. Based on the parrot's memories, he then began to search for the location where he had fully fused with the bronze lamp. What he wanted to find was the place where the meat jelly's aura had finally dissipated. That location was where he was most confident that he could reverse what had occurred in the starry sky of the vast expanse and resurrect the meat jelly. He would essentially grab the meat jelly's soul from within the will of all heaven and drag it out. Several hours later, Meng Hao reached his destination, where he looked around for a moment in both grief and anticipation. He could tell that this was the location where the meat jelly, still in armor form, had died in the midst of defending him. Meng Hao made a grasping gesture with his right hand, and a fossilized suit of armor appeared. The parrot flew out, its expression the same as Meng Hao's, that of grief and anticipation. Meng Hao carefully laid the armor out in front of him in the exact spot where the meat jelly had died. Eyes glittering, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then placed both hands down onto the armor. The starry sky filled with rumbling sounds as ripples spread out in all directions. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, and his expression was very serious as he unleashed hexing magics, one type after another. Eventually, the 9th hex appeared, whereupon he lifted his right foot up and then stamped it down. By the power of my name, I hereby alter natural law, reverse time, and overturn the starry sky. Meat jelly, I call upon your soul to return from the stream of time. His voice seemed to be filled with strange, magical power. Instantly, the surrounding laws of magic and nature began to twist and distort. It was as if the area in front of Meng Hao was being wrenched out of the control of the will of all heaven and conforming to Meng Hao's Tao. The natural and magical laws in the area all transformed into spiraling threads, which merged together to form a mighty river. It was a river formed, not from water, but from the fragments of time which existed in the starry sky of the vast expanse. Within that flowing river were numerous vicious beasts, one of which was a crocodilian creature fully 30,000 meters long. As it rose up from within the river, it looked like a hulking island. Who has the gall to unleash hexing magic to disturb the flow of time? It roared in a voice like thunder. Anyone who commits the sin of altering with time shall be imprisoned for all eternity. It looked like a paramount celestial being, radiating pressure in all directions. However, when it saw Meng Hao, its eyes went wide, and it shivered in terror. This creature was the embodiment of countless souls fused together, and could control the river of time. It had never seen Meng Hao before, but was aware that there were 4 people within the starry sky of the vast expanse who had transcended, and could fight with the will of all heaven. As soon as it laid eyes on Meng Hao, it realized who he was and instantly changed its tone of voice. Exalted one, your humble servant didn't see you just now. What are your orders, Exalted one? I will go through hell or high water to fulfill your every request. Meng Hao looked calmly at the crocodilian creature, then waved his finger at the river of time. Instantly, the entire river slowed down and stopped. That affected the flow of time everywhere within the starry sky of the vast expanse. All beings and entities, regardless of their nature, were suddenly rendered immobile. The crocodilian creature shivered. A divine ability like this which could suspend the flow of time was something that surpassed any and all natural laws. Even this creature was incapable of moving, and could do nothing more than watch as Meng Hao reached his hand out into the river of time. It seemed almost like a casual gesture. Instantly, countless motes of time appeared in front of him within the starry sky of the vast expanse. They were events which had occurred in a previous life, numerous images that would cause even the mind of a 9 essences paragon to reel. Only a transcendent cultivator would be able to do something like this, to reverse fate and alter reality. Meng Hao didn't pause for a moment. He quickly found the meat jelly's soul within the river of time, 2,000 years in the past. He could see himself and the meat jelly in armor form. He saw the meat jelly die. He watched as the meat jelly's soul flew away. Just when it was about to vanish into the void, he reached out and gently laid a hold of the soul. The entire process only took a few breaths worth of time. A moment later, he held a soul strand in his hand. When the parrot saw the meat jelly's soul, its eyes lit up with hope. A warm look could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes as he placed the meat jelly's soul onto the fossilized suit of armor. Instantly, a howl echoed out through the starry sky as the will of all heaven tried to interfere. To the will of all heaven, Meng Hao's actions were a brazen provocation. He was interfering with something that belonged solely to that will. Souls of entities which had died were supposed to return to the starry sky of the vast expanse, but Meng Hao was completely defying that arrangement. As the howl echoed out, the formerly still starry sky of the vast expanse suddenly returned to normal. The river of time flowed once more, and the crocodilian creature shivered and sank back down into its depths, not daring to even show its face. It was well aware that it could not participate in a battle between Meng Hao and the starry sky itself. The howl echoed out near and far, in all times and places, seemingly intent on burying Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, he simply snorted coldly. Immediately, ripples spread out, distorting everything as they spread out, seemingly taking the surrounding area and cutting it away from the starry sky of the vast expanse. Ignoring the howl coming from the will of the starry sky, Meng Hao pushed the meat jelly's soul down into the armor with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the fossilized armor suddenly turned sleek and glossy. Then it began to twitch and wriggle as if life were being breathed into it. Immediately, the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse began to descend. But before it could reach him, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with cold light. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, unleashing the 9th hex with the wave of a finger. How dare you try to threaten me with this paltry show of force? Don't come at me again until you're ready to pull out all the stops. Screw off. Although he spoke calmly, every word echoed like thunder, causing rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. Instantly, the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse was crushed, destroyed as easily as a dried twig. Paying the will of the starry sky no further heed, Meng Hao looked back at the meat jelly. More and more life force was building up inside of it until it finally resumed its original form. It opened its eyes, looking around in confusion before noticing Meng Hao and the parrot. It smiled. "Ha ha," squawked the parrot. "Third bro, you're finally back." It was so excited it couldn't stand still. It immediately flew over to the meat jelly and said, "Come, come. Do you remember Lord Fifth?" The meat jelly blinked and without even thinking about it muttered, "Who are you calling third bro? You can't say that. It's immoral. It's wrong. Lord Third is going to convert you." Lord Third. Lord Third. Its eyes widened, and it glanced back and forth between the parrot and Meng Hao. Then it looked around the area in general. "Hey, what happened? I feel like I just woke up from a dream. In the dream, I died and Howie was also about to die." "Wait a second." The parrot began laughing uproariously in its high-pitched voice, and Meng Hao joined in. Meng Hao looked at the meat jelly, his gaze warm. He felt that this was one of the truly happy moments in his life. "I will ensure that all which was lost is restored," he thought. Taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeve and a blast of wind rose up. The excited parrot and the confused meat jelly vanished. After they all left, the natural and magical laws in the area returned to normal. The will of the starry sky of the vast expanse converged into the vague form of a person, who hovered there alone, looking in the direction Meng Hao had just vanished in, its eyes flickering with the intense desire to kill. One day later, in another corner of the starry sky of the vast expanse, 3 land masses existed inside of an enormous vortex. They were filled with an aura of death, and contained no cultivators, only countless lizards of varying sizes. Those lizards had fully occupied the 3 land masses, and were now the rulers of this place. The central land mass was actually an enormous basilisk lizard which spent most of its time in slumber. The world which existed on its back was a holy land occupied by its descendants. All of a sudden, a figure appeared within the vortex. It was a young man in a long white robe, who looked like a mortal scholar. He was none other than the transcended Meng Hao. On his shoulder was the parrot, who had a little silver bell attached to its foot. A face could be seen on that bell, and it didn't look confused at all. In fact, it was arguing with the parrot. In the day that had passed, the parrot had explained everything to the meat jelly, including how Meng Hao had resurrected it. The meat jelly was simple-minded to begin with, so it quickly recovered from its confusion and began to talk incessantly. "Shut up, you 3-counting old fart," the parrot squawked. "Do Lord Fifth a favor and just shut up." The meat jelly glared angrily at the parrot. Lord Third was dead for countless 3-year periods. Countless 3-year periods, you hear me? You can't even count them. That's not countless 2-year periods and not countless 1-year periods either. It's definitely not countless 0-year periods. If it could, it would have continued on in this line of reasoning, but after thinking for a bit, it realized that its ability to count really was quite limited. Anyway, I haven't been able to talk for countless 3-year periods. That simply won't do. I have to make up for all of the things I would have said during those countless 3-year periods. There are also countless bullies that I didn't convert during those countless 3-year periods. That's wrong. That's immoral. I'm a sinner. I have to make up for all of it. The meat jelly was not happy at all, and if it had arms and legs at the moment, it would be waving and stamping them wildly. The parrot and meat jelly argued back and forth, and Meng Hao smiled the entire time. He didn't feel annoyed at all. It had been 2,000 years since he had experienced this sensation, and it felt like he was with family. He hovered there in the void, looking around. This was the same place where he had found the first copper mirror shard, which he took from within the body of the gigantic lizard. Before leaving, he had mentioned that he would return to take the lizard away as his subordinate. Back then, the old lizard had mocked his words inwardly, and yet here Meng Hao was. Smiling, Meng Hao said, "Hey lizard, an old friend has come for a visit. Why haven't you come out yet?" His voice filled the 3 worlds in the vortex, causing all of the lizards to suddenly go stiff. At the same time, an enraged roar echoed out from the central land mass. The entire land mass began to move as the huge basilisk lizard lifted its head. As it glared in fury at Meng Hao, an intense pressure erupted out from within it. "Damn it, you little punk. How dare you show your face in front of—" "Wait! What?" The huge lizard's first reaction upon seeing Meng Hao was to roar with rage. However, before it could finish speaking, its eyes went wide with disbelief. Then it gasped. Meng Hao hadn't unleashed any pressure at all, but as soon as the old lizard caught wind of his aura, it could tell that something was off. Staring at him, it began to tremble. Although it had never encountered a transcendent cultivator before, it could instantly tell what Meng Hao was. Could sense that a single glance from Meng Hao could completely eradicate it. Transcender. The old lizard's mind felt as if it were being toppled over. "What did you call me just now?" Meng Hao asked coolly. The old lizard shivered, and its eyes darted back and forth for a moment before it looked back at Meng Hao with a gaze of awe and reverence. "A true genius, someone you might only see once in 100 years. Heaven has laid its eyes upon me with grace. Otherwise little old me would never get to lay eyes on a chosen like this." An expression of gratitude appeared on the lizard's face, and even as its words were echoing about, it bowed its head in respect. "Many thanks, Exalted One, many thanks. The fact that I've been able to lay eyes on you makes my entire life worth it. Oh Exalted One. What's more, I've actually been able to see you twice. Oh Exalted One, back then, I could sense that you were beyond ordinary. Exalted One, your gaze is like the gaze of an eagle or a wolf. Back then, your bearing was that of a noble hero, striding forth like the dragon or tiger. You seemed like an intrepid and honorable warrior, gripping your sword as you patrolled vigilantly." Meng Hao looked at the lizard through the slitted eyes of a smile. Discerning someone's true feelings by seeing their reaction to your brown-nosing was a childish ploy that Meng Hao had come to master long ago. Although he was a bit surprised that the old lizard would speak in such a manner, he took it in stride. However, the parrot and meat jelly looked over with looks of complete disdain. "Uncouth," the parrot said with a snort. "Shameless," the meat jelly said with a cold harumph, its eyes shining with contempt. The old lizard was at the peak of 9 essences and thus had no choice but to speak words to Meng Hao that it actually found revolting. However, it still had the same temper it always had, so the reactions from the parrot and meat jelly left it feeling even more humiliated than before. It instantly glared over at the parrot and meat jelly, eyes shining with a ferocious light. "Well, what have we here?" squawked the parrot, flapping its wings excitedly as it looked at the lizard. "Not going to back down? Come. Third bro, we need to have some words with this old bastard. Let's see. How many mistakes did it make when it was speaking just now?" A popping sound could be heard as the bell transformed into the usual meat jelly shape. It looked over at the old lizard and began to speak in a very wise and knowing tone. "I'm not going to give a lecture here, but listen, you need to do things earnestly. Even when you're brown-nosing, you have to do it earnestly. Only by doing things earnestly can you do things well. You need to brown nose as if you were practicing cultivation. That's the way to do things perfectly. AI. All this reminds of something that happened countless 3-year periods ago. It was a fine spring day when the meat jelly continued speaking emotionally. However, before it could say much more, the parrot smacked it with a wing. Hurry up and get to the point. Off to the side, Meng Hao looked on with amusement. He suddenly felt very warm inside. Seeing the parrot and meat jelly talking like this reminded him of memories from more than 2,000 years in the past. After being smacked by the parrot, the meat jelly wasn't very happy at all. The old lizard looked on with wide eyes, unable to keep himself from wondering if this meat jelly and this parrot were complete idiots. However, even as the thought occurred to him, the meat jelly cleared its throat. Fine, fine. Listen up, old lizard. Again, I'm not going to be giving any lectures. However, I couldn't help but notice that you mentioned something about only being able to see someone once in 100 years, right? Nonsense. Rubbish. You call that brown-nosing? 100 years? My little Howie is a chosen you couldn't see once in 100,000 years. No, wait. From the beginning of the starry sky of the vast expanse to now, there's never been anyone like him. The meat jelly's eyes glowed with ardor. As soon as the words left its mouth, everything went quiet, and the old lizard gaped in shock. The meat jelly cleared its throat and then, seemingly without the slightest bit of shame, continued on in a loud voice. And then there was the second thing you said. Heaven laid its eyes upon you? Do you even know how to talk? What is that supposed to mean? Heaven has eyes? What you should have said is this: oh heavens, dig out my eyes, because after seeing a chosen like this, I don't need them. The parrot was off to the side, muttering in irritation. Meng Hao blinked and couldn't hold back from coughing dryly. As for the old lizard, its eyes were as wide as saucers as it stared at the meat jelly. It couldn't suppress the feeling that it had truly run into a master of speech. Remember, when you're brown-nosing, you have to determine exactly what type of person you're talking to. Some people like a bit of exaggeration mixed in with the truth. Others like complete and utter exaggeration. Therefore, before you begin brown-nosing, you need to analyze the personality of the person in question. At a single glance, you can tell that Howie is a clever rogue. With people like that, you can't rely on ordinary methods. You have to exaggerate, go overboard. The thicker you lay it on, the better. The highest realm of brown-nosing is not the level where you make yourself sick. No, the highest level is where you actually believe what you were saying is true. That is a level that is not to be trifled with. As the meat jelly continued to lecture in a very knowledgeable fashion, its expression was very somber. It seemed genuinely irritated at the shortcomings of the old lizard. The lizard began to sweat nervously. And then there's the last thing you said. It was far too long-winded. Alright, how about this? You just watch me. I'll show you what the highest level looks like. A popping sound could be heard as the meat jelly suddenly transformed into a little lizard. Its tongue flicked out of its mouth for a moment, and its eyes began to burn with passion. It was even trembling, and smoke began to rise up from its skin. Its burning gaze seemed capable of melting mountains of ice. It was as if it were looking at the most perfect of all creations. It suddenly plopped down to prostrate itself to Meng Hao, then cried out in the most moving of voices, "O exalted one, I absolutely, positively must become your subordinate, sir, and bathe in the radiance of your light. If you dare to refuse me, sir, then I will kill myself in front of your very eyes. If you try to stop me, I will kill myself this minute." The meat jelly seemed to be lost in the act. It stuck its tongue out as if in preparation to bite it off if Meng Hao didn't agree. In fact, it even began to emanate the fluctuations of self-detonation. The parrot stared in shock for a moment, then smacked the meat jelly viciously to remind it that it was acting. "Damned bird!" the meat jelly roared. "Get the hell out of my way. I'm the most respected lizard in the entire starry sky of the vast expanse. However, as of this day, I have come to understand that my mission in life has been to wait for your appearance, O master. Sir, if you dare to say the word no, then I will kill myself immediately." The fluctuations of self-detonation continued to grow more and more intense. Soon the entire area seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. Cracking sounds emanated out and rifts opened up which emanated crimson, destructive light. Meng Hao's eyes were wide and the parrot seemed completely exasperated. Seeing that the meat jelly really did seem to be on the verge of self-detonating, he quickly said, "Yes, I accept. I accept." Finally, the meat jelly nodded in satisfaction. The signs of self-detonation faded away, and a popping sound rang out as the meat jelly returned to its usual form. It had been so engrossed in the act that it was completely exhausted. Furthermore, forcibly stopping the imminent self-detonation had resulted in some injuries. However, the meat jelly didn't seem to care. Looking proudly over at the old lizard, it said, "Now do you see how wrong you were?" The lizard remained in place, trembling and panting as it stared at the meat jelly. Suddenly, it was as if it had experienced an epiphany. Countless lightning bolts blasted around in its mind, removing the mists that had blocked enlightenment. It had never encountered anything like the meat jelly before. Moments ago, it had been more than obvious the meat jelly really had initiated a self-detonation. If Meng Hao hadn't acted when he did, the meat jelly might have actually blown itself up. The old lizard took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed to the meat jelly, its expression one of deep respect. It was feeling very torn, and was actually considering asking the meat jelly to teach it more when Meng Hao cleared his throat. "All right, enough with the ruckus," he said. "Listen, old lizard, you can follow me for 1,000 years if you want. And if not, I won't force you." With that, he flicked his sleeve and made his way off into the distance. The parrot and meat jelly immediately followed after him. After a moment passed, the meat jelly looked back ruefully at the lizard. The lizard hesitated for a moment, then clenched its jaw and flew after them. It was still feeling somewhat unsettled and thus didn't notice that the meat jelly and parrot were apparently transmitting messages to each other. "Well, what did you think of that?" the meat jelly transmitted proudly. "From now on, Lord Third has some hired muscle. That old lizard's cultivation base is at the 9 essences level. Whenever we go out in the future, we can loot anybody we want without a single hitch." The parrot rolled its eyes. "You three-counting imbecile. How stupid can you be? Howie's transcended already. With that kind of backing, who needs hired muscle? Don't you know the story of the fox who borrowed the tiger's might? Well, don't you?" Inwardly, the parrot sighed, thinking about how lonely it was being transcendent in terms of wisdom. The meat jelly gaped mutely as it was struck by the truth of the situation. All of a sudden, it realized that losing itself in the act like it had really been a waste. It had almost gotten itself killed. A few days later, Meng Hao led his little group to a desolate landmass within the starry sky of the vast expanse. It seemed completely devoid of any life, and yet when Meng Hao sent his divine sense out, the pressure caused the landmass to tremble and countless termites flew out. From the very depths of the land emerged a huge termite, larger than any of the others. When it saw Meng Hao and sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating off of him, it trembled and bowed its head. This termite was much more straightforward than the old lizard, and immediately chose to acknowledge allegiance. Taking the P39 essence's termite with him, Meng Hao traveled to another area, where there was a huge vortex. As he neared it, his eyes shone with bright light. Instantly, the vortex ceased spinning, and even began to show signs of collapse. A cry of terror echoed out from within the vortex as a huge head flew out. Before, a vicious expression had covered the head's face, but now, it was staring at Meng Hao in astonishment. It remembered Meng Hao from hundreds of years ago when he had taken away its precious treasure. It had chased after him and tried to kill him, and now here he was, returned with an aura infinitely more terrifying than before. "Why you? Quit stammering," the parrot barked. "Hurry up and decide, are you gonna acknowledge allegiance or not?" The parrot looked quite sanctimonious and lofty, almost as if it were the one emanating the aura of transcendence and not Meng Hao. The enormous face smiled wryly and thought back to what it had said last time about what would happen when it met Meng Hao again. It could do nothing but look down. "I acknowledge allegiance." Meng Hao nodded. "I've come searching for you and others like you, not to force you to acknowledge allegiance, but to put an end to the karma from years ago. If you wish to follow me, you can do so for 1,000 years. What he said was true. He didn't need their fighting power. However, after reaching transcendence, he got the feeling that he needed to unravel the karma he had in the starry sky of the vast expanse. If he didn't, it could be used against him as a weapon. The last place he went was the world that existed inside of the enormous flower. The flower was no longer in a state of bloom. It looked withered and sagged in its position within the starry sky. When Meng Hao appeared next to it, he was so minuscule as to be invisible. As soon as he appeared, though, the flower suddenly trembled. Clearly, the flower had a life force of its own, and it could sense that Meng Hao was a transcendent cultivator. He hovered there in front of the flower, thinking back to how helpless he had been last time he came, when he had been forced to simply wait for the flower to open. But now his expression was calm as he said, "Bloom." As soon as that single word left his mouth, the flower trembled even more violently than before, and without the slightest hesitation, bloomed. Meng Hao entered the world inside the flower. Back then, he had promised to completely seal the fire and ice within the world to prevent the world from being destroyed. As he flew across the lands, he looked down to find that things looked somewhat different than before. The ice mountains were melting, and much of the flames were extinguished. As for the area in the middle where the two tribes had lived, it was now losing its vitality. From the look of things, it wouldn't be long before this entire world was unsuitable for life. Once the flower closed back up, no one but a transcendent cultivator could enter, which meant that everyone living inside the world would die. Meng Hao didn't attract the attention of Patriarch Ice Mountain and the Flame Phoenix. Unless he wished it, no one in the starry sky of the vast expanse would notice him. Looking down at the lands below, he waved his finger, a seemingly casual gesture that actually altered the natural and magical laws. Changed destiny. The lands began to rumble as an invisible ripple spread out in either direction. Wherever it passed, ice mountains were frozen solid, sending coldness out in all directions that would never fade away. Everything was returned to its previous state. On the other side, flames leapt to life, sending scorching heat out in all directions. Having done that, Meng Hao looked at the lands below one more time, then made his way off. When the flower closed again, one of the ice mountains suddenly trembled and transformed into a giant. As the giant stared around in shock, a beam of light appeared off in the distance, which was none other than the Flame Phoenix. Both of them were completely astonished, and had no idea what had just occurred. Shortly before, they had been in despair, thinking that their home was doomed to be destroyed. But then, everything had been reversed. The mountains froze up again, and the flames raged hot and bright. There was even abundant spiritual energy present which hadn't been there before. "What happened?" asked the Flame Phoenix. "Patriarch Ice Mountain, do you know?" However, a glance at Patriarch Ice Mountain's expression made it obvious that he had no idea either. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Ice Mountain said, "How strange." Everything suddenly changed. Silence prevailed for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then the Flame Phoenix hesitantly looked up into the sky. "Do you think it might have been him?" returned. "Impossible." Patriarch Ice Mountain replied immediately, shaking his head. But then he hesitated. With the flower closed, no one should have been able to enter the world to interfere with the lands of ice and fire. Even if they could enter, changing the situation was impossible. Eventually, the Flame Phoenix looked thoughtfully up at the sky one more time, and then turned and left. The Ice Mountain giant looked out at the lands and sighed. "Don't tell me it was really him." A few more days passed, and soon the day arrived which Meng Hao had mentioned to the paragons from the Vast Expanse School. On that day, Planet Vast Expanse buzzed with activity. There was such a commotion that even the starry sky outside of the planet was affected. Soon, figures appeared, flying up from Planet Vast Expanse. All of them were cultivators with extraordinary cultivation bases. Powerful ripples spread out into the starry sky as an 8 essences paragon flew out, leading a vast host of other cultivators off of the planet. It was none other than the 9th sect. They were gathering in preparation for Meng Hao's return. Every paragon and all cultivators in the Tao realm, Ancient realm, and Immortal realm appeared. There were countless numbers of them, stretching out in all directions. They didn't fly out of their own power. Instead, they were organized in ranks on enormous, ancient trees which had been carved into semblances of ferocious beasts. Further off in the distance were more figures. They weren't cultivators. They were other strange creatures and life forms. These were various peoples from worlds that the 9th sect had subjugated over the years. Altogether, the forces of the Ninth Sect formed a huge army numbering over 10 billion. They virtually blotted out the sky. There almost didn't seem to be an end to the army. The pressure they radiated caused the mist in the starry sky to seethe and churn almost as if it couldn't approach the cultivators. A vortex sprang up around the host, swirling around and making their aura even more shocking. Soon, another host of cultivators flew out from planet Vast Expanse. They were the powerful experts from the Eighth Sect. Although they couldn't match up to the Ninth Sect in terms of numbers, their power and glory shook the starry sky. Next were the Seventh, Sixth, and Fifth Sects, all the way to the First Sect. Planet Vast Expanse was shaken in a way that it had never been throughout all history. A few of the well-informed rogue cultivators knew a bit about what was going on, although they weren't sure of the details. However, most rogue cultivators had no idea what was happening, and gasped in shock and fear. Heavens! The 9 great sects of the Vast Expanse School are all mobilizing off-planet. What's happening? There must be a war. The Vast Expanse School is going to fight one of the other great powers. How could that be possible? There are always small wars being fought here and there in the starry sky, but the Vast Expanse School is huge. Besides, how could they go to war when their 9 essences experts are all focused on trying to transcend? It wasn't just the rogue cultivators who were shocked. All of the other worlds located in the Vast Expanse School's sphere of influence were equally astonished. Of course, some people were able to make speculations based on tidbits of information which had leaked out in recent days. Did you hear? The entire Vast Expanse School is mobilizing. I heard they're all going to support their 9th paragon. The 9th paragon comes from a world that the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent destroyed. He wants revenge, and the Vast Expanse School is going to help him get it. They're going to war with the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent? How could this 9th paragon convince them to do such a thing? Even as everyone reeled in shock, the 9 essences paragons appeared from the various sections. They flew out to the front of the huge army, where they settled down cross-legged to wait. The sect leader was among their number, his expression grave and murderous as he sat there in front of the first sect. Jin Yunshan, Sha Jiodong, and Immortal by Wuxia were there as well, their energy shaking the starry sky around them. Apparently, the entire Vast Expanse School had come out. It was a shocking event which rocked the entire starry sky of the Vast Expanse. As word spread near and far, gasps of shock could be heard everywhere. Countless worlds chose to seal themselves shut. Innumerable vortexes went dark. No one wanted to participate in what was sure to be a brutal and savage conflict. Time passed, and everyone waited in silence. Suddenly, a powerful roar filled the starry sky as an enormous basilisk lizard appeared. It was as large as an entire landmass, and before it even got close, an intense pressure weighed down, causing everyone to tremble. The sect leader's eyes snapped open, and he slowly rose to his feet. Jin Yunshan and the others looked on with shining eyes and trembling hearts as they realized that standing on the head of the huge lizard was Meng Hao. The basilisk lizard filled them with intense dread. And as for the person standing on its head, it once again filled their hearts with the awesome sensation of transcendence. As the lizard approached, roaring sounds echoed out from behind it as an enormous termite appeared. Although it was smaller than the lizard, the aura it emanated was terrifying to the extreme. After the termite was an enormous head, floating along with a vicious expression. It looked like the head of an old man, threatening without being angry, which emanated the fear-inspiring ripples of the peak of 9 essences. Patriarch God Lizard, the Holy Termite, and the Primordial Patriarch. The sect leader and the others were completely shaken. They had heard of these 3 entities, and knew that they had reached the peak of 9 essences long, long ago. It was at this point that the 8 essences paragon from the 9th sect took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed deeply toward Meng Hao. Greetings, Demon Sovereign. The 10 billion 9th sect disciples behind him trembled inwardly. Immediately, they clasped hands and bowed, their voices forming a powerful sound wave that swept out in all directions. Greetings, Demon Sovereign. As the starry sky shook, the sect leader, Jin Yunshan, Sha Jiodong, and Immortal by Wuxia, as well as all the other 9 essences paragons, all clasped hands and bowed deeply. Greetings, Demon Sovereign. Then all of the other disciples from all the other sects clasped hands and bowed low, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The intensity of the sound echoing out caused a pulsing force of expulsion to rise up, which was the will of the starry sky reacting to what was happening. Meng Hao looked out at the scene quietly. A moment passed, and soon silence reigned. Meng Hao suddenly flicked his sleeve, causing his cultivation-based power to erupt out. Instantly, it surpassed the 9 essences level and radiated the fluctuations of the Tao Source. In the Tao Source realm, one became essence and replaced natural and magical laws. The pressure emanating from a single person could cause the minds of all living things to reel and fill their hearts with shock. Things weren't over yet, though. After unleashing his cultivation base, Meng Hao sent his divine sense out like a hurricane that swept over the entire starry sky. Transcendence. That's the aura of transcendence. I can't believe the 9th paragon actually transcended. The legends say that there have only ever been 3 people who transcended in the starry sky of the vast expanse. Patriarch Vast Expanse was one of them. But now, there's actually a 4th. Up to this point, only the 9 essences cultivators had been aware of Meng Hao's transcendence. Now that Meng Hao was making no effort to conceal the level of his cultivation base, however, the 7 and 8 essences paragons were all completely shocked. The Tao Sovereigns, Tao Lords, and other Tao realm experts were all staring with wide eyes. The ancient realm cultivators' eyes shone with fervor, and they began to cry out at the tops of their lungs. Even the disciples who weren't from the 9th sect were all in a fervor. Of course, the 9th sect was Meng Hao's sect, and they were completely shaken. The sounds of their cries shook heaven and earth, and the cultivators from the worlds which had been subjugated over the past centuries were completely won over. Demon Sovereign! Demon Sovereign! Demon Sovereign! Countless cries and roars erupted, starting from the 9th sect and going all the way to the 1st sect. Everyone, every being, every life form dropped to their knees to kowtow. Even the 9 essences paragons did the same thing. The passions of the crowd surged. The termite and the huge head looked at him with expressions of deference and allegiance, and the old lizard trembled. To everyone and everything present, Meng Hao was the ultimate figure of respect. All heaven and earth existed for him. He stood there, energy surging out into the starry sky, and after a long moment passed, he spoke, and his words were like magical law that rocked the heavens. Many thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to ask for your assistance. Please join me as I return to my home, the world sealed by the 33 heavens, the mountain and sea butterfly. Meng Hao's voice echoed out into the ears of all of the cultivators, causing their eyes to burn red with passion and reverence. Heed the commands of the demon sovereign, Ru Yuyuumble. The starry sky was split open, and the mist of the vast expanse was sent surging away. The countless life forms that existed within the mist began to tremble and didn't dare to reveal even a scrap of their auras. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and the massive army began to sweep through the starry sky in the direction of the mountain and sea butterfly. The mist was dispelled. Countless worlds were sealed, and countless vortexes remained dim. Even the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse didn't dare to approach. A vast array of cultivators marched through the starry sky like a river, splitting apart the vast expanse and causing rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. The 1st sect was in the vanguard position and was flanked by the 2nd and 3rd sects. They were like sharp blades piercing everything in their path as they whistled through the starry sky. In the middle of the procession was the 9th sect. Countless cultivators surrounded the huge old lizard upon whose head Meng Hao sat cross-legged. The termite and the huge head were off to either side, radiating the energy of the 9 essences level, causing the starry sky to grow dim. Flanking the 9th sect were the 4th, 5th, and 6th sects, which were like wings that spread out in all directions. The rear guard was comprised of the 7th and 8th sects, like a mighty tail radiating a murderous aura. The mighty army seemed prepared to cut down any gods it encountered, to slay any immortals. It rocketed away from planet Vast Expanse, unleashing its top speed as it headed toward the mountain and sea butterfly. As they went along, countless worlds made way. Innumerable vortexes remained in concealment. Any such place which dared to stand in the path of this army would be crushed in the blink of an eye, as easily as dry twigs. Meng Hao never reigned in his aura. From beginning to end, it raged out, announcing in grand and domineering fashion to all vortexes, to all lives, to all entities, that he was returning. The demon sovereign was back. At the same time as the army swept along, more and more entities sensed what was happening. Trembling with disbelief, they started spreading the news even faster through the starry sky of the vast expanse. A transcendent cultivator has appeared. A fourth transcender has appeared in the starry sky of the vast expanse. Earlier, it suddenly felt as if another heaven had been added above us. The truth is that a fourth transcendo appeared. The starry sky was completely shaken. Not even dust dared to get in Meng Hao's path. Countless beings off in the distance couldn't hold back from dropping to their knees to kowtow. Every cultivator in the army was itching to fight, causing the deadly aura of the army to rise higher by the moment. As the army advanced, it got closer and closer to the mountain and sea butterfly. Meng Hao sat atop the old lizard's head, looking off into the distance at the butterfly, and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He had transcended and had thus surpassed all other cultivators. He had reached a legendary realm and was now the type of person that others worshipped. But despite that, he still couldn't remain calm. "I'm coming home," he thought. "Dad, Mom, your son is coming back to see you. Your son is coming home. Qing'er, I'm returning for you. How have you been, my family, my friends? Do you remember me? I am Meng Hao and I'm back. O mountain and sea realm, you were destroyed in the past, and I promise to build you once again. Now, I've come back to make good on that promise. And as for you, 33 heavens, all grievances will be laid to rest. Immortal God Continent, Devil Realm Continent. I now understand much more about you and 90% of my speculations have been confirmed. However, I will still destroy you. If I don't, then what is the point of having transcended? You will be eradicated. Who could possibly just forget? An enmity which has festered for 2,000 years. As for the starry sky of the vast expanse, it will also be overturned. His eyes shone with crimson light, demonic light, and the demonic chi which radiated off of him exceeded anything ordinary. Numerous images flashed through Meng Hao's mind. He saw the mountain and sea realm being destroyed in the fighting. He saw the immortal God Continent giving chase. He saw the deaths of Shui Donglu and Sea Dream. After the mountain and sea butterfly was safe, he saw the Devil Realm Continent arrive, joining forces with the immortal God Continent to destroy the mountain and sea realm. The meat jelly died, and the parrot experienced an agonizing fate, all to help him flee. After he awoke near planet Vast Expanse, he had set a goal. One day I will return. Rumble. The starry sky shook as the army advanced. The mists retreated. Eventually, something appeared in front of them. It was a grand and shocking spell formation. It was the Aeon Span. Within the Aeon Span were the 33 land masses, the 33 heavens which suppressed the mountain and sea butterfly. Just outside of the 33 land masses was a monkey, sitting there cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he shivered in terror and shock. All of the fur on his body instantly stood on end. Beneath it all was a green bronze coffin. The coffin glowed with soft light, and inside was a spectacularly beautiful woman who appeared to be sleeping. A butterfly could be seen atop the coffin, which seemed to nearing the end of its life. Pressure crushed down from above, but the light from the coffin made it impossible for that pressure to touch the butterfly. It was almost as if the entire starry sky hated the butterfly. Were it not for the light from that coffin, the butterfly would have long since been destroyed. Years ago, Paragon Sea Dream had given up her life to find a safe haven. The fact that the butterfly had survived until now proved that her sacrifice really had bought safety for the mountain and sea realm. "I'm back," Meng Hao whispered, standing on the head of the old lizard, looking at the mountain and sea butterfly. His words were spoken so softly that only he could hear them. As he looked at the mountain and sea butterfly, his eyes shone with reminiscence. Now that he had transcended, his slightest word or action could shake the entire starry sky of the vast expanse. In fact, he didn't even need to speak. A single thought could change natural law. He had even reached the point where all someone had to do was think of his name, and Meng Hao would know. That level of divine ability and skill was one of the terrifying natures of transcendent cultivators. It was nothing special to the so-called boundless Tao and heaven trampling. In the moment that he murmured those words, his voice could be heard in the minds of all his old friends in the mountain and sea butterfly. His parents were there. They suddenly looked up as they sensed Meng Hao's aura, and expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. Although it was clearly their son's aura, it contained something that could shake heaven and earth. And it was getting closer. It's Hauer. Hauer is back. He didn't die. The Qilin son of the Fang clan is back. He's definitely going to cleave open the 33 heavens and paint the vast expanse red with their blood. Meng Hao's father, Fang Xiufeng, threw his head back and laughed. It had been a long time since he had been so happy and excited. He wrapped his arms around Meng Li, whose eyes were wet with tears. She looked up into starry sky above, and she knew that her son was the most outstanding individual in existence. She knew that he would keep his promises no matter how much time passed or how many incredible developments occurred. Years ago he had said that he would return, so he would definitely return. Many people throughout the world of the mountain and sea butterfly felt similar sensations. Su Qing was sitting cross-legged in the main gate of her residence on the mountaintop. She suddenly walked outside, her green garments fluttering in the wind. Her long hair flowed past her beautiful face, which was already starting to show a bit of age. However, the faint wrinkles couldn't cover up her expression of determination and excitement. She had been meditating moments ago, but when she heard Meng Hao's voice, it was almost as if he were standing right next to her. "I'm back." She was sure that she hadn't misheard. After rushing out, she stood there at the top of the mountain, looking up anxiously into the sky. She gripped her garment tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face. Those tears contained joy and her longing for Meng Hao, feelings which had been growing for 2,000 years. "Meng Hao," she said, smiling. Her smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower, causing everything around her to somehow fade. She knew that Meng Hao was back. Her husband was out there in the starry sky above. He was back, just as he had promised. Within the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, Wang Yukai was practicing cultivation in a desert. He had spent the last 2,000 years tormenting himself, tormenting his fleshly body, his divine sense, his mind. By means of this brutal method of training, he had constantly increased his battle prowess. He had come to be an object of veneration for countless people in the mountain and sea butterfly. Normally speaking, he should never have been able to live so long. In fact, there were many powerful experts in the mountain and sea butterfly whose longevity should have been cut off long ago. However, the bronze coffin that the butterfly rested on emanated intense time power to prevent the 33 heavens from encroaching. That power nourished and protected those who inhabited the world of the mountains and seas, even those who should have died in the past. Wang Youcai's eyes were black pits that he hadn't opened for countless years. Currently, he was trudging along through the desert when suddenly he stopped and looked up. Then he started laughing uproariously. Boundless cultivation-based power erupted out of him, causing a tempest to spring up. That aura. That voice. Meng Hao. It's Meng Hao. Wang Yukai once again laughed heartily. In another part of the mountain and sea butterfly world was a flourishing sect. Fatty was there. He was now a middle-aged man, so fat that he looked like a mountain. However, he emanated the powerful fluctuations of the Dao realm. Although he couldn't measure up to Wang Yukai, he was still one of the most famous experts in the mountain and sea butterfly world. Considering everything he had experienced in the past, the words he spoke in the sect were like orders from the heavens. He was currently crunching a spirit stone to bits in his mouth, which was his special method of cultivation, something different from others. Even as he absorbed the spirit stone, he suddenly shivered as a sensation overcame him which had experienced in the past. This time, however, it was vastly more intense. He suddenly turned into a blur of motion as he flew up into the sky. He looked up, trembling, then let out a powerful, excited roar. After being stifled for so many years, he was at long last able to explode with madness. All of the disciples in the sect were completely shocked. The sect elders flew up into the air to look in astonishment at Fatty, their patriarch. "Ha ha! Meng Hao, damn it! You're finally back! I heard you! I heard you, Meng Hao!" Fatty roared with joy, tears streaming down his face. "More than 2,000 years! We've been waiting for you for more than 2,000 years. At long last! You're back!" People down below looked up at their patriarch, who was laughing and crying, and weren't sure what was happening. Most of them had been born in the recent centuries, and thus couldn't hear or sense what Meng Hao's old friends could. A moment later, a few hundred old-timers flew up from within the sect. They were trembling, unsure if what they had sensed moments ago had been an illusion or not. But seeing Fatty react in such a way caused excitement to rise up in their hearts. Was that really Meng Hao? It really was. Ha ha! He's coming back? It was Meng Hao. It was him. The demon sovereign. All of the old-timers began to shout in excitement. As for everyone else, their confusion gradually gave way to shock. Meng Hao, the exalted demon sovereign? According to the stories, he was the #1 most powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm who saved us all 2,000 years ago. The exalted demon sovereign is back? Is it for real? One disciple after another began to tremble and cry out. In another location was a husband and wife, who were none other than Meng Hao's sister Fangyu and Sun Hai. They flew out from their residence to hover in midair, looking excitedly up into the sky. Fangyu's tears of joy blurred her vision as she said, "Little brother." Sun Hai looked very excited and started laughing out loud. Their reaction caused 3 beams of light to fly up and join them. There were 2 men and a woman, all of them young. These 3 were none other than Fangyu and Sun Hai's children. These 3 younger ones rarely saw their parents acting so emotionally and couldn't help but ask what was happening. "Dad, Mom, what's going on? What happened?" "It's your uncle," Fangyu cried. "He's back." Her eyes were shining more brightly right now than they had for centuries. "Our uncle? Meng Hao, the exalted demon sovereign?" Meng Hao's nephews and niece almost couldn't believe what was happening. They had been born into an era in which Meng Hao was a legend. In fact, to everyone born in the past several centuries, Meng Hao wasn't even a cultivator. He was a story, a myth. Somewhere else in the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, the aura of a 7 essences paragon suddenly exploded out, leading to widespread shock. Suddenly, an old man appeared up in midair. It was none other than Grandpa Meng. He had already elevated his cultivation base to the level of a 7 essences paragon, becoming one of the 4 grand guardians of the mountain and sea butterfly. He looked up into the sky, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously, tears of joy streaming down his face. In another area was yet another 7 essences aura. Rumbling sounds echoed out from a puppet which stood tall over a certain city. That puppet was none other than the paragon from the first heaven, who Meng Hao had sealed early in the mountain and sea war. At the same time, far to the east, was an unearthly region in which countless dead souls flew to and fro. This was the mountain and sea butterfly's underworld, where reincarnation was governed. Shockingly, the aura of an 8 essences paragon emanated out from here. It was none other than Xianxia. In the past, he had been the most powerful of the mountain and sea lords. In the far west was a boundless sea. Suddenly, a massive wave exploded up, atop which stood a young man. Gradually, an enormous whale became visible beneath him. The whale seemed to be a creature of constant transformations, with its appearance randomly changing. It was none other than True Spirit Knight. That young man was the one and only Kujusi. Shockingly, he was emanating the fluctuations of the 8 essences level. During the past 2,000 years, many shocking developments had occurred within the mountain and sea butterfly. However, the most astonishing of all was that, in addition to the puppet, there were 3 additional paragons. Grandpa Meng and Xianxia had been powerful to begin with, especially Xianxia, who had been like an imperial lord. Therefore, it was no surprise that they had become paragons. As for Kujusi, before the fall of the mountain and sea realm, few people had known who he was. Who would ever have thought that in the centuries that followed, he would rise to the 8 essences level? As of this moment, all 4 of the paragons were looking up into the sky, as if they could see Meng Hao approaching from beyond the 33 heavens. In another location in the mountain and sea butterfly world sea, a huge island could be seen. A glittering shield covered it, but it was still possible to see an entire country on that island, almost a world of its own. Shockingly, a huge turtle lay beneath that island. It was Patriarch Reliance. Yawning, he squinted and looked up into the heavens. "Why is that aura so familiar?" he muttered to himself. "Damn it, Think hard, patriarch. Whose aura is that? How come it makes me want to cry? A young woman could be seen standing on his head. She was currently weeping with joy. That young woman was none other than guiding Trirain. Behind her was a man who, despite seeming to be of middle age, had a full head of white hair. His aura was in a state of deterioration, and yet a pearl circulated around him in the air. He was Dong Hu. I've been feeding this pearl with my body for so many years, he murmured, waiting for its owner. Considering everything, I can't help but wonder if it belongs to Meng Hao. His eyes shone with brilliant light. Countless people were shocked and astonished. The world of the mountain and sea butterfly was shaken in a way it never had been before. It was as if, all of a sudden, new life had been poured into it. All of Meng Hao's old friends were whipped into excitement, including Li Linger, who was carrying on Sea Dream's legacy, and Jixiang. There were other cultivators too, all of whom were extremely excited. He's coming back. Meng Hao is back. The demon sovereign is back. Everyone was excited and shouting. The moment they had all been waiting for was finally here. At the same time, powerful ripples emanated out from the huge army. Their speed increased, sending the mist of the vast expanse into chaos. The outsiders who lived in the 33 heavens didn't seem to notice. They didn't know what was coming, and apparently didn't even care. The Aeon Span, as well as other defensive spell formations put in place by the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent, had rebuffed countless greedy beings who had attempted to break in during the past 2,000 years. All had been blocked and many had been directly killed. What made the 33 heavens even more complacent was that inside the Aeon Span there was Dao Feng. He was their guardian, and thanks to the help of the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent, his cultivation base was even higher than it had been in the past. And yet, the person they had all put their faith in, Dao Feng, was currently trembling. Dao Feng's fur stood on end as a sensation of unprecedented crisis raged through him. It was the most intense sensation of danger that he had experienced since the 2 times the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed. He almost felt as if he couldn't breathe, and his cultivation base was trembling. He saw the army approaching, the terrifyingly endless number of cultivators. Furthermore, he could sense that there were numerous terrifying individuals within the larger army as a whole. He couldn't see Meng Hao, only the huge old lizard. It was as if he didn't even qualify to see the figure who stood atop the lizard's head. Instead, all he could see in the place that Meng Hao was standing was a swirling vortex, a vortex that could seemingly distort the entire starry sky. Dao Feng didn't hesitate for even a moment. There was no time for him to even cry out. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, then pointed out, causing the Aeon Span to begin to rumble. Powerful ripples exploded out as the Aeon Span manipulated the mist of the vast expanse into creating a huge barrier that prevented the approaching army from even seeing inside of it. Dao Feng then performed another incantation gesture, causing 2 additional auras to emanate out from the spell formation. Of those 2 auras, one represented the Immortal God continent, and the other represented the Devil Realm continent. They merged into the mist around them, spreading out in all directions, serving as a sign and a warning. They were a sign of the power of the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent, and also a warning to all that this place was not to be provoked. Having accomplished these things, Dao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was still a bit nervous, but kept reminding himself of all the other terrifying entities he had encountered in his long life who were scared off by these 2 auras. He could only hope that this situation would be the same. They're probably just passing by, he told himself. Yes, definitely just passing by. That's most certainly it. The 33 heavens couldn't have done anything to provoke such a huge army of cultivators. And none of the survivors of the mountain and sea realm have been able to break free from the seal. There's no way they could have somehow made contact with such a terrifyingly powerful group. That must be the case. Besides, who in the starry sky of the vast expanse would ever dare to provoke the Immortal God continent and the Devil Realm continent? Such people are like phoenix feathers or Qilin horns, and would never care about a place like this. As he comforted himself in this way, he slowly began to calm down, convinced that his analysis of the situation was correct. And yet, he couldn't shake the jittery fear which gripped him because of the mysterious figure in the vortex on top of the lizard, that figure who he couldn't actually see. He had the feeling that whoever was in that vortex was the most terrifying entity in the entire huge army. He was so nervous as he sat there waiting that he didn't even notice that he had begun to tremble visibly. With the help of the immortal god continent and the devil realm, his cultivation base was now in the 9 essences level. And yet, he was shaking all the same. Fear swept over him like flood waters, leaving him feeling as if he were being suffocated. He could only wait and hope that the army would simply pass by. Outside of the aeon span, the mist shield. As the seal over the 33 heavens tightened, Meng Hao's view was once again obscured. The army slowed to halt. Countless cultivators hovered there, eyes gleaming with the desire to unleash slaughter as well as utter confidence in Meng Hao. One by one, they turned, gazing at him with zealous ardor. Everything was quiet. Not a single person spoke. All of them were simply waiting for Meng Hao to issue orders. The disciples of the 9th sect did so, as did the cultivators from all the other sections. Even the 9 essences paragons were no exception. The sect leader, Jin Yunshan, the huge termite and the gigantic head, the old lizard, and all of Meng Hao's other subordinates were completely silent. Meng Hao stood there on the lizard, looking out at the mists, his eyes flickering with killing intent so powerful it seemed capable of taking corporeal form. Then, the mist shield seethed as the 2 auras erupted out from the aeon span. Both of them were at the peak of 9 essences. They weren't people. They were simply streams of divine will left behind to threaten anyone who came into the area. This area is under the protection of the brave warriors of the immortal god continent. Anyone from other parts of the starry sky of the vast expanse should leave immediately. At the same time, another voice also rang out, sinister and murderous and also rife with an aura of death. Whoever encroaches upon the territory of the devil realm will have their entire clan wiped out. Not a single individual will be left alive. Any other person would have been struck with fear. In fact, without Meng Hao, even the vast expanse school would have shrunk back. Facing either the immortal god continent or the devil realm would lead to a catastrophe that the vast expanse school would never accept. But now everything was different. Even as the messages from the 2 streams of divine will echoed out, none of the cultivators in the army moved a muscle. In fact, their murderous auras only grew stronger. As everyone watched, Meng Hao slowly rose to his feet, and then waved his finger at the mist shield. He didn't speak a word. The simple movement of his finger didn't even unleash a magical technique. And yet, the mist shield began to vibrate, and the 2 streams of peak 9 essences divine will were instantly destroyed. At the same time, countless heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roars echoed out from within the army. Their killing intent rocketed up, and in the blink of an eye, vast quantities of cultivators shot out toward the mist shield. The sect leader and the others, numerous peak 9 essences cultivators, all unleashed divine abilities at the same time. The mist instantly began to collapse. Beneath the mist shield, inside the aeon span, Dao Feng was getting even more nervous. He could see the mist outside being attacked in unprecedented fashion, and could also sense the 2 sealing marks left by the immortal god continent and the devil realm suddenly cracking and then transforming into ash. They were destroyed in an instant, as if they were insignificant. Even more shocking was that as they were transformed into ash, 2 black threads shot through the mist shield, looking for the source of the sealing marks, as if to obliterate whoever had controlled them. Dao Feng was completely stunned. Gasping, he shot to his feet. At the same time, the mist shield outside of the aeon span was being ripped away as if by enormous hands. Massive booms echoed out and the starry sky shook. It only took a few moments for the mist to be completely ripped open. It was torn apart from either side, revealing the aeon span, the 33 heavens, and even Dao Feng, who by now was trembling in fear. Rumbling sounds filled the starry sky as the army advanced. As divine abilities shot out and slammed into the aeon span, the intense sound of explosions echoed out, startling numerous outsiders down in the 33 heavens, none of whom could imagine what was happening. The aeon span was a shield that could not be easily broken through. Even Shui Donglu had plotted and calculated for years and years before figuring out a way to do so. Besides, the shield had been bolstered and strengthened for 1,000 years. The immortal god continent and the devil realm had paid significant prices to ensure that it was stable. But now, it only took a moment for cracks to spread out over its surface. Countless figures appeared outside, all of them unleashing relentless attacks that pushed the aeon span to its breaking point. Among those figures were a golden-robed young man, an old man with white hair, a man surrounded by a windstorm, and a woman whose spectacular beauty was visible despite the mist which surrounded her. 9 essences. The great circle of 9 essences. Dao Fang was flabbergasted. All 4 of those people were at the great circle of 9 essences, and any one of them could shake heavenly bodies with the tap of a foot. And these 4 were apparently only the vanguard. They were joined by more than 10 other cultivators, all of whom were attacking, not just with the power of 9 essences, but rather the peak. 9 essences. Dao Fang's mind was spinning. He had never seen so many 9 essences cultivators together, and couldn't imagine how it would be possible for them to all be acting in concert. Furthermore, these people were mere soldiers. None of them were the general who commanded the army. More terrifying than them was the old lizard a bit further off, who looked like a world unto itself. Next to the lizard was a terrifying head, and in the other direction was a huge termite whose eyes radiated merciless light. Those 3 left Dao Fang feeling as if all the light had faded from the world. Despair filled his heart as he confirmed that those 3 were past the great circle of 9 essences and were borderline transcendent. "There's a misunderstanding here," he shrieked. "Fellow Taoists, we are the 33 heavens. We don't get involved with the enmities of the outside world. We've never offended anyone, and in fact, we've never even left our spell formation. Please, tell me what's going on." "We are a subordinate world of the immortal god continent and the devil realm. Fellow Taoist, please, tell me why this is happening." More figures were flying out from the 33 heavens, and all of them were trembling in fear. Dao Fang's cries were filled with confusion and fury. He couldn't help but feel that it was unfair for this to be happening, considering they hadn't offended anyone this powerful. It was at this point that a cool voice suddenly echoed out through the starry sky. Dao Fang who destroyed the 8th mountain with a single staff strike. "Do you remember me?" There was nothing awe-inspiring about what he said. In fact, his words seemed laced with sorrow. And yet, within the sorrow, Dao Fang could also hear hatred. A hatred that would not dissipate even if the 33 heavens were destroyed. It was the type of hatred that could spawn killing intent so powerful that it would not be sated even if the starry sky were overthrown, or the vast expanse destroyed and filled with the reek of blood. As soon as he heard those words, his jaw dropped, and he subconsciously looked up toward the huge lizard outside of the aeon span, and the mysterious figure in the vortex on its head. Slowly, that figure began to grow clearer and clearer. Dao Fang began to pant, and his eyes went wide with disbelief. Soon, he could clearly see the figure's face in every detail. Dao Fang began to tremble, and his mind felt as if it were being filled with countless lightning bolts and thunderclaps. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was so preposterous that he couldn't help but rub his eyes to clear them. "Ha ha ha! How could it be him?" he muttered to himself, shivering. "I must be seeing things. Ha ha!" After rubbing his eyes, he looked over again, and his face drained of blood. All he could do was gape in shock, his mind devoid of thought, a complete blank. He couldn't prevent himself from shaking visibly, and his eyes were instantly shot with blood. He felt like his blood was about to pump in reverse, his tongue stuck in his mouth, and his mouth opened and closed as if he were speaking, and yet no words came out. "What? Don't recognize me?" Meng Hao asked coolly. He began to walk forward, and the old lizard immediately lowered its head to accommodate him. As he strode out, all of the surrounding cultivators dropped to their knees, expressions of ardor on their faces. Even the parts of the army which were attacking the aeon span stopped and dropped to their knees. Countless voices joined together to form a sound that could shake heaven and earth. "Greetings, demon sovereign." The mere sound of it caused the aeon span to shake. Meng Hao walked forward, his expression the same as ever. Soon he was standing right in front of the aeon span. There he hovered, looking at the incredulous Dao Fang on the other side. Meng Hao," Dao Fang stammered, seemingly having difficulty even speaking. From the look in his eyes, it was as if he were being faced with the most spectacularly unbelievable thing in all existence. He could scarcely believe his own eyes or his own mind. Even just looking at Meng Hao left him feeling like his body was about to collapse, and he began to edge backward. "Impossible," he shrieked, shaking even harder than before. "It's not possible that you're Meng Hao. Meng Hao is dead. Dead, I tell you. Who are you? Why are you disguised as Meng Hao? There's no way you're actually Meng Hao. Did you personally witness my death?" Meng Hao asked. He was in no hurry, and everything in the area was under the control of his divine sense. It was possible to say that no force or power who came here could threaten or harm the mountain and sea butterfly. Not the immortal god continent. Not the devil realm. And of course, the 33 heavens qualified even less. Meng Hao's hatred had been festering for more than 2,000 years. If one started counting from the moment of the 33 heavens betrayal, when they began to suppress the mountain and sea realm, then the hatred of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm stretched back even farther than that. Because of such hatred, Meng Hao wouldn't simply destroy the 33 heavens in one fell swoop. That would not drive away the hatred. He would torment them. He would unleash the hatred upon them. Only in such a way could he, as well as the other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, give vent to the resentment which had been suffocating them for years. I. Dao Fang was nearly struck mute by Meng Hao's words. It was true. He hadn't personally witnessed Meng Hao die. Although it didn't seem possible that Meng Hao could have made a comeback within Dao Fang's terror, he had to admit that the person in front of him was definitely Meng Hao. How can he be so powerful? Dao Fang said bitterly. And how could he be back? As his voice echoed out beneath the aeon span, the other cultivators of the 33 heavens heard it, including the powerful experts who had just flown up. Among their number were paragons who had interacted with Meng Hao in the past, and when they heard Dao Fang's words, their faces turned ashen and their minds reeled. Having seen the army outside of the aeon span, they were already terrified and filled with anxiety. Facing such a huge army left them completely at wit's end, and they could only be as careful as possible. Even if they had to beg and plead for mercy, they would. For the 33 heavens to be faced with an army like this was like a tiny kingdom facing an empire. There was simply no way to compare. It was like a baby fighting a strong young man. After seeing Meng Hao with their own eyes, and hearing Dao Fang's words, the powerful experts from the 33 heavens began to shake in disbelief. Meng Hao. He's that paragon from the mountain and sea realm. The experts from the 33 heavens were in a pandemonium, especially the ones who had personally witnessed Meng Hao in action before. It was as if a huge disaster were bearing down on them from above. However, there were still some who didn't understand the height of the heavens and the breadth of the earth, and were still confident enough to make brazen statements. Impossible. It's impossible. He's dead. And even if he didn't die back then, the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent have been searching for him ever since. There's no way he could still be alive. And even if he were alive, how could he possibly have command of such a powerful force? How could he ever have convinced such a huge army to fight for him? This is ludicrous. Well, he won't be able to get past the aeon span. It was bolstered by the immortal god continent and the devil realm. It will take him a while to get through, and by that time the immortal god continent and the devil realm will have arrived. This Meng Hao has walked right into a trap. He's dead. Meng Hao hovered outside of the aeon span, looking at the outsiders, eyes flickering with killing intent and hatred, which he did nothing at all to hide. The aeon span, he said. A vicious smile broke out on his face, and he began to laugh, a laughter filled with hatred. The aeon span had sealed the mountain and sea realm for countless years. Shui Donglu had spent his entire life planning how to break through it and buy a chance at freedom for the mountain and sea realm. In fact, it was because of that shield, which had suppressed the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm for so many years, that the League of Demon Sealers mantra also mentioned the aeon span. They all had to face the aeon span. His laughter grew louder, until it echoed out through the entire starry sky. I, Meng Hao, hereby decree that in this starry sky, there will henceforth be no aeon span. His voice echoed out like thunder, provoking an instant reaction. The starry sky of the vast expanse was altered. It didn't matter whether or not the will of the starry sky agreed. Meng Hao changed it, ensuring that the aeon span was something that could not exist for all eternity. He hated the aeon span. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his hand and tapped the aeon span. As soon as his finger touched the shield, it began to distort and massive rumbling sounds echoed out. Apparently, natural and magical laws were being unleashed by Meng Hao. Instantly, it was as if the aeon span were incongruous with the entire starry sky, as if Meng Hao's will had become the will of heaven. Natural law was changed. Ryua Yuum Blel. Cracks spread out from the spot where Meng Hao's finger had touched the shield. Instantly, they spread out to cover the entire aeon span. In the space of a few breaths, Dao Feng and the other powerful experts of the 33 heavens watched in shocked disbelief as the shield that was the aeon span shattered. It completely collapsed into countless pieces, destroyed as easily as a dried twig. As the innumerable fragments of the destroyed shield swept out in all directions, it seemed like the starry sky wished to expel them. Intense pressure crushed down on them, transforming them into powder. The shield, which was the entire hope of the 33 heavens, which had protected them from countless intruders over the years, and had simultaneously suppressed the mountain and sea realm, preventing any cultivators from leaving, was instantly turned into ash. It was blasted into smithereens. I, Meng Hao, hereby decree that all who practice cultivation may no longer self-detonate or kill themselves. Eyes flickering coldly, he waved his finger, instituting a new natural law which settled down onto the 33 heavens. Because of that, the countless living beings within the 33 heavens trembled, and their minds spun. It was almost as if the will of all heaven wasn't willing to interfere with Meng Hao's revenge. Meng Hao's hatred of the 33 heavens, and the words he had just spoken, revealed the signs of what was to come, and that was a complete and utter extermination with no survivors. Exterminate them, Meng Hao said. His voice was soft, but his eyes burned with a murderous aura. Don't leave a single one alive, and don't go too quickly. Make it slow. There are 33 of these heavens, we have plenty of time. Do not rush to destroy them in both body and soul. You can only kill them once that way. First kill their bodies, then give their souls to me. The calm brutality of his voice struck icy cold deep into the hearts of all the inhabitants of the 33 heavens. In karma, there is always a cause and an effect. From the moment the 33 heavens had chosen to rebel, they were doomed to experience a day like this, in which they paid back their debt to the mountain and sea realm with full interest. That day had come. Almost as soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, the endless army of cultivators surged into the 33 heavens. They burst with somber, murderous auras. Considering their numbers and their power, they could quickly wipe out all of the 33 heavens, killing everyone in body and soul. But that wasn't the outcome Meng Hao wanted. He didn't just want them dead, he wanted revenge. And that revenge was for the 33 heavens to wallow long and hard in their terror before becoming nothing. Thus, his order to the cultivators of the vast expanse school was to take their time in the slaughter. Kill slowly. The entire area was sealed, making it impossible for anyone else to enter. Furthermore, natural law now prohibited anyone from killing themselves or self-detonating. As such, no one could escape the punishment that had been decided upon by a transcendent cultivator. Meng Hao wasn't worried about the 33 heavens in their madness harming the mountain and sea butterfly. He could prevent that from happening. The powerful experts of the 33 heavens who had flown out moments ago screamed and fled. They simply didn't qualify to try to fight back against the huge army of cultivators charging toward them. Trembling, they fled deeper into the 33 heavens. Instantly, defenses of all sorts sprang up. However, such defenses couldn't stand up to a single bombardment from the huge army of vast expanse school cultivators. They were destroyed instantly. The first to be targeted for destruction was the 33rd heaven. At the same time Meng Hao stepped into the ruined aeon span, his expression the same as ever as he came to stand in front of Dao Feng. Dao Feng's face was ashen and all his hair was standing on end. As soon as he saw Meng Hao, he began to back up. You were pretty cocky back when you destroyed the 8th mountain with a single staff strike, Meng Hao said quietly. Where is that cockiness now? He took a step forward, placing him directly in front of Dao Fang. His right hand shot out and he flicked Dao Fang in the chest. A huge boom could be heard along with a miserable shriek from Dao Fang. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent flying backward. To Dao Fang, that flick of Meng Hao's finger was like being struck by the entire starry sky. That single finger flick crushed his chest into mangled blood and gore and shattered much of the rest of his body. Of course, Meng Hao had been doing his utmost to control the force of his blow. After all, a single flick of his finger could wipe out enormous heavenly bodies, much less Dao Fang. There was no way Meng Hao would allow Dao Fang to die so easily. Not only had this monkey destroyed the 8th mountain back in the war, but he had also killed countless mountain and sea realm cultivators. Throughout the years, the numbers who had died by his staff as he stood watch over the 33 heavens was impossible to calculate. There were even many among those who had died who should have had a chance to challenge the aeon span impossible. Impossible? What's your cultivation base level? This is impossible. Dao Fang coughed up some more blood. His eyes shone with madness as he glared at Meng Hao. Finally, he threw his head back and let out a bitter howl. He was afraid, terrified. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Meng Hao would not only return, but would have a massive army at his beck and call. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but most shocking of all was that Meng Hao's cultivation base had reached an unexpectedly shocking level. Dao Fang had never met anyone who could use a single sentence to prohibit the existence of the aeon span, and then use a single finger to destroy it. The truth was he had seen all of the countless powerful experts in the army who looked at Meng Hao with zeal and awe, but he simply couldn't accept the thought of that single word. Transcendence. Meng Hao took another step forward, bringing him back in front of Dao Fang. He reached out and tapped Dao Fang's right arm. Cracking sounds rang out as the arm shattered, and then collapsed into a haze of gore. Dao Fang was shaking violently. He wanted to flee but couldn't. The pressure weighing down on him made that impossible. All he could do was glare at Meng Hao. Didn't control my power well enough, Meng Hao said, shaking his head. He reached out and pinched Dao Fang's left hand, crushing his 5 fingers one by one. Shaking, Dao Fang let out a blood-curdling scream. After his hand was crushed into a pulp, Dao Fang could only watch in horror as Meng Hao continued to pinch his fingers up the length of his arm, crushing it bit by bit. Then came his legs. Then his torso. All of Dao Fang's bones were crushed, even his spine. Meng Hao smiled, a grotesque smile that made it look like he was crying. He allowed Dao Fang to scream until his voice began to go hoarse. And yet, Meng Hao wasn't finished yet. The cultivators from the vast expanse school who could see what was happening gasped. There was no need to mention the reaction from the screaming cultivators of the 33 heavens. Meng Hao looked over at the army from the vast expanse school. Understand now? He said. Do it like this. Don't let them die quickly. After a moment of silence, the army shouted their response. The orders of the demon sovereign shall be heeded. It didn't take long before blood-curdling screams rang up from within the 33 heavens. All of the outsiders from the 1st to the 33rd heavens were trembling in terror. Kill me, Dao Fang screamed. Kill me, Meng Hao. Meng Hao shook his head. Reaching out, he pushed his hand down onto Dao Fang's chest. Massive power erupted into Dao Fang, causing all of the blood in his body to spray out through his fur. His entire body was completely drenched in blood. Dao Fang couldn't hold back his screams. He was shaking violently, his entire body twisted and distorted, filling him with pain and terror that was almost impossible to endure. I'm far from finished, Meng Hao said quietly. He reached out and waved his hand, causing all of Dao Fang's blood to form together in the palm of his hand in the form of a single drop. You dying isn't enough. Not after you've killed so many cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Let me explain how Meng Hao does things. A blood debt must be paid with blood. If you kill one of my people, I'll kill all your people. With that, he sent his divine will into the drop of blood. Let's see where exactly the people of your bloodline are. He smiled, and when Dao Fang saw that, it was the most terrifying thing he had even seen. Unfortunately, even he could detect the grief and bitterness within that smile, feelings which had been festering for centuries. A look of madness appeared in Dao Fang's eyes, and he began to struggle. Considering how hard you're struggling, it seems there must be people you care about. People you wish to protect. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with red light, and demonic chi swirled around him. As his divine sense entered Daofang's blood, he found all of the beings throughout the starry sky of the vast expanse who had blood compatible with Daofang's. Not many, he said softly. A total of 375 bloodlines. Some here in the 33 heavens, others on the outside. With that, he clenched his fist down onto the drop of blood, destroying it. As he did, all entities of the same blood as Daofang, regardless of whether they were in the 33 heavens or elsewhere in the starry sky of the vast expanse, all dropped dead. Daofang howled like a wild animal. It was at that point that Meng Hao's hand came to rest on his head. "It's not over yet," he said. "In addition to your bloodlines, there are also your successor disciples. Also, the person who taught you cultivation, and your other disciples. I will take every good memory that you have and destroy it, just like you did to the mountain and sea realm." Daofang was shaking, and a pleading look appeared in his eyes. He had never imagined that the day would come in which vengeance was inflicted upon him in this way. He fully understood that he wasn't the only one that Meng Hao wished to torment in this way. Considering the orders he had given the army, to capture the souls of the inhabitants of the 33 heavens, it was clear that he planned to treat the entire 33 heavens this way. Thinking of begging for mercy? Do you remember how many innocent people begged for mercy back when you destroyed the mountain and sea realm? Unfortunately, when you crushed the 8th mountain, I don't think you even noticed them. Meng Hao's hand pushed down onto Daofang's head, and suddenly, his memories appeared inside Meng Hao's mind. Then karma threads appeared, which Meng Hao began to viciously sever, one by one. Daofang could hear someone scream with each severed karma thread. In the end, he was left shaking, his eyes blank as Meng Hao extracted his soul. "Your fleshly body is destroyed," Meng Hao murmured. "But your soul will not rest in peace." Meng Hao waved his hand, and a sea of flames appeared up above. He threw Daofang's soul into the fire, where it would burn and be tormented for all eternity. As long as Meng Hao lived, that torment would never end. As I predicted, Little Shanks is dropping his translation of Return of the Thief to pick up something completely different. Check it out here. Very shocking turn of events. Meng Hao let out a long sigh as he strolled toward the 33rd heaven. By the time he arrived, all of the outsiders there were dead. Their fleshly bodies were destroyed all the way down to their bones. Their memories and bloodlines were destroyed, and their souls extracted. The captured souls were then delivered to Meng Hao by the vast expanse school army. He hovered in the air above the land mass itself, pouring the souls into the sea of flames, where they would suffer eternal torment. "That went too quickly," Meng Hao said in a soft voice. "From here on out, spend a full day wiping out each land mass." In response to his words, the cultivators of the vast expanse school shivered. At this point, they fully understood the insane depth of Meng Hao's hatred for the 33 heavens. With that, Meng Hao lifted his right foot and stamped it down onto the 33rd heaven. Rumbling sounds echoed out as cracks spread out to fill the entire land mass. Then it began to crumble. Buildings toppled. Everything was destroyed, transformed into nothing but dust. It all happened in mere moments. The 32nd heaven was revealed along with the countless terrified outsiders upon it. They began to cry out miserably as Meng Hao waved his hand, sending the army of cultivators on the offensive. As they began their charge, Meng Hao looked down at one particular outsider. "I remember you," he said. "Back then, you were an imperial lord and you still are now. What a pity you've made no progress." The outsider trembled and began to back up. But then, he was dragged through the air toward Meng Hao, screaming in terror and despair. Meng Hao grabbed him by the neck and methodically crushed his bones. His screams filled the entire 32nd heaven as Meng Hao used a full day to destroy his fleshly body and then extract his soul. By that point, the 32nd heaven was completely silent. All of the outsiders died screaming, bubbling with resentment that rose into the air in the form of a powerful aura which then unleashed a stifling pressure. Meng Hao looked at their souls for a moment before gathering them up and casting them into the eternal torment of the Sea of Flames. An aura of resentment. "Screw off. Meng Hao let out a cold harumph, the sound of which echoed like thunder through the starry sky. The aura of resentment instantly shattered and vanished into nothing. Resentment is useless. After all, the resentment of the mountain and sea realm back then exceeded this resentment exponentially. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he waved his hand toward the lands below. Rumbling could be heard as the 32nd heaven shattered, transforming into nothing but ash. The remains of the sinners were wiped away and the 31st heaven was revealed. It was at this point that a voice filled with madness, grief, and fury echoed out from the 31st heaven. Meng Hao, if you dare to advance another step, we'll destroy the mountain and sea butterfly. At the same time, countless figures shot out from the first heaven toward the mountain and sea butterfly. When Meng Hao saw that, he laughed. That laughter grew louder and louder, filling the starry sky. The outsiders from the first heaven who were attempting to invade the mountain and sea butterfly all trembled and lurched to a halt. They had lost their ability to move and even lost control of their cultivation bases. Looks of confusion appeared on their faces as they hovered there, motionless. At the same time, a powerful pressure began to build up around them. Within that pressure, they could sense the flow of time power. It wasn't Meng Hao, but rather, a force flowing out from the nearby coffin. Apparently, only those who had its permission could enter that area. Blood-curdling screams rang from beneath the first heaven, echoing all the way up to the 31st heaven. All outsiders who heard it were left trembling and in despair. However, none of them could self-detonate or commit suicide. They were forced to wait for their enemies to come kill them, to torment them, to extract their souls and send them into the sea of flames. Even if you don't count the era of Paragon 9 seals, just the hatred that I alone have experienced has lasted for 2,000 years, Meng Hao said. To end it quickly would be wrong. Therefore, all outsiders of the 33 heavens will continue to pay the price for their destruction of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao did not feel that this punishment was excessive, or that he was being cruel. It was simply repayment for the countless dead of the mountain and sea realm. Back when the 33 heavens invaded the mountain and sea realm, they didn't just kill the cultivators. They also massacred the mortals. They yearned for the complete and utter destruction of the mountain and sea realm. To Meng Hao, the resulting hatred meant that no amount of torment was excessive. The army of cultivators began to spread out through the 31st heaven to unleash destruction. A day later, they descended onto the 30th heaven. In the following days, they slaughtered their way down to the 15th heaven. By that time, the surviving outsiders' minds were overwhelmed with terror. They pled, they wept, they begged. But Meng Hao had no pity for them. He couldn't stop thinking about the brutality of the destruction of the mountain and sea realm, and all the despair he had seen on the faces of the people he knew before they died. Back then, he had hated the fact that his cultivation base was insufficient. He had hated the brutal injustice of heaven and earth. Now he hovered in the air above the 15th heaven, voice laced with grief as he murmured, "Listen. Do you hear that? Souls of the mountain and sea realm who fell to the outsiders. Do you hear that? They are pleading, begging, weeping. What do you think? Should we forgive them?" After a moment, he said, "I hear your response. No, we will not forgive them. Debts of blood must be repaid with blood. They yearn to destroy the people of the mountains and seas, so I will wipe them out completely." He looked sad, and yet was smiling. Chuckling, he lifted his hand up, halting the advance of the army of the vast expanse school. "From here on," he said coolly, "you don't need to do anything." With that, he looked down toward the 15th heaven and roared, "Hear me, ye who rebelled against the mountains and seas. There are 39 essences paragons among your number. The three of you, get the hell out here immediately." His voice echoed out like thunder through all of the remaining heavens down below. When he destroyed the aeon span, he could sense that the 33 heavens were much stronger than they had been in the past. Back in the original war, they didn't have any 9 essences paragons. But now they had 3 or 4 if you counted Daofeng. As his voice echoed out, the 15 land masses trembled. The 3 paragons he had referred to began to shake. They hadn't dared to try to fight Meng Hao or his army from the vast expanse school, and had instead fled, hoping to hold out long enough to be saved by the immortal god continent and the devil realm. As soon as they showed their faces, they were grabbed by Meng Hao's divine will and dragged out of the land masses. One of them was an outsider who looked like a middle-aged man. How could Meng Hao have forgotten this man? Back when the 33 heavens invaded the mountain and sea realm, he had been an 8 essences paragon. The other 2 were cultivators who had been subsequently groomed by the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent. Obviously, those 2 forces had paid a heavy price to help these outsiders rise to the 9 essences level. In the past, the 33 heavens had never had any 9 essences cultivators. At the most, they had people who were on the verge of breaking through. Back in those days, the power of 9 essences cultivators like this would have been like the might of the heavens to Meng Hao. But now he could see that even though they were at the 9 essences level, their 9th essences had actually been forced upon them. A single glance revealed that they had not used their own Tao to acquire that final essence. In fact, even their 8th essence was like that. All 3 of them combined would have been unable to defeat a true expert of the 9 essences level. The 3 of them were trembling, their faces filled with despair as they looked at Meng Hao and the huge army behind him. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "The immortal god continent and the devil realm are coming. You're dead, Meng Hao. Dead." Meng Hao didn't respond. He waved his finger, and the 9 essences cultivator in the middle of the group of 3 burst into flames and began to scream miserably. The other 2 howled, unleashing all the power of their essences as they tried to flee. Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing a pitch-black wind to spring up, which instantly enveloped one of the fleeing paragons. His flesh and blood was flayed, and he screamed as he was dragged back to the other 9 essences cultivators, whereupon he also burst into flames. These magnificent 9 essences cultivators were like ants to Meng Hao. Were it not for the fact that he wished to torment them, he could have killed them with a mere glance or by merely brushing them with divine will. "And that just leaves you," Meng Hao said. "Long time no see." The final 9 essences expert was the middle-aged man who had once been the most powerful expert of the 33 heavens. Now he was trembling and even tried to say something in his defense. Before he could, Meng Hao strode forward, grabbed the man's head, and then began to bash it against the surface of the land mass. Boom! 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 Meng Hao didn't accompany his actions with words. He simply pounded the man's head into the ground over and over. The man screamed as his true form was gradually revealed. He had the body of a flood dragon but with no tail. He almost looked like a serpent of some sort. Booms echoed out as Meng Hao used his head to batter a huge hole into the 15th land mass. The outsider's bones were smashed, his blood drained, his life force completely cut off. At that point, Meng Hao finally stopped. Extracting the outsider's soul, he rose to his feet. By now, the faces of the other outsiders on the 15th landmass were completely ashen, and their minds were reeling. They were completely consumed by terror and hopelessness. To them, Meng Hao was absolutely the most terrifying entity in all of the starry sky. 9 essences paragons were looked up to by all of the outsiders in the 33 heavens. And yet they had just watched one of the supreme 9 essences paragons, someone who wielded the might of the heavens, tossed screaming into a sea of flames by Meng Hao. His body was burned into nothing, and his soul sank into the flames, where it would remain for all eternity. The other outsider in the black wind experienced incredible pain as his flesh was flayed off of his body, as if by millions of blades. The third one he grabbed by the neck and proceeded to use him to bash another hole, both in the landmass and in the hearts of the other outsiders. That was especially the case because, up above, the 16th through 33rd heavens were not visible. The only thing that could be seen was a boundless sea of flames, within which were the souls of countless dead outsiders, screaming in torment. As the sound drifted down into the hearts of the outsiders below, it became a wellspring of terror, causing the outsiders to tremble in anxiety. The worst off were the ones who had participated in the war with the mountain and sea realm, whose fear was especially intense and deep. Many of them had seen Meng Hao before, and remembered everything which had happened back in the war, how countless cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had been killed. Meng Hao had been defiled, transformed from the immortal into the demon. Back then he had thrown his head back and cackled in madness. That image now superimposed with the cold, merciless person in front of them whose eyes burned with murder. Pleading, begging voices could be heard from the 15th heaven and especially from the land masses further down. They were completely and utterly filled with fear. To Meng Hao, this was revenge. To them, it was a massacre and extermination. There was simply no way for them to fight back against the terrifying Meng Hao and the army he had at his back. Many of the despairing outsiders now realized that Meng Hao's cultivation base was so powerful that he could simply wave his hand and destroy all of the 33 heavens, and wipe the outsiders away in body and soul. But he didn't. He was using a much more brutal method, holding back his hand, going slowly but surely as he crushed them into powder. It was a method that went beyond horrifying. Meng Hao stood there silently. From the first heaven all the way to the 15th, despairing voices could be heard crying out. It was something that was familiar to him. Very familiar. Back when the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed, it had been just like this. The aura of despair was the same, just like it had been for the mountain and sea realm. Next, he murmured, eyes flickering with killing intent. I think I should force these outsiders to fight to their deaths. The way you treated the mountain and sea realm back then is how I will treat you today. That's fair, isn't it? When he thought back to all the people he had seen die, it almost was as if he were surrounded by countless ghosts. The ghosts of those valiant heroes of the mountain and sea realm who had fallen in death. Meng Hao laughed loudly as he stepped onto the 15th land mass. Just when the cultivators of the vast expanse school were about to follow him, he raised his hand to halt their progress. As of this point, Meng Hao didn't plan to let anyone else participate. His divine sense spread out to cover all of the outsiders of the 15th heaven, and at the same time, a second version of himself stepped off to the side. Then another and another as numerous clones were created. First there were 100,000, then 1 million, then 10 million, then tens of millions. They didn't seem to end. Every outsider on the landmass was suddenly facing a version of Meng Hao. Within a few breaths of time, Meng Hao's clones filled the 15th heaven. Then each clone reached out and grabbed an outsider by the neck, regardless of that outsider's cultivation base level, regardless of how they struggled, regardless of how they evaded. The outsiders begged for mercy and howled in despair and madness. To anyone who could hear it, it would sound like hell. But to Meng Hao, it was the sound of revenge. I hate the 33 heavens. I hate these lands, and I hate everyone who lives in them. Meng Hao closed his eyes as his clones suddenly clenched their hands down. Silence ensued. The clones didn't crush the necks of the outsiders. They held them high up in the air and poured cultivation-based power into them to wreak havoc inside their bodies. The outsiders trembled, but because their throats were being squeezed shut, they couldn't scream. Their bodies twisted as they tried to struggle, but they fundamentally didn't even qualify to struggle. Up above, gasps could be heard from within the army from the vast expanse school. From Meng Hao's methods, they could sense that his hatred for the 33 heavens had reached an indescribable level, a level which left them completely flabbergasted. There was no way for them to truly understand. They had not participated in the brutal and shocking war in the mountain and sea realm. They had not watched the mountains crumble and the starry sky shatter. They had not watched the people of the numerous mortal worlds wiped out by the outsiders. Men, women, old, young, all of them had been slaughtered mercilessly. Meng Hao couldn't forget what he had seen back then, and couldn't forget what had happened to the mortals during that war of genocide. The mortals were part of the mountain and sea realm too, and he could remember all of their corpses. Even the pregnant women and the babies. Endless numbers of them. Even more revolting was how he had seen people being eaten alive by the outsiders. Even if I did worse to these brutes, it would still be showing mercy. Meng Hao never opened his eyes. His clones began to crush the outsiders until flowers of blood bloomed throughout the 15th heaven. All of the outsiders were killed. Their bodies were destroyed and their souls were swept up by Meng Hao before they could dissipate. The souls were then cast into the sea of flames where their screams echoed out into heaven and earth. Countless souls filled that sea of flames, all of them burning and in agony. What they were experiencing now was something the likes of which they had never experienced in their entire lives. The lands of the sinners shall not remain, Meng Hao said, opening his eyes. In that moment, all of his clones on the 15 land mass vanished. Finally, he stamped his foot down. A boom echoed out as the entire land mass collapsed. transforming into ash and rubble which rained down onto the 14th heaven. Down below, buildings were destroyed, and craters opened up. The lands of the 14th heaven shook, and screams echoed up from the outsiders. They seemed to be completely despairing, descending into madness as they flew up, ready to fight, glaring at Meng Hao with killing intent. The outsiders from the 14th heaven were in such a state of despair, their minds in such chaos from the intense pressure, that they automatically spoke out their true feelings. I only killed a few of the scumbags from the mountain and sea realm that year. If there's a next life after this one, I'll definitely kill even more. Ha ha ha. When I fought in the war against the mountain and sea realm, I crushed dozens of cultivators, and even slaughtered an entire mortal kingdom. I also managed to consume a lot of their hearts. Now that I think about it, the flavor was wonderful. The female cultivators from the mountain and sea realm make excellent cultivation vessels, and they taste delicious too. I brought quite a few home with me after the war to be slaves. It's too bad they were so weak and ended up dying from it all. When Meng Hao heard their words, his eyes turned cold and his murderous aura raged. He didn't speak. Instead, he simply waved his finger at the incoming figures. The wave of Meng Hao's finger caused a tremor to run through the outsiders of the 14th heaven. A ripple spread out from his hand, almost instantly reaching the fastest among the group of outsiders. In that instant, they began to tremble, and then suddenly, their flesh and blood was shredded off of them. A moment later, the ripple had passed by, and they were skeletons. The pain of having their flesh and blood flayed off of them caused the outsiders to scream. But as their flesh and blood vanished, their ability to emit sound went with it. Soon, all they could do was experience the pain within their souls. Meng Hao calmly stepped forward, and the ripple continued to spread, flaying alive all of the outsiders it passed, transforming them into skeletons. Cracking sounds began to emanate out as the skeletons, which were not yet dead, began to tremble. As they fell down, they transformed into chunks of bone and ash. However, their skulls remained, within which their souls were still trapped, letting out indescribably miserable screams. The hosts from the vast expanse school were left completely shocked. Meng Hao was like an underworld deity whose passage caused flesh and blood to vanish and left behind only skeletons. By the time he passed through the entire 14th heaven, not a single outsider remained who had a flesh and blood body. They were all skeletons who toppled down to the ground. Inside their skulls, their souls writhed, screaming in voices that only divine sense could hear. Their pain was impossible to describe, both the pain of being flayed alive and also the twisting of their souls. Their bodies were telling them that they were dead, and yet the pain was telling them that they weren't. Meng Hao looked out over the land mass, and some of the hatred within his eyes faded. And yet it was still intensely powerful. He waved his hand, causing all of the skulls to fly up and converge together in the air. It was a sea of skulls, each one containing a soul. Screams echoed out, pleading for mercy. They were begging Meng Hao not to free them, but simply to kill them. Dying isn't that easy, Meng Hao said softly, waving his finger out in front of him. Cracking sounds emanated out as fissures spread out across the surfaces of the skulls. Instantly, the pain inflicted upon them was increased by tenfold. As they screamed, more cracking sounds echoed out, and more fissures appeared. A moment later, the pain was so intense that the souls were slamming against the bone, trying to escape. They tried to kill themselves but were unable. The only thing they accomplished was adding further cracks to the skulls, leading to even more shocking pain. Meng Hao took his time. Several hours later, the skulls were transforming into ash. The pain experienced by the souls exceeded that of hell or of death. Their screams caused heaven and earth to grow dark. The outsiders down below trembled. Some were so shaken that they collapsed mentally. And yet, because dying was not permitted, they remained alive. However, the fate of the souls was not complete. After their torment, they didn't fade away. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, sending them into the sea of flames up above, to endure eternal torment. Having accomplished these things, the hatred within Meng Hao's eyes had faded a bit. He reached down and pushed onto the surface of the land mass, and the 14th heaven shattered. Rubble rained down onto the 13th heaven, which shook violently. The screams of the outsiders echoed out as mountains were destroyed and rivers choked up. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking down coldly at the terrified outsiders below. Some of them flew up into the air, and just as he was about to wave his finger, a bellow echoed out from the 13th heaven, a bellow filled with both rage and supplication. Meng Hao! An outsider flew out who looked like an old man, an 8 essences paragon. He looked up at Meng Hao, clasped hands and bowed. Meng Hao, it is right and proper for you to come to the 33 heavens to seek revenge. Considering what we did, it is fitting that you to wish to exterminate us. But why must you torment everyone? Just kill us. Not everyone here participated in the destruction of the mountain and sea realm. There are innocents here, people who never fought in any war. I beg of you, torment us, but spare them. Trembling, the man dropped to his knees and kowtowed. The other outsiders fell silent. Some, in their bitterness, dropped to their knees. The sight of such supplication caused the cultivators from the vast expanse school to sigh. Meng Hao looked quietly at the old man. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when they opened, his expression flickered, and he looked down at the land below. As he did, his eyes were suddenly shot with blood. To the terror of the outsiders, he took a step forward, appearing a moment later within a vast plain. After the outsider paragon realized where Meng Hao was standing, he shivered and suddenly looked very nervous. As he stood there, Meng Hao waved his hand and the lands around him began to quake and crumble. A huge crater opened up, revealing a huge basin. Apparently, the reason it was now a vast plain was because countless skeletons had been buried there. Those skeletons even contained the remains of children. Bite marks could be seen on the bones, bearing witness to the unimaginable torment they had undergone prior to death. These bones weren't outsiders. They were people of the mountain and sea realm. Back when the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed, not everyone made it onto the mountain and sea butterfly. Many had been captured by the outsiders of the 33 heavens. Cultivators and mortals alike had become playthings to the outsiders and even food. The 13th heaven actually served as a hub for such activity. These particular outsiders indulged in unique proclivities. Because of that, and because of the fact that they eventually gave rise to a paragon, it ensured that most of the mountain and sea realm cultivators ended up here, where they became nothing more than commodities to be traded between outsiders. Among the skeletons were some which had died as shortly as half of a 60-year cycle ago. Furthermore, according to Meng Hao's divine sense, there were no longer any living cultivators of the mountain and sea realm within the 33 heavens. Clearly, they had been slowly exterminated over the course of the past 2,000 years, and buried here in a mass grave. It was a massive pit of corpses. There had been nothing like this among the land masses of the other heavens which had been recently destroyed. Meng Hao looked at the deep pit, and then the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. All of a sudden, he felt as if his previous methods had been too merciful. He turned, then extended his hand and pointed out at the landmass. No ripple spread out. Instead, he altered the natural laws, simultaneously sending divine sense into the minds of the outsiders of the 13th heaven. I will give you one chance. Those of you who never killed any cultivators of the mountain and sea realm may experience a quick death. In addition, your soul will not be cast into the sea of flames. Your fate will be determined by your own memories. As the words left his mouth, heaven and earth trembled. The outsiders of the 13th heaven began to shake, and their eyes went blank as numerous images rose up in their minds, their own memories. They recalled everything which had occurred when the mountain and sea realm was destroyed, and after. Suddenly, all of the mountain and sea realm cultivators who they had killed in the past suddenly seemed to live again and began to charge toward them with hatred and murderous intent. The outsiders wanted to fight back, but were stunned to find that they couldn't move. The cultivators they had killed in the past now pounced on them in their own memories. Miserable shrieks began to ring out from the mouths of the outsiders of the 13th heaven. All living beings in the 33 heavens were outsiders. However, their manner of giving birth was different than cultivators. The shortest pregnancy term among them was half of a 60-year cycle, and the longest was 100 years. As such, the outsiders born after the Mountain and Sea Realm War, although they might not have actually participated in the fighting and had been referred to as innocents, had still participated in the sadistic murder of many mountain and sea cultivators. Meng Hao looked coldly at the outsiders as black smoke began to rise up off of their heads, the density of which indicated how many mountain and sea cultivators they had killed over the years. As he looked out over the land mass, he could not find a single outsider who had no black smoke rising up. Death cannot wipe out your crimes. With that, he waved his hand. The 13th heaven was completely shaken. Countless outsiders had black smoke emanating from their heads, which then swirled around them and bored into their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Their eyes went wide, shining with pain. Soon, they began to topple over to the ground as they were killed by the mountain and sea realm cultivators in their own memories. This was the same magical technique that Meng Hao had dealt with when fighting the will of all heaven in the form of Qinfan. That, of course, was before he had reached transcendence. He had never faced anything like that before, and it affected him deeply. After transcending, his own cultivation base allowed him to understand how the technique worked. Transcendent cultivators were omnipotent. All they had to do was think of something, and it could be done. It was a realm occupied by the immortal, the god, the devil, the ghost, and the demon. Meng Hao waved his hand, and the 13th heaven collapsed. The souls of the dead outsiders were extracted and thrown into the sea of flames to burn. As the 13th heaven fell apart, flaming rubble smashed into the 12th heaven below. Mountains collapsed, buildings were destroyed, cities were ravaged. The outsiders of the 12th heaven laughed bitterly. They wanted to fight back, but were unable to. They wanted to self-detonate, but couldn't. The only thing they could do was wait to die. Furthermore, the sea of flames up above contained innumerable burning souls, which led the remaining outsiders to clearly understand that death was not the end for them. True death was not such an easy thing. Meng Hao looked coldly at the 12th heaven for a moment before sending his divine sense out. I hereby seal your minds, and reduce you to nothing but instinct. Slaughter your fellows. Instantly, all of the outsiders on the 12th heaven began to tremble. Most of these particular outsiders had two heads with red eyes and grossly fat bodies that almost didn't resemble humans. As of this moment, their minds were suddenly taken over. Erased. The energy of heaven and earth was Meng Hao's Tao Source energy, and it was all-powerful. If I want you to have something, you will have it. If I don't want you to have something, you will not have it. Rumbling could be heard as the two-headed outsiders let out ferocious roars. Their minds were gone, leaving behind only animalistic instinct. Meng Hao's echoing voice had left them bereft of their nature, and without a second thought, they turned and began to viciously attack their fellow people. Of course, Meng Hao didn't completely remove their minds. They were still there, just unable to do anything other than watch. There was no way for them to interfere with their own instincts. Meng Hao hovered in midair, watching the slaughter. A moment later, he suddenly realized that this revenge did not make him happy. He only felt deep grief. Within that grief, he couldn't help but ask himself if he was any different from the outsiders back when they were exacting their revenge. After some thought, he realized something. The slaughtering didn't make him happy. Although he was smiling, that smile contained profound sadness. He was being ruthless to be sure, but that ruthlessness came because of bitterness that came from thousands of years in the past. When one lives in a world of hatred, then either they die or their enemies die. Back when the outsiders had been massacring the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, they had been excited, elated even. Meng Hao looked down at the landmass below. As the outsiders ripped each other to shreds like animals, their blood-curdling screams gradually began to fade away. Soon, everything was quiet. By this point, the bloody battle royale resulted in only a handful of outsiders remaining alive. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing countless souls to fly up into the sea of flames. Then, the 12th heaven's landmass was destroyed, causing rubble to rain down onto the 11th heaven. There, the outsiders were trembling. They began to shout, eyes filled with hatred, fear, and entreaties. Meng Hao looked at them calmly for a moment, the red glow in his eyes growing more intense. Then he reached out with his right hand and made a pushing gesture. Instantly, the entire land mass began to quake and distort. Mountains twisted, the ground shifted, rivers evaporated. The entire 11th heaven began to change shape, as if it were being kneaded by giant hands. Soon, it no longer looked like a land mass. Instead, It resembled a giant clay pill furnace. The landmass became the pill furnace, and the outsiders became the medicinal ingredients. When the outsiders from the 10th heaven saw what was happening, they were overwhelmed by despair. Meng Hao looked at gargantuan pill furnace, then snapped his fingers. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it began to heat up, rapidly turning crimson from the intense heat. This was a pill-concocting magic in which the entire continent was used to refine all the outsiders into a gigantic medicinal pill of gore. The huge pill furnace trembled, and screaming began to echo out. However, the sounds soon faded away. In the end, nothing could be heard at all. Eventually, the pill furnace exploded, and countless souls emerged, which shot into the sea of flames up above. At the same time, a medicinal pill appeared, fist-sized and the color of blood. Meng Hao looked at the pill, his expression placid. Only by looking closely would it be possible to see the exhaustion and grief in his eyes. After a moment, he flicked his sleeve, sending the medicinal pill flying toward the old lizard. "Take it," he said. The lizard gaped in shock. Then it eyed the pill for a moment before chomping it down. The lizard shivered, and then visibly grew younger. Meng Hao looked down at the 10th heaven for a moment, and the despairing outsiders there, before finally closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He had come to a realization just now. Getting revenge alone is a bit selfish. I've been suffocating for thousands of years, but so have all the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Pressure like that can only be released by the blood of the outsiders. His eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand in the direction of the remaining heavens. I hereby decree that all outsiders from the other heavens will drop an entire cultivation realm. His words instantly changed the natural laws of the 1st through 10th heavens. In that instant, all outsiders trembled as their cultivation bases were thrown into chaos, and they dropped by an entire realm. 7 essences became Dao sovereigns. 6 essences dropped to 5 essences. 1 essence Dao realm experts reverted to the ancient realm. Not a single outsider escaped. This was not a ceiling. This was a true and utter loss, something unrecoverable. I hereby strip away all outsiders' divine sense. I hereby strip away all outsiders' power of flight. I hereby strip away all outsiders' regenerative powers. Each sentence echoed like heaven-rending, earth-crushing thunder. Natural laws were born and changed, and as soon as the words left his mouth, they became reality. Instantly, all remaining outsiders' cultivation bases dropped. Their divine sense was rendered useless, and they couldn't fly. This was not something that could be accomplished by means of divine abilities and magical techniques. It was like a godly miracle, an immortal magic, or a demonic Tao. By now, all the outsiders had experienced the terrifying and unimaginable nature of Meng Hao's cultivation realm. The most powerful experts who remained alive in the various heavens trembled as they spoke Meng Hao's level aloud. Transcendence. The powerful experts' despair had reached the pinnacle as they realized that even the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent would be like ants in comparison to a transcendent cultivator. Because the mountain and sea realm had produced a transcendent cultivator, it was destined to shake the starry sky. At the same time, Meng Hao's gaze pierced down through the heavenly land masses into the mountain and sea butterfly. Kindness could be seen in his eyes as he waved his finger. Instantly, the mountain and sea butterfly shivered and its wings flapped. It was as if the gate to the world had been opened, as countless mountain and sea realm cultivators instantly flew out. I hereby bless all mountain and sea cultivators' divine sense power. I hereby bless all mountain and sea cultivators' power to fly through the starry sky. I hereby bless all mountain and sea cultivators' magical techniques. I hereby bless all mountain and sea cultivators' fleshly body power. I hereby bless all mountain and sea cultivators' regenerative powers. I hereby give all you my blessing. As Meng Hao's voice echoed out, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm flying out from the butterfly felt their cultivation bases rumbling. All of them began to radiate blinding light. Many of them were stunned. Although they couldn't see Meng Hao through all of the land masses, they could hear his soft voice in their minds. Mountain and sea cultivators. I am Meng Hao. The hatred of the mountain and sea realm has been simmering for thousands of years. Sacrifice the blood of the outsiders to rise up from within the sea of hatred. Soar high into the starry sky. The time has come to remold the mountain and sea realm. I will be waiting for you on the 10th heaven. Meng Hao's gaze then came to rest on the wings of the mountain and sea butterfly. There, he could see his father and mother as well as a young woman who was there to accompany them. She wore a long white garment and was beautiful. She looked just like Meng Hao remembered her. Simple, pure, and resolute. However, she somehow seemed more fragile than before. A tremor ran through Su Qing as she slowly looked up at the first heaven, which stretched out overhead like the sky. She could feel Meng Hao looking at her from somewhere high up above. She smiled, a smile of anticipation and of happiness. Numerous thoughts and memories filled her mind, and her eyes glowed with a warmth that could melt all the ice in heaven and earth. Rumbling could be heard as countless figures flew up from within the world of the mountain and sea butterfly. They were led by Grandpa Meng, Xidagarba, the Paragon Puppet, and Kujusi. Those four were the most powerful cultivators in the mountain and sea realm, and it was without hesitation that they led the charge toward the first heaven. Their cultivation bases had leapt up to a higher level. They could regenerate from wounds faster, their divine sense and Taoist magics were more powerful. Their current battle prowess could shake heaven and earth. The Paragon Puppet had experienced an even more shocking transformation. During the centuries that Meng Hao had been away, it hadn't moved at all. However, as its battle prowess increased, it changed. It was as though some severed connection had finally been mended. Heaven shook and the earth trembled as the four paragons led everyone into battle. Fatty, Wang Yukai, Fang Yu, Li Linger, and Zhixiang all appeared, as did many other familiar faces. Behind them were even more mountain and sea cultivators. The old-timers had experienced the destruction of the mountains and seas, and the younger ones had been raised hearing the legends of Meng Hao. Now they attacked with explosive force. Meng Hao had endured thousands of years of pressure, as had the other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao needed to vent to get his revenge, and they did too. Thus, he had left the 1st through 10th heavens for just that purpose. The root of all of their hatred would now be cut away. Nothing would remain to drag them down. Countless mountain and sea realm cultivators fought their way into the 1st heaven, and soon miserable shrieks began to ring out. The outsiders fought back, struggled, and yet their cultivation bases had been restricted. Their divine sense was gone, and the power of their divine abilities and magical techniques had been weakened. It only took moments before they were being routed. Despite their struggling, the mountain and sea realm cultivators' revenge was carried out with ease. In fact, the outsiders couldn't even injure them. If Meng Hao could exact vengeance with such madness, there was no need to even mention how madly the other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm would fight. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted, unleashing the power of their cultivation bases. Any outsider they found, they destroyed as easily as dried twigs. That was especially true of the old-timers who had fought in the war of the past. Their tears flowed especially hard. "Master, can you see, sir? It is for you that I get revenge." These words were spoken by a man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He seemed old, but he was in fact middle-aged. He fought with madness, weeping, cutting down one outsider after another until he was soaked with blood. And yet he didn't seem to tire at all. "Xianxia, you threw yourself in front of me to save me from the blow of an outsider. When you died, my heart broke. The only reason I kept living was for vengeance. I had to get revenge, and I had to kill the outsiders one and all. All outsiders must die." A middle-aged cultivator stood on the battlefield, his eyes bloodshot, crying and laughing simultaneously as he slaughtered the surrounding outsiders. "Dad, Mom, Big Brother, I'll never forget the hatred which blossomed in my heart back then. Now I can finally avenge you." It was an old man who lunged forward and latched his teeth onto the throat of a terrified outsider. When he ripped the outsider's throat out, blood sprayed out like a fountain. Then the man's laughter rang out over the battlefield. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fought with madness, especially the ones who had gone through the war all those years ago. "I'm the only survivor from my sect. Today I will slaughter 100,000 outsiders as a sacrifice to the heroes who died. Kill them all." The only thing that kept me going was the thought of revenge. They fought with complete viciousness, and soon all of the outsiders in the first heaven were wiped out. After that, they charged toward the second heaven. As for the other cultivators who had been born throughout the past centuries, their hatred wasn't as profound. However, from birth, they had listened to tales of the past recounted by their seniors, and they had been raised with the 33 heavens weighing down on them from above. They had seen depictions of the mountain and sea realm of the past, and had heard the stories about the 9 mountains and 9 seas. Of course, they were only stories, mere descriptions, and the mountain and sea realm itself was somewhat of a vague concept. Therefore, they didn't possess a profound and consuming hatred. But then they saw the old veterans of the mountain and sea war, people who were normally calm and reserved, suddenly rave with madness. The hearts of the younger ones were profoundly shaken by that. They suddenly understood how truly intense that hatred was which had been described to them in the stories. Those old-timers could not allow their enemies to remain alive. The younger ones were profoundly shaken, and soon the feelings seeped into their own veins. Scattered memories began to rise up within them, memories that all inhabitants of the mountain and sea realm held in eternally within their blood. Because of those newly awakened memories, and because of the madness surrounding them, the younger ones who had been born over the past centuries began to fight with a madness that rivaled that of the older generation. Fatty wept as he fought. He was a massive ball of flesh, and yet he was surprisingly agile as he lunged forward and wiped out any outsiders who got in his way. "You killed my 300 Taoist partners. Damn you, you beasts. You killed my 300 beloved partners. And my children. And my grandchildren. Damn you. I won't rest until you're dead." Shockingly, Fatty was surrounded by a group of over 10,000 cultivators who all called him Patriarch. Those who fought at his side included men and women, old and young. Among them were the new Taoist partners he had taken in over the past centuries, as well as his new children and grandchildren. He had single-handedly created a vast clan, the likes of which could only be rivaled by the clan founded by the 8th reincarnation of Meng Hao's clone. The second heaven soon shattered. The army of cultivators of the mountain and sea realm marched with bloodshot eyes to the third heaven. And then the fourth. The starry sky dripped with blood. Wang Youcai's eyes were closed, but he held a sword in his hand. When he unleashed his cultivation base, countless outsiders were ripped to shreds. He left their heads intact, though, collecting them and stringing them up until they flowed like a river behind him. That river of heads was like a cape, giving him a profoundly fiendish appearance. Any outsiders who saw him were struck with dread. Among the army of cultivators was the Fang clan, who fought just as viciously as everyone else. Soon the mountain and sea cultivators arrived at the sixth heaven. Their revenge was reaching a climax. Their eyes were bright red as they exploded out from underneath the pressure of centuries. Li Linger wept as she fought, her teeth clenched as she thought about Paragon's sea dream. It didn't matter that she was a woman, she unleashed intense slaughter nonetheless. She wasn't beautiful like she had been when she was young, she was now an ancient old woman. And yet she was willing to pay any price to continue the legacy of Paragon's sea dream. The sixth heaven fell, and the battle moved on to the seventh heaven. Zhixiang looked like a specter as she fought the outsiders. Years ago, she had called herself Demoness. Now, she was the sect leader of the Demon Immortal sect, which was one of the 3 great sects in the mountain and sea butterfly. And that was because Kujusi had become a paragon and returned to join the Demon Immortal sect. As their revenge was carried out, and the slaughter continued, most eye-catching of all was not the fighting between the 4 paragons of the mountains and seas and the paragons from the various heavens. Instead, it was a huge turtle. Countless cultivators flew off of the back of that turtle to fight viciously with the outsiders. The turtle headbutted the 7th heaven, crushing it. Then he threw his head back and roared, charging toward the 8th heaven. Fudge! The Patriarch's successor disciple is back. Isn't the Patriarch awesome? Hey, don't run, outsiders. Damn it. I have some good fortune for you. However, even as the huge turtle began to move in the direction of the 8th heaven, countless ripples surged out as that huge landmass transformed into a sea. As soon as the sea appeared, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon it. The trader of the mountains and seas, the 9th sea. Meng Hao stared at the 9th sea. It had been hiding on the 8th heaven, which was no surprise to him. Back in the Mountain and Sea War, the Ninth Sea had turned traitor, casting Shui Donglio's plan into peril. It became much more difficult for the Mountain and Sea Butterfly to escape and also ensured that fewer Mountain and Sea Realm cultivators were able to make it to the Butterfly to begin with. The Ninth Sea's sudden betrayal at a critical moment had a huge effect on the Mountain and Sea Realm. From that moment on, all Mountain and Sea Realm cultivators came to have a deep hatred for that sea. The cultivators born in subsequent centuries heard the story of the Ninth Sea's traitorous act. But up to now, it had been just that. Nothing more than a story. Now though, the entire Eighth Heaven had transformed from being a landmass into a majestic sea. Gradually, a face came to be visible within it, the face of a woman surrounded by innumerable sea beasts. Ninth Sea, growled Xidagarba as he delivered the death blow to one of the outsider paragons. His eyes flickered with killing intent and his voice boomed like thunder. A moment later, he was flying directly toward the Ninth Sea. Grandpa Meng looked up, eyes flickering with memories of the past. He also began to fly toward the Ninth Sea at top speed. Patriarch Reliance had originally been planning to headbutt the landmass of the Eighth Heaven. But now that he saw it transform into sea water, his eyes went wide and he positioned himself as if to advance. However, instead of advancing, he began to retreat. Strangely, the words coming out of his mouth seemed to indicate anything but retreat. Kill. Kill. Damn it. Trifling seawater. The Patriarch isn't scared of you. Dai. However, he continued to retreat until he was far off in the distance. Soon, rumbling could be heard from within the Ninth Sea as countless sea beasts flew out toward the Mountain and Sea Realm cultivators. Fatty, Wang Yukai, Li Linger, and all the others were joined by the rest of the Mountain and Sea cultivators as they transformed into beams of light which shot into battle. Booming sounds rang out that could shake heaven and earth. The sea beasts of the Ninth Sea began to scream miserably as they were cut down by the Mountain and Sea Realm cultivators. Soon, the Ninth Sea was stained red with blood. The sea began to shrink, opening up a path to the Ninth Heaven, which some of the Mountain and Sea cultivators took. Patriarch Reliance's eyes rolled up in thought for a moment, and then he headed toward the Ninth Heaven as well. Immediately, a path was torn open through the battlefield in this region. It only took a moment for fighting to break out on the Ninth Heaven. Soon the Ninth Heaven was destroyed and finally, the army advanced to the 10th Heaven. They didn't immediately attack though. Instead they looked for Meng Hao, who had spoken into their minds that he would meet them on the 10th Heaven. To the veterans of the Mountain and Sea War, Meng Hao's name was something engraved deeply in their hearts. To all the other cultivators born in the subsequent centuries, he was both a stranger and yet oddly familiar. He was a stranger because they had never met him in person. He was familiar because there were countless statues of him in the Mountain and Sea Butterfly. Furthermore, stories about his deeds were told so often that virtually everyone had memorized them. Meng Hao had long since been deified within the world of the Mountain and Sea Butterfly. To the Mountain and Sea cultivators, he was their god, the will of heaven, the lord of the Mountain and Sea realm. Almost immediately, the cultivators who arrived on the 10th Heaven could see Meng Hao hovering in midair, and he looked exactly like all of the statues which depicted him. In fact, he seemed even more grand and majestic than the statues. However, the mere sight of him was of secondary importance. Even more shocking was that all the cultivators of the Mountain and Sea realm suddenly felt their blood surging through their veins. Their cultivation bases rocketed up, almost as if the person they were looking at was the source of their bloodline. It was an indescribable feeling, and resulted in all of the cultivators who had stepped onto the 10th Heaven clasping hands and bowing. Patriarch Demon Sovereign. Greetings, exalted Demon Sovereign. Greetings, Patriarch. Demon Sovereign. Patriarch. The sound of the excited Mountain and Sea cultivators shouting out caused everything to tremble. The surrounding outsiders took advantage of the moment to attack, and yet before they could reach the area occupied by the Mountain and Sea cultivators, they were transformed into ash. Apparently, only the people of the mountains and seas were permitted to be there. Anyone else who tried to enter would be destroyed in body and soul. Everyone was crying out to the Patriarch, to the Demon Sovereign. As additional cultivators arrived, they looked up and were profoundly shaken by the sight of Meng Hao. Their eyes burned with passion, with ardor, with veneration. As for the cultivators who had been raised on stories of the venerated Meng Hao, when they saw him, they didn't just bow in respect, but in worship. The ground quaked as more and more cultivators arrived on the 10th heaven. Even more struck with emotion were all of the old-timers who had fought in the mountain and sea war. It's Meng Hao. Meng Hao's back. He's back, Meng Hao the demon sovereign. Their voices were filled with happiness and they wept tears of joy. Years ago, Meng Hao had fought to protect the mountain and sea butterfly, blocking the path of the immortal god continent and the devil realm. It was something that those cultivators would never be able to forget. As Meng Hao hovered there looking down at the crowds, he heard their cries, and tears welled up in his eyes. It felt like he was reuniting with his family, people he had missed profoundly for centuries. I am Meng Hao and I'm back. His voice was soft, and yet echoed like thunder, smashing through the entire 10th heaven. With that, he began to descend. That movement caused all of the outsiders to tremble in fear and let out miserable shrieks. They felt as if countless invisible mountains were crushing down onto them. That was pressure from Meng Hao, his aura, and as he descended, the outsiders on the landmass all exploded. Demon Sovereign! Demon Sovereign! Demon Sovereign! Countless mountain and sea cultivators flew to his side, all of them shouting in passion and veneration. Let's go home, Meng Hao said. The cheering grew louder as the cultivators clustered around him and headed downward. Behind them, the 10th heaven transformed into nothing more than ash. As of this moment, there were no land masses above the mountain and sea butterfly. There was only a trembling, shrinking sea. The cheering of the mountain and sea cultivators grew louder, causing powerful ripples to spread out in all directions. The group who had been besieging the 9th sea all looked over at Meng Hao, trembling. Fatty was shaking visibly, and as soon as he saw Meng Hao, he let out a loud cry and flew toward him, laughing. A moment later, he was directly in front of Meng Hao, who he wrapped up into a huge bear hug. Meng Hao, Meng Hao, Meng Hao, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. You don't even know. 2,000 years. Can you imagine? Lots of people thought you were dead, but not me. I knew that you wouldn't die. Meng Hao, Meng Hao, Meng Hao. Fatty was so excited he was crying and laughing. The two of them had been friends for so many centuries that Meng Hao had become an inseparable part of him. Meng Hao slapped Fatty's shoulders, equally as excited. Fatty's Taoist partners and offspring all stared wide-eyed. The sight of their patriarch acting in such a way was completely shocking. All of them quickly dropped to their knees to kowtow to Meng Hao. Another figure appeared, shooting along at high speed. It was Fang Yu, Meng Hao's older sister. She looked like a grown-up woman now, and tears poured down her face as she landed in front of Meng Hao and then hugged him. Sister, I'm back, Meng Hao said softly. He looked over at Wang Yukai off in the distance. For centuries, Wang Youcai's face had been covered with a grim expression, but now there was an excited grin. Meng Hao saw Xidagarba, who looked over at him and started laughing. Then there was his grandpa Meng, who gazed at him kindly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Linger was there, an old woman now. Zhixiang was in the crowd as well, a complex expression on her face, as she seemed to be thinking about past times. She was mostly happy, though, and excited. There was Sun Hai, Meng Hao's brother-in-law. His first reaction upon seeing Meng Hao was to be excited, but then he looked a bit afraid. At the same time, he felt proud. After all, he was Meng Hao's brother-in-law. Among all the other familiar faces was Ku Jusi, who looked over at Meng Hao and smiled warmly. It didn't matter how powerful Meng Hao had become, to Ku Jusi, he was still his younger brother. Eventually, Meng Hao looked down through the starry sky to the mountain and sea butterfly. He saw his father and mother, and he saw his wife Su Qing, who was standing next to them. At that point, his heart filled with a warmth it had lacked for many years. I'm back. Tears streamed down Su Qing's face and she smiled. Meng Hao's father and mother stood next to her, looking extremely excited and proud. This was their son, their Meng Hao. As all of the mountain and sea cultivators burst with excitement, the 9th sea was off in the distance, battling with the Paragon puppet. The 9th sea had been pushed to the limit in the fighting, and had shrunk down so much that it was no longer boundless and majestic like before. Now, it appeared to be trying to take advantage of the commotion caused by the appearance of Meng Hao. The woman's face appeared within it as it began to back up as if to flee. At that point, Meng Hao looked over. Did I say you could leave? He asked coolly. His gaze struck the ninth sea like a physical blow. It began vibrating, and the woman's face filled with fear. His voice was like the magical law of heaven and earth which instantly locked down the path of escape. At the same time, all of the mountain and sea cultivators turned to look at the ninth sea, their gazes bursting with killing intent. That was especially true of the veterans of the mountain and sea war who hated the ninth sea deep in their bones. Upon facing the gazes of so many cultivators, the womanly face of the ninth sea let out an enraged roar. You forced me to do what I did. You are the lord of the mountain and sea realm, and you swore an oath to erase my mind. What other choice did I have but to betray the mountain and sea realm? It was you. All of this is because of you. You wanted to exterminate my people, you wanted to wipe me out. I had to fight back. I had to resist. My betrayal is all your fault. At first, Meng Hao didn't say anything in response to the ninth sea's howling. But then he sighed. That scheme of yours lurked in your duplicitous heart for ages. Why try to pin the blame on me? Even without that oath of mine, you would have picked a good time to turn traitor. Considering the level of his cultivation base and his experience, he had long since come to a clear understanding of the ninth sea's actions. The ninth sea hesitated for a moment, then bitterly cried, I wasn't in the wrong. I just wanted to be able to think for myself. I didn't want to be a part of the mountain and sea realm forever. Suddenly, the seawater churned, and the face of the woman shot away as if to flee. However, it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to escape. In fact, her decision wasn't really an attempt to flee, but rather a way to seek death. By this point, there was nothing she could do to change everything which had occurred. After you die, Meng Hao said, everything will be a thing of the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You don't need the mountain and sea realm, and the future mountain and sea realm doesn't need you. Meng Hao extended his right hand and made a vicious grasping motion toward the ninth sea. It was as if an enormous, invisible hand had grabbed the woman's face, preventing her from fleeing no matter how much she struggled, and no matter how much the water churned. Then he jerked his hand, sending the ninth sea flying into the flames above. The mountain and sea realm cultivators watched as the face that represented the ninth sea plunged into the sea of flames and began to burn. Screams echoed out as the face shrank down and down. Soon, the only thing left behind was the ninth sea's soul. There it burned within the fire, unable to die. Meng Hao waved his finger, causing all of the souls of the outsiders who had been killed in the first through 10th heavens to fly out into the open. They cried out for mercy and terror filled their faces, but all Meng Hao did was wave his sleeve, sending the boundless collection of souls flying up in a beam of light into the sea of flames. As the souls entered the fire, they began to burn among the countless other outsider souls. The sight of it caused the mountain and sea cultivators to tremble, not from fear, but from the fact that their revenge had finally been carried out. See that, Master? Master, I avenged your death. Dad, Mom, your son has gained vengeance. Dikongzi, the day you died, I promised that if I made it out alive, I would get revenge for you. Finally, it's happened. I hope the patriarchs and the sect can all rest in peace. Countless wailing voices could be heard from the cultivators who had fought in the mountain and sea war. Every one of them had a story of their own, friends or family who had been killed. Finally, their revenge had been exacted, and they wept, wrapped up in their thoughts of the past. The sound of the crying echoed out into the void. Fatty sobbed, as if he were able to see all of his Taoist partners and children from the past standing around him. Wang Yukai had a bitter expression on his face as he thought back to his life in the sects he had been a part of. Sitagarba laughed bitterly and also cried. Li Linga murmured see Dream's name. Ji Xiang trembled. Considering the level of her cultivation base back during the war, it was somewhat of a miracle that she even survived. Many stories could be told based on the events of her life. Every one of the old-timers wept. Meng Hao's eyes shone with grief as he thought back to the past, and the unforgettably bitter events which had propelled him from being almost like a silk pants cultivator to maturity. After a long, long moment passed, something happened. It was hard to say who did it first, but the mountain and sea realm cultivators began to wipe away their tears and then drop to their knees. Many thanks, Demon Sovereign. One by one, they began to kowtow, until all of the mountain and sea realm cultivators were crying out to him. Many thanks, Demon Sovereign. Many thanks, Demon Sovereign. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. The truth was that he could have easily wiped out the 33 heavens by himself. But he didn't. He gave them an opportunity for revenge. It was not his revenge alone. It belonged to all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Of course, Meng Hao knew that this was only part of their revenge. The immortal god continent and the devil realm continent still had to be dealt with. By now, he was almost completely sure that his speculations about them were true. He was also certain that the will of all heaven would drive the two land masses to come to attack him. I made 2 promises in the past, Meng Hao said softly, looking around at the crowds. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm all looked up at him, their eyes burning with passion. One of them was that I would come back. The other was that I would return to where the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed and rebuild it. As the words left his mouth, the mountain and sea cultivators began to tremble inwardly. That was especially true of the older ones. As for the ones born in more recent times, they were also filled with anticipation. After all, they had heard countless stories of the 9 mountains and 9 seas of the mountain and sea realm. It was their ancestral home too. Meng Hao extended his hand and made a grasping motion. The void trembled, and rumbling sounds echoed out as a huge vortex appeared, with Meng Hao's hand at the center. In the blink of an eye, it spread out to fill the entire area in the starry sky. O destroyed mountains and seas, by the power of my name, I, Meng Hao, call for you to return. As his voice echoed out, natural law changed, and magical law was altered. Shockingly, countless bits of dust and rubble in the area began to rise up. A mountain boulder that had been hanging in the starry sky for centuries began to vibrate, and then shine with dazzling light. Drops of water floating about began to move, almost as if they possessed thought and were waking up. Brilliant light began to shine out. The effect began to spread out all through the boundless starry sky. Boulders, shattered rock, drops of water, endless dust. Regardless of where they were or what shape they were in, they all began to fly toward Meng Hao. These were the destroyed remnants of the mountain and sea realm, fragments which were now flying through the void, flying through the starry sky, flying through time itself. Massive booms rang out as the countless fields of rubble transformed into dazzling beams of light which began to take shape within the vortex. First mountain and sea, Meng Hao said, eyes shining with a strange light. He raised both hands into the air, and all reality seemed to shake. All living beings which existed in the starry sky of the vast expanse could hear the words he spoke. I call upon the power of my name to take the first hex, the beginning-ending hex, and embody it in the first mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the beginning-ending mountain and sea, responsible for transformations of seasons within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my beginning-ending hex and gain enlightenment of the essences of beginnings and endings. This hex will now be called the first hex of the mountains and seas. As soon as the words left his mouth, the power of transcendence propelled the first hex into the first mountain and sea, becoming its foundation. The hexing magic became the bones, and the mountain and sea became the flesh. Almost immediately, the shape of the first sea and the first mountain became visible. The cultivators who were originally from the first mountain and sea were so excited they were crying. When they saw the sea and the mountain taking shape, they began to tremble. They were looking at their home. Rumbling could be heard as the first mountain took final shape, complete with all of its planets. Meng Hao was not just calling back the old mountain and sea realm, he was refining it, making it into a new mountain and sea realm. It was a transcendence treasure. The mountain and sea realm with its 9 mountains and 9 seas was originally a precious treasure forged by Paragon 9 Seals when his world was being destroyed, for the purpose of fighting back against the 2 major powers and the rebel forces. It was as powerful as a cultivator half a step into transcendence, which was how it came to be a safe haven for later generations, and even prevented the other major powers from entering. As time went on, the mountain and sea realm continued to protect the cultivators who lived within it, until the Great War occurred over 2,000 years in the past. During that time, the 9th Sea turned traitor, and numerous other events led to the mountain and sea realm being destroyed. Afterwards, the destroyed remnants were scattered hither and thither. But now, Meng Hao had created a vortex that sent the entire starry sky rumbling, and caused all of the scattered remnants to turn into dazzling beams of light that converged together, causing the mountain and sea realm to once again form in front of the eyes of all present. Furthermore, Meng Hao wasn't just putting the pieces back together. He was using the power of transcendence and his demon-sealing hexing magic to completely remodel the entire realm. This really and truly was using hexing magic as the bones and the mountains and seas as the flesh. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the first mountain and sea appeared. Then, Meng Hao's voice echoed out and shook the starry sky. Natural laws were altered, and magical laws were torn apart. The cultivators clustered around Meng Hao continued to kowtow excitedly. That was especially true of those who had fought in the mountain and sea war. The cultivators who originally came from the first mountain and sea were nearly hysterical, and couldn't hold back from weeping. As the first mountain and sea and its planets were formed, they could finally see the home that they remembered from so long ago. It was a new mountain and sea realm, and from now on, the first mountain and sea would embody Meng Hao's first hex, the beginning-ending hex. Cultivators there would have innate superiority when it came to that beginning-ending hex. As that superiority developed and expanded, one could easily imagine the final result. Furthermore, the newly remolded first mountain and sea also came to be responsible for the seasonal transformations in the mountain and sea realm. The way that spring, summer, fall, and winter occurred on the first mountain and sea would affect the entire mountain and sea realm. Furthermore, whoever became the lord of the first mountain and sea would have ultimate control over all beginnings and endings. People only continued to be more and more shaken as more and more rubble gathered in the area. Rumbling sounds then echoed out as Meng Hao's voice once again replaced the will of the starry sky, speaking out new natural laws for the mountains and seas. Second mountain and sea. I call upon the power of my name to take the power of the second hex, the real unreal hex, and embody it in the second mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the real unreal mountain and sea. You are responsible for all clarity in the mountain and sea realm, ensuring that all mountain and sea cultivators can distinguish between what is real and what is unreal, can think clearly, and remove inner devils. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my real unreal hex and gain enlightenment of the essences of reality and unreality. This hex will now be called the second hex of the mountains and seas. Meng Hao's words echoed like heavenly thunder, and at the same time, countless complex ancient magical symbols appeared, which converged behind the first mountain and sea. Soon, the shape of the second sea and the second mountain took shape. At the same time, more and more of the fragments of the mountains and seas began to form around the magical symbols. Soon, the second sea and the second mountain fully formed. The heavens shook and the starry sky trembled as the second mountain and sea appeared. Planets also formed around the second mountain. The mountain and sea realm cultivators were cheering in excitement at the shocking sight. As for the cultivators who had originally come from the second mountain and sea, they were weeping with joy. In the future, those who practiced cultivation in the second mountain and sea would have superior command of the Daos of reality and unreality. They would be able to dispel delusions with ease, and would exceed others in understanding of magical illusions. The second mountain and sea was responsible for clarity, ensuring that the mountain and sea realm remained free of inner devils. It would protect the cultivators of the realm and ensure that their practice of cultivation went smoothly. The benefit to the mountain and sea realm as a whole would be no less than that provided by the first mountain and sea. Whoever was lord of the second mountain and sea would have control over the inner devils of all cultivators in the mountain and sea realm. Without the second mountain and sea, it would be very difficult to dispel such inner devils. It was as if a new age were dawning. One could easily imagine how a transcendence treasure like this could be used, not necessarily just for fighting, but for causing its entire people to rise to new heights of glory. This was a mountain and sea realm forged specifically for its people, forged to create a new world of cultivation. It was a level of grandeur that Paragon 9 seals had only partly attained. Meng Hao was using the power of transcendence to create a new heaven and earth. Third mountain and sea, he roared. Brilliant light shone off of him, making him look like a divine being. He waved his finger at the vortex, eyes shining with a strange light, making him look so glorious that even the stars would bow to him. I call upon the power of my name to take the third hex, the present ancient hex, and embody it in the third mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the present ancient mountain and sea, responsible for time magic within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my present ancient hex and gain enlightenment of the essences of present and ancient. This hex will now be called the third hex of the mountains and seas. As Meng Hao's words echoed out, rumbling filled the starry sky. Numerous magical symbols appeared which formed together into the underlying structure of the third mountain and sea. Then the surrounding rubble was sucked in, converging together until the third mountain and sea was visible for all the cultivators to see. The third sea's water churned, sending massive waves back and forth. The third mountain rose high into the starry sky, towering and extraordinary. The third hex was the present ancient hex. Before Meng Hao created the ninth hex, it had been considered the most domineering of the hexes, having been created by the third-generation demon sealer, the most powerful of the demon sealers. It could control the flow of time, and now it formed the bones of the newly remolded third mountain and sea. Simply put, in terms of battle prowess, this mountain and sea would be extraordinary compared to the others. The power of time flowed about to and fro. Similar to the first and second mountains and seas, the cultivators of the third mountain and sea would have special advantages in their practice of cultivation. They would have incredible, unheard-of control over the essence of time. Furthermore, the nature of time in the entire mountain and sea realm would be under the control of the third mountain and sea. The mountain and sea cultivators were prostrating in worship, and even the army of cultivators from the vast expanse school were shaking. The sect leader and the others, even the old lizard and the other eccentric beings, were all mentally shaken. Although they knew that transcendent cultivators were all-powerful, to see the evidence in front of their own eyes was mind-blowing. The deep envy they felt after seeing the first through third mountains and seas helped them to understand the significance of a precious treasure being designed uniquely for its own people. By this point, even they wanted to live in the mountain and sea realm. If you lived there, it would be much easier to reach the Tao realm, and maybe even the peak of 9 essences. In fact, it might even be possible to transcend. It's a transcendence treasure. Anyone who transcends will build a transcendence treasure suitable for their people. The cultivators from the vast expanse school felt their minds spinning. As for Meng Hao, he looked at the 3 sets of mountains and seas that he had just formed, then took a deep breath and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. He waved his finger, and the power of transcendence erupted out, causing all the heavens to shake. Fourth mountain and sea. I call upon the power of my name to take the fourth hex, the self-hex, and embody it in the fourth mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the self-mountain and sea, responsible for the underworld and reincarnation within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my self-hex and gain enlightenment of the essence of self. This hex will now be called the fourth hex of the mountains and seas. The starry sky shook under the terrifying might of Meng Hao's fourth hex, the self-hex. The self-hex could spawn millions upon millions of the self, making it the perfect complement to reincarnation. When you added in the fact that the fourth mountain and sea had always been the underworld of the mountain and sea realm, where reincarnation resided, it ensured that this version of the underworld was even more shocking than before. It was truly the final destination for all cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Whoever was the lord of the fourth mountain and sea would control all the dead spirits in the mountain and sea realm. Each and every one of these 4 mountains and seas were crucial. It was at this point that Meng Hao, without the slightest hesitation, spoke out once more. "Fifth mountain and sea," he said, his voice echoing like thunder. He waved his sleeve, and the outline of the fifth mountain and sea instantly took shape, causing rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. I call upon the power of my name to take the fifth hex, the inside-outside hex, and embody it in the fifth mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the inside-outside mountain and sea, responsible for the 5 elements within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my inside-outside hex, and gain enlightenment of the essences of inside and outside. This hex will now be called the fifth hex of the mountains and seas. Instantly, the hexing magic formed the bones, represented by the countless magical symbols which were converging together. As the outline took shape, the rubble from the destroyed mountains and seas converged, and the fifth mountain and sea took shape in front of everyone to hover there in the starry sky. The fifth mountain and sea relied on the five elements as the foundation of its magic. The five elements were crucial aspects to the practice of cultivation, and from this moment on, all cultivators from the fifth mountain and sea would have extraordinary command of the Tao of the five elements. Whoever was the lord of the fifth mountain and sea would control the fundamental aspects of the five elements throughout the entire mountain and sea realm.
When the five elements appear, heaven and earth are opened. Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright light as he reached out and made some final adjustments to the fifth mountain and sea.
The fifth mountain and sea was the axis of the mountain and sea realm, and the five elements there were absolutely critical. No mistakes could be tolerated. In order to be the lord of any of the mountains and seas, not only did one need the approval of the mountain and sea realm itself, one also needed to gain complete enlightenment of the demon-sealing hexing magic left behind by Meng Hao.
The demon-sealing hexing magic was hidden within the various mountains and seas, like their bones.
Only by gaining enlightenment of that demon-sealing hexing magic could one eventually qualify to be a mountain and sea lord. Only by that method could one become a successor of the lord of the mountain and sea realm. It was now possible to say that the mountain and sea realm had hexing magic as its bones, the mountains and seas as its flesh, and the League of Demon Sealers as its soul. The League was the soul, the hexing magics were the bones, and the mountains and seas were the flesh. The doctrines of the League of Demon Sealers held sway, which were the same as the doctrines espoused by Meng Hao. By following such precepts, he had become the crown prince of the mountain and sea realm. The year he became part of the League of Demon Sealers, he was acknowledged as the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. The first version of the mountain and sea realm was forged by 9 seals, who also left behind the League of Demon Sealers as his legacy.
Now Meng Hao was using that legacy to remold the mountain and sea realm into something new. Anyone who became a mountain and sea lord had to become a successor of the League of Demon Sealers.
Furthermore, anyone who wanted to be the lord of the mountain and sea realm itself had to master all of the 9 hexes. As for transcendence, that would depend on one's personal fortune. Meng Hao looked at the fifth mountain and sea for a long moment, and then his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. The power of transcendence erupted out to shake the starry sky as he waved his finger, a profound light shining in his eyes. Sixth mountain and sea. I call upon the power of my name to take the 6th hex, the life-death hex, and embody it in the 6th mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the life-death mountain and sea, responsible for the tribulations and punishments within the mountain and sea realm.
Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my life-death hex and gain enlightenment of the essences of life and death. This hex will now be called the 6th hex of the mountains and seas. Meng Hao's voice was natural law embodied.
Magical symbols erupted in a tempest which radiated the power of life and death. They formed together into the outline of the 6th mountain and sea, then began to rapidly absorb the surrounding rubble until the 6th mountain and sea became visible.
As it descended to join the other 5 mountains and seas, a black and white aura appeared upon it. At first, there was a sharp contrast between the black and the white, but as it swirled and mixed, it became gray. Then, just as quickly, the black and the white separated again. It was as if the difference between the realms of death and life were incredibly clear in the 6th mountain and sea. This type of life and death was similar in some ways to the 4th mountain and sea, and yet was also very different. That was because this type of life and death had to do with tribulations and punishments which could be unleashed upon the entire mountain and sea realm. Anyone who practiced cultivation had to experience heavenly tribulation.
Furthermore, those who committed grave mistakes would undergo heavenly punishment. That punishment was like a blade raised aloft, transformed into a natural law.
Everything had to be subject to natural law to be complete, and thus, instead of saying that the 6th mountain and sea was the embodiment of punishment, it would be more accurate to say that it was natural law. Whoever was the lord of this mountain and sea could control the power of punishment and enforce compliance with natural law. As the mountain settled into place, rumbling sounds echoed out.
The mountain and sea realm was already completely different than it had been before, as if it were more flexible and powerful, a state which was only beginning. Without pausing for a moment, Meng Hao spoke yet again, his voice echoing out like thunder to be heard by all of the mountain and sea realm cultivators, as well as the cultivators of the vast expanse school. 7th mountain and sea. I call upon the power of my name to take the 7th hex, the karmic hex, and embody it in the seventh mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the karmic mountain and sea, responsible for karma within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my karmic hex and gain enlightenment of the essence of karma. This hex will now be called the seventh hex of the mountains and seas. Instantly, magical symbols appeared, and the fragments of the mountains and seas came together. The seventh mountain and sea appeared, along with an astonishing power of karma. The power which exploded out instantly eclipsed the power from the other 6 mountains and seas, and yet just as quickly faded away. Everything went calm. It was as if the explosion of karma had transformed into a net which came to settle over the entire mountain and sea realm. The seventh hex, the karmic hex, had been of incredible use to Meng Hao throughout his practice of cultivation. It was also the most enigmatic. Karma existed everywhere in heaven and earth. It was like a circle with the starting point being the cause of the karma, and the apex being the effect. Those 2 points, of course, always connected. All worlds required karma, although it was usually an invisible and mysterious thing. Now that Meng Hao had transcended, he had the power to make karma the bones of the seventh mountain and sea. Cultivators of the seventh mountain and sea would now be innately adept regarding the Tao of karma. Whoever became the lord of the seventh mountain and sea would understand Meng Hao's seventh hex and would be able to unleash heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Each of these majestic 7 mountains and seas were different, yet they were all incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring. The mountain and sea realm cultivators continued to offer worship, and many among the army of the vast expanse school were left gasping. Even the countless souls of the outsiders submerged within the sea of flames were shaken. What was happening now was something miraculous, something unbelievable, the likes of which no one had ever witnessed before. That was the nature of transcendence. What I want, the heavens shall not lack. What I don't want had better not exist in the heavens. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and his eyes shone with brilliant light. After one last look at the seventh mountain and sea, he thought about the 8th mountain and sea and everything he had done back when he had been there. 8th mountain and sea, he said. Instantly, that particular area in the starry sky began to distort. Grandpa Meng was the most excited of all. He was now watching something occur that he had never imagined could actually happen. Not only was he able to see the mountain and sea realm once again, he was also able to once again lay eyes on the 8th mountain and sea. His reaction was the same as Xianxia's when he saw the 4th mountain and sea. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, tears of joy streaming down his face. I call upon the power of my name to take the 8th hex, the body-mind hex, and embody it in the 8th mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the body-mind mountain and sea, responsible for space within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my body-mind hex and gain enlightenment of the essences of body and mind. It will be called the 8th hex of the mountains and seas. And then the 8th mountain and sea appeared in full. Boundless light rose up, along with countless ghost images. Instantly, the space around the 8th mountain and sea suddenly went completely still. That was Meng Hao's 8th hex, the first demon-sealing hexing magic he had learned. It had accompanied him throughout his life and been used in battle on numerous occasions, always giving Meng Hao a shocking advantage and allowing him to turn the tide of the fight. In terms of usefulness, it was no weaker than karmic hexing. Meng Hao had a powerful attachment to the 8th hex, as did he to the 8th mountain and sea. That was the place his mother's clan had called home, and where his grandpa Meng had been a mountain and sea lord. It only felt right that the 8th hex become the bones of this new version of the 8th mountain and sea. With the body-mind hex, cultivators from the 8th mountain and sea would have incredible control over the essence of space. Later on, they would be able to manipulate space in a way that could hardly be matched in the entire mountain and sea realm. In addition to that, their control of such power gave them the responsibility of defending the mountain and sea realm. That was the Tao of space, something vast and limitless. Whoever was the lord of the 8th mountain and sea would have a very high position. Not only would that person be on equal footing with all of the other mountain and sea lords, their control over the power of space would, in some ways, allow them to disregard everything else. The cultivators of the 8th mountain and sea were bursting at the seams with excitement and followed Grandpa Meng in shouting out at the tops of their lungs. By now, the mountain and sea realm was more than 90% complete. 8 mountains and seas rose high up, radiating dazzling light. They were all different, as were the cultivators from the respective mountains and seas, and when it came to measuring them up against each other, it would be very difficult to determine who was the most powerful. That was because they were all powerful, and were all critical parts of the mountain and sea realm as a whole. The first mountain and sea controlled beginnings and endings, and was the source of everything. The second mountain and sea controlled what was real and unreal, and could clear inner devils from the hearts of cultivators. The third mountain and sea had the power of the ancient and the present, and could manipulate time. There was almost no need to mention the fourth mountain and sea, which housed the underworld and reincarnation. Most critical was the fifth mountain and sea, the axis of the realm, a place of utmost importance regarding the five elements, the foundation of all cultivation. The sixth mountain and sea controlled life and death, the punishments and tribulations of the entire realm. Then there was the seventh mountain and sea, where the Tao of Karma set all natural law. These were the 8 mountains and seas. And yet, a dragon without a head is no dragon. And the mountain and sea realm was the same. The mountain and sea realm required a mountain and sea more powerful than all of the others. It needed a symbol, a head, something with ultimate power that could cow any other mountain or sea which wavered from the true path. If any other mountain or sea considered betraying the realm, there had to be a force which could unleash power to bring everything back into balance. That was a power that wouldn't be placed within the hands of a single person, but rather would be placed within the 9th mountain and sea. Back when the mountains and seas had fallen in battle, the last stand had been taken in the 9th mountain and sea. It had been the final line of defense. That was also where the mountain and sea butterfly had come from, which now contained Meng Hao's parents as the incarnations of the wings. Some of the most important and critical events of the war centuries ago had played out there. If that alone didn't make the 9th mountain and sea deserving of being the most powerful, there were 2 other reasons which were even more significant. It was the location where Meng Hao had been born, and it was also the place he considered his ancestral home. The starry sky shook and lightning crashed. Everything twisted as colors flashed everywhere. Meng Hao's eyes shone with radiant light as he took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the empty spot behind the 8th mountain and sea. 9th mountain and sea, my home, he said softly. Meng Hao looked at the empty spot next to the 8th mountain and sea and then spoke in a voice which was soft, yet thrummed with the power of transcendence. Waving his finger, he said, I call upon the power of my name to take the 9th hex, the seal the heavens hex, and embody it in the 9th mountain and sea. Henceforth, you are the heaven-sealing mountain and sea, the most powerful of the mountains and seas, responsible for sealing the heavens within the mountain and sea realm. Cultivators in this mountain and sea may cultivate my seal the heavens hex and gain enlightenment of the essence of heaven sealing. It will be called the 9th hex of the mountains and seas. In conjunction with his words, countless magical symbols appeared, far more than had appeared for any of the previous mountains and seas. Even the combination of all of the magical symbols from the previous 8 mountains and seas added together couldn't match up. Those magical symbols created a raging tempest which shook the starry sky and radiated the aura of heaven sealing. That aura stood completely apart from the starry sky of the vast expanse, as if it were above anything and everything. The instant it appeared, the other 8 mountains and seas began to tremble in subservience. And things had just begun. The 9th mountain and sea hadn't even appeared in full, and yet all of the other mountains and seas were shaking. It was easy to imagine how powerful the 9th mountain and sea would be when it finally appeared. It would truly be the strongest. The 9th mountain and sea would be able to dominate the other mountains and seas. With such power and with such an essence, the 9th mountain and sea would definitely be the peak of all the mountains and seas. The outline of the 9th mountain was now visible, and the magical symbols had already begun to shape the planets. It was now possible to see Planet East Victory, Planet North Reed, Planet West Felicity, and of course, Planet South Heaven. The surrounding cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were far more shaken than they had been before. That was especially true of Meng Hao's old friends, whose eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. Fatty was shaking, tears pouring down his face as he looked at the 9th mountain and sea. Sun Hai, Fang Yu Wang Yu Kai, Li Linger. Everyone who viewed the 9th mountain and sea as their home were now profoundly excited. Su Qing had the same reaction as she looked at Planet South Heaven and thought back to all the old memories. Everyone watched as the rubble and fragments of the mountains and seas began to fill in the vast array of magical symbols. Even as the ninth mountain and sea began to take shape in front of everyone's eyes, something unexpected occurred. Every time one of the previous mountains and seas had formed, lightning would crackle, as though the will of the vast expanse were trying to interfere. However, it was never very intense. This time, though, as soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, the entire starry sky filled with so many lightning bolts that they were impossible to count. Rumbling booms echoed out in all directions as lighting appeared out of nowhere, seemingly pouring out from the stream of time itself. Almost immediately, the area filled with lightning bolts whose target seemed to be the outline of the ninth mountain and sea. The lightning bolt's aim was to prevent the ninth mountain and sea from fully appearing, to prevent the seal the heavens hex from becoming the bones of that mountain and sea. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with cold light as he took a step forward. Instantly, incredible power erupted out. A huge shockwave spread out from the ninth mountain and sea, spreading out in all directions and completely destroying any lightning that it touched. "I'm in the middle of forging the mountain and sea realm," he growled. "Any interference can screw the hell off." With that, he waved his sleeve and looked up into the starry sky, almost as if he were staring directly at the will of the vast expanse. As their eyes met, the starry sky trembled. Meng Hao's aura surged, and without another moment of hesitation, the will of the vast expanse fought back. The entire starry sky shook, and the living beings in numerous worlds, land masses, and vortexes could all hear something roaring in their ears. It sounded like two giants standing next to each other, screaming at each other with divine sense. Cracking sounds rang out as Meng Hao slammed into the will of the vast expanse. Instantly, rifts were torn open in all directions, vaporizing anything that got in their path. After some time passed, the roar of rage from the will of the vast expanse faded away. However, Meng Hao still had a very grim expression on his face. He knew that his true battle with the will of the vast expanse was rapidly approaching. Now that the will of the vast expanse had faded away and wasn't attempting to interfere, the ninth mountain and sea finished forming within the starry sky. Everything trembled, and all of the other 8 mountains and seas bowed their figurative heads. And that was because the seal the heavens mountain and sea was without compare. And yet, the ninth mountain and sea wasn't complete. The ninth mountain was fully formed, but as for the ninth sea, countless magical symbols formed the shape, and yet the flesh to form the seawater itself was lacking. The league was the soul, the hexing magic became the bones, and the mountains and seas formed the flesh. However, for the flesh to form, the previous elements that made up the mountain and sea had to be present. The ninth sea had turned traitor, ensuring that when the mountain and sea realm was actually destroyed, there had been 9 mountains but only 8 seas. Meng Hao looked at the spot which should be filled with water, and the magical symbols that formed the shape, then smiled and turned in the direction of Patriarch Reliance. Patriarch Reliance cleared his throat, but quickly realized Meng Hao wasn't looking at him, and pulled his head into his shell. He had long since come to view Meng Hao with complete awe. Meng Hao was looking at Patriarch Reliance's back, and a young, white-robed woman who stood there. Apparently, no matter how many years passed, she would always look young. Right now, she was standing there looking at Meng Hao, a slight smile on her face. A look of anticipation could be seen in her eyes, but she also seemed nervous, as if she knew exactly why Meng Hao was looking at her. "All those years ago, I made you a promise that I would help you become a sea," he said softly. "Guiding Trirane, are you willing to become the ninth sea of the mountain and sea realm?" The white-robed young woman shivered. This was her lifelong dream, to become a sea. Thousands of years ago, at the lake below Mount Daqing, Meng Hao had promised to help her make that dream come true. "Yes," she replied. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands and bowed to Meng Hao. Meng Hao smiled and waved his right hand. "I call upon the power of my name to bless guiding Trirane with righteous bestowal. Henceforth, you are the ninth sea." Even as excitement and anticipation surged up within her, she flew off of Patriarch Reliance's back, transforming into a lake with a surface like a mirror. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. In the blink of an eye, she merged into the countless magical symbols that made up the outline of the ninth sea. After the fusion, a powerful aura radiated out. It was guiding Trirane's aura, and yet, it was becoming more and more powerful. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and her energy continued to rise to unimaginable heights. Finally, the ninth sea had appeared. It was far more majestic than the other 8 seas. This new ninth sea possessed crushing power that caused heaven and earth to shake violently. That was because the ninth sea was like the ninth mountain, with demon sealing hexing magic as the bones. The seal the heavens hex was the ultimate demon sealing hexing magic, so much so that even the combination of the other 8 hexes couldn't match up to it. The ninth hex itself was composed of 9 sealing marks, ensuring that the ninth mountain and sea well deserved to be known as the most powerful of the mountains and seas. The cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea would have a special understanding of the seal the heavens hex. However, the ninth hex was fundamentally difficult to gain enlightenment of, and therefore any person who became the mountain and sea lord there had to understand a minimum of 3 of the sealing marks which made it up. Now that the ninth mountain and sea had appeared, the entire mountain and sea realm radiated a towering pressure. Rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking the starry sky. At the same time, the aura of transcendence emanated out. That aura caused any cultivator who sensed it to tremble, even 9 essences experts. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly as he waved his sleeve. A sphere of light appeared, which was none other than the magical technique he had gained enlightenment of when staring at the sun that year on planet East Victory. That sphere began to gobble up all of the light in the area, and in the blink of an eye was shining with blinding light. Boundless light stabbed into the eyes of everyone present. A light filled with the power of Meng Hao's transcendence. It was a sun, which contained terrifying power equivalent to the peak of 9 essences. By means of righteous bestowal, I name you, the son of the mountains and seas, backed by the power of transcendence. The magic of righteous bestowal transformed the sphere of light into a powerful sun, which floated out to become part of the mountain and sea realm. Even as it illuminated the 9 mountains and 9 seas, Meng Hao's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Then he waved his hand and a violet moon appeared. It was also a magical technique from Meng Hao's collection, which he had picked up in the Fang clan ancestral land on planet East Victory. The power of transcendence was unleashed, pouring into the moon, giving it might equivalent to the sun. By means of righteous bestowal, I name you, the moon of the mountains and seas. As the words left his mouth, the moon began to glow with soft, radiant light. It flew toward the mountain and sea realm and began to circle around it just like the sun. Now the mountain and sea realm was complete. The starry sky shook and all areas of the vast expanse trembled. Countless worlds quaked and countless magical items suddenly went dark. All of that was because the number 1 magical treasure in all of the vast expanse had finally appeared. The mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao extended his right hand, and the majestic mountain and sea realm began to shrink down until it was the size of his palm, where it sat, radiating brightness and glory. Demon Sovereign. It was hard to say who it was who first cried out and began to kowtow, but soon the entire army of cultivators from the vast expanse school dropped to their knees, completely shaken by personally having witnessed Meng Hao create such a precious treasure. Demon Sovereign. Demon Sovereign. They weren't the only ones. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm all began to cry out in excitement, until the words Demon Sovereign echoed out without cease. As all of the countless cultivators offered fanatical worship, Meng Hao turned toward the mountain and sea butterfly and looked warmly at his parents and Su Qing. Then he took a step forward in their direction. Closer and closer he came, until he was upon the mountain and sea butterfly. The first thing he did was kowtow to his father and mother. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he said, tears welling up in his eyes. Fang Xiufeng stood there trembling, and Meng Li rushed forward to lift Meng Hao to his feet. Meng Hao was about to say something when his father grabbed him by the shoulders and shoved him in front of Su Qing. Meng Li immediately glared at her husband. "The boys had it a lot rougher than us," Fang Xiufeng said softly. Su Qing smiled, a warm, caring smile that contained profound emotion. They looked at each other for a long moment before Meng Hao stepped forward and wrapped his arms tightly around her. Trembling, she returned his embrace, tears of joy seeping down her cheeks. "I'm back," he said softly, holding tightly to that which was the greatest blessing in his life. For thousands of years, his heart had been unstable, but now it settled down. It was something that Chu Yuyan could not do for him. Other than his father and mother, the only person in his life who could make him feel this way was Su Qing. He felt
At peace. The other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had followed Meng Hao back into the world of the mountain and sea butterfly. Up above, there were no more 33 heavens. There was only the sea of flames, burning constantly, filled with the screaming souls of the outsiders. As for the army from the vast expanse school, they set up camp outside, where they would stand guard. Without orders from Meng Hao, they would not leave, nor would they follow him into the mountain and sea butterfly. The entire starry sky was now peaceful and quiet. It was the calmest moment Meng Hao had experienced for centuries, and also the most joyous. He was finally able to just spend time with his parents, and with Su Qing. They returned to the holy mountain of the mountain and sea butterfly, where Su Qing recounted everything which had occurred while he was gone. Time passed, and Meng Hao was happy. He didn't force the mountain and sea cultivators and the vast expanse school to go after the immortal god continent and the devil realm. He knew that those two powerful forces would be coming for him. Therefore, he decided that he might as well just wait for them to arrive. He remained on the holy mountain, turning away all visitors, choosing simply to enjoy the sunrises and the sunsets. His parents were very content to see him this way. As for all of the various cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, they spent their time preparing to move. After all, Meng Hao had created a new home for all of them. It wasn't just the cultivators who would be moving. There were mortals too, as well as other life forms and legacies which needed to be prepared to enter the new mountain and sea realm. After a few days passed, Meng Hao took Su Qing traveling in the mountain and sea butterfly. Their first stop was to see his grandpa Meng and the rest of the Meng clan. Because of Grandpa Meng, the Meng clan was famous and illustrious within the world of the mountain and sea butterfly. They, along with the Fang clan, occupied the highest of positions. The clan members who Meng Hao had personally instructed and guided when he was in the 8th mountain and sea were now the pillars of the clan. When the clan came to find out that Meng Hao and Su Qing were coming, it caused a huge stir. A grand celebration was prepared and the entire clan appeared to formally receive Meng Hao. Almost as soon as he could be seen on the horizon, all members of the clan bowed and joined their voices together in a thunderous call. "We offer respectful greetings, Demon Sovereign and Demon Queen." As their voices echoed out, Grandpa Meng stood there in the crowd, a glowing smile on his face. Meng Hao hurried forward along with Su Qing. Completely disregarding his status as the Demon Sovereign, he unhesitatingly dropped to his knees to kowtow. "Grandfather," he said softly. Su Qing also dropped to her knees to kowtow, her heart thumping. The reason for that was not because of the fact that everyone else was bowing to them, but because they were calling her the Demon Queen, and also because this was her first time joining Meng Hao to kowtow to any of his relatives other than his parents. She was like a new bride, nervously paying respects to her in-laws for the first time. Grandpa Meng laughed heartily and quickly helped them to their feet. After looking over at Su Qing, he clapped Meng Hao on the shoulder. "You take care of this girl," he said quietly. "She's been waiting for you for thousands of years." Meng Hao nodded and slipped his hand around Su Qing's. She blushed. Meng Hao and Su Qing stayed in the Meng clan for several days, after which they said their goodbyes. At that time, Grandpa Meng seemed like he wanted to say something but ended up holding his tongue. Meng Hao saw this and sighed. "Grandfather," he said, "the revenge is not complete. The immortal god continent and the devil realm will be here soon. Then, vengeance will be had in one fell swoop." Next, Meng Hao took Su Qing to Xidagarba's sect, a sinister, underworldly location. As soon as Meng Hao arrived, all of the cultivators there were thrown into a commotion. Of course, Xidagarba was Su Qing's master, so in some ways, this sect was like her traditional bridal home. When she saw her husband strolling along with her master, her heart overflowed with a feeling of happiness. "How soon will they be here?" Xidagarba asked grimly, clearly referring to the immortal god continent and the devil realm. "Exalted demon sovereign, these foes must not be underestimated." Soon, Meng Hao replied calmly. He looked up into the sky. "However, I have some speculations regarding those two continents. The only way to confirm whether or not I'm right will be to see them with my own eyes." Xidagarba nodded, and then looked back at Su Qing, his gaze warm. Turning once again to Meng Hao, he chuckled. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear from his expression that he wished them happiness. They didn't stay for long with Xidagarba. They soon left to find Kujusi in the Demon Immortal sect, where they were received with the same fanfare as the other places they had visited.
Xiang was there, and when she looked at Meng Hao and Su Qing, it was with sighing and mixed emotions. This was not the first time she regretted the past. She regretted the fact that when she met Meng Hao for the first time all those years ago, she had done nothing about the spark of romance which had flickered. Back then, she had been completely devoted to her plans regarding the demon Immortal sect, and had never allowed anything to develop between herself and Meng Hao. Instead, she had chosen to part from him and sever any connection they had. Years later, she always experienced complicated feelings whenever she saw Meng Hao. That had been especially true when she witnessed him fighting to protect the mountain and sea butterfly, something that left her heart trembling with deep feeling. Now that Meng Hao had returned in the most spectacular of fashions as the demon sovereign, there was nothing Xiang could do but sigh and bury her bitterness deep within her heart. "You should have grabbed him when you had the chance," she murmured to herself. "Instead you lost him for all eternity." With that, she bowed her head and offered greetings to Meng Hao and Su Qing. Meng Hao apparently didn't notice the look in her eye. Considering they were old friends, he prevented her from offering extended formal greetings. Of course, he couldn't help but sigh when he noticed how much older she looked. Su Qing, on the other hand, could sense what Xiang was thinking. After looking at her deeply for a moment, Su Qing smiled. Xiang was an old friend, but there was someone else in the demon Immortal sect who was even more important to Meng Hao. He absolutely had to go pay his respects to his older brother Kujusi. Meng Hao went alone up the mountain to Kujusi's secluded meditation chamber, while Su Qing and Xiang waited together at the foot of the mountain. As Kujusi emerged to talk with Meng Hao, Xiang suddenly said, "Congratulations." Su Qing looked over at her, blinked, and then smiled. Up at the top of the mountain, Kujusi tossed an alcohol flagon over to Meng Hao, then chuckled. Meng Hao looked at Kujusi, smiled, then closed his eyes and took a long swig of alcohol. After a moment passed, he opened his eyes and quietly said, "I saw foster father outside the vast expanse." Kujusi stood there for a moment before patting his hand onto the boulder he was sitting on, an invitation for Meng Hao to sit down next to him. Meng Hao sat. "Tell me about it," Kujusi said. Meng Hao slowly recounted the story of the time he had spent in the world outside the vast expanse, which had existed in another time. Kujusi listened quietly, occasionally drinking from his flagon. By the time Meng Hao finished, a touch of the effects of the alcohol could be seen in Kujusi's eyes, although for the most part, there was only reminiscence. "Back then I was a silk pants," he said. "Of course, you know that. Father was always disappointed in me, and yet he still did everything he could to prepare a way for me to remain in the world, undying. That was just how he was. He treated me and you the same, because in his heart, both of us were his sons." Kujusi closed his eyes to cover up the tears which were welling up. He missed his father and he missed the past. Meng Hao took a long drink and then looked off into the distance. He almost felt as if he could see his foster father. He had attempted to resurrect him before, but even with the supposed omnipotence of transcendence, it was still a very difficult thing to resurrect the soul of someone who had died so many years ago. Meng Hao and Kujusi drank together on the mountaintop for 7 days. When it finally came time for Meng Hao and Su Qing to leave, Kujusi stood there watching them leave. Then he took another long drink. The final paragon in the mountain and sea butterfly was the paragon puppet, who had once been paragon Igu of the 33 heavens. Meng Hao could see the puppet from some distance away. It was sitting cross-legged in its appointed area, completely motionless. Its mission had been to defend the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, a mission that he had left to it upon his own departure years ago. Meng Hao walked up to the paragon, stood there, and then quietly said, "When did you come back?" The paragon puppet shivered, then slowly looked down. After a long moment passed, it spoke, although its voice was hoarse as if from disuse. 500 years ago. It was a puppet and its mind had been erased. 500 years ago, though, it began to remember things. From that day on, although it was still a puppet, it had been aware of who it was. However, it was unable to part from the mountain and sea realm. It saw how much the mountain and sea cultivators respected it, a respect that was genuine even though it was only a puppet. It had even watched many cultivators be born into the world of the butterfly and grow up. It was filled with strange emotions, and in the end, chose not to return to the 33 heavens. It also chose not to betray the mountain and sea cultivators, and even tried to forget about the memories which had been awakened. "You're free now," Meng Hao said. He patted Igu, releasing the bonds which restrained him. Then he and Su Qing turned to leave. Paragon Igu shivered. After a moment passed, he rose to his feet, a blank look in his eyes. However, that blankness quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned hard. Then he sat back down cross-legged to continue standing guard. Off in the distance, Su Qing hesitated for a moment and then asked, He has paid for his sins and atoned for his errors. I underestimated Igu back then. He's a wise person. Meng Hao squeezed Su Qing's hand and then smiled. The world of the mountain and sea butterfly was abuzz with activity as everyone prepared to move. As the preparations were carried out, Meng Hao and Su Qing appeared in one location after another to visit people they knew. Su Qing was very happy. As long as Meng Hao was there with her, the world was a bright place. She didn't demand much of him. After all, her personality was simple and uncomplicated. The two of them visited friends and enjoyed traveling. It was as if they would never tire of speaking to each other, as if there would always be more places for them to visit. When Su Qing looked at Meng Hao, it was with warmth and deep passion that would last for one lifetime and all lifetimes. "I can't stand this," Fatty said, sighing. "Can't stand it, I tell you." After Meng Hao and Su Qing arrived at his clan, he looked over at Meng Hao with a look of pity. "Meng Hao, look at you. You have such a high cultivation base, and yet you only have one wife? That's wrong. That's unreasonable. Look at me. I have a few thousand wives again and also lots of children." Suddenly, everything seemed to grow very cold. Fatty shivered and looked over to find Su Qing staring at him with narrowed eyes. Realizing that she was the source of the coldness, he cleared his throat a few times. Meng Hao smiled and looked around at all of Fatty's progeny. Soon they were talking about past times, whereupon Wang Yukai arrived. He had a jar of alcohol slung over his shoulder, which he set down in front of Meng Hao, Su Qing, and Fatty. "Dong Hu's on the way," he said. "He should be here any moment." "You two worked things out?" Meng Hao asked. The conflict between Wang Yukai and Dong Hu had been severe, but it was a matter between the two of them, and Meng Hao didn't want to press for too many details. Wang Yukai didn't respond at first. After a moment, he sighed and said, "It's all in the past." He looked very old in that moment. Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared up above, within which was a middle-aged man. It was none other than Dong Hu. A complicated expression could be seen on his face as he walked over quietly and sat down next to Fatty. When he looked over at Meng Hao, he was smiling emotionally. Feeling the tension rising, Fatty suddenly looked around and said, "Remember Mount Daqing?" In response, Wang Yukai tilted his head up, and Dong Hu's eyes flickered with memories. Meng Hao thought back to everything that had happened in the past. Su Qing did the same, and she smiled. They all exchanged glances, and then started laughing. "Now that I think about it," Fatty continued, starting to laugh, "it's pretty funny. All four of us were there on Mount Daqing that year. Me, Little Tiger, and Wang Yukai. We all got kidnapped by elder sister Su." By this point he was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. Finally, he collected himself and went on. "Elder sister Su, you were too cruel back then. You just grabbed us and took us all away. You know, my dad had arranged for me to get married, but before I could even consummate it, you took me away. I never got to see what she looked like." Fatty lifted the alcohol flagon to his lips and took a drink. Cheeks a bit flushed, Su Qing glared at him like an elder sister should and said, "Did you forget about how you peed your pants when I grabbed you?" Fatty's eyes went wide, then he smiled wryly and raised his hands in surrender. Meng Hao burst out laughing and Su Qing looked a bit embarrassed. Looking back at what had occurred that year on Mount Daqing, everything seemed to be connected somehow. Here they were, the same group, thousands of years later, all sitting together drinking. Su Qing felt a bit dazed by it all. Who could ever have imagined that her casual trip out of the sect on a mission to grab four youngsters would have resulted in all four of them becoming such illustrious figures? Of course, there was the final person among those four. She would never forget the image of that little scholar bent over the edge of the cliff. his rear end sticking up into the air as he lowered a vine rope down to the others, simultaneously making fun of them for talking about immortals. If someone had told her back then that she would end up marrying that little scholar, she would never have believed them. A strange look could be seen on Donghu's face, and he was just about to say something when Su Qing glared at him. Donghu, as I recall, you came with me willingly. All I had to do was offer you a piece of candy. A geyser of alcohol sprayed out of Fatty's mouth. As for Donghu, he looked a bit embarrassed. All he could do was smile wryly and capitulate as Fatty had. By now, even grim-faced Wang Youcai's expression had softened. Raising his alcohol flagon, he turned to Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao, do you know why I've always considered you to be my brother all these years? It's because when I was finally able to go home to visit my father, he said that you went to see him once. You told him that I was out practicing cultivation. The old man wasn't so worried after that, assured that I wasn't dead. Wang Youcai took a drink, and then turned to Su Qing. Although he was blind, the eyes within his heart caused his feelings to be plainly written on his face. Elder Sister Su, there's no need for you to tell the story. Allow me. Back then, I saw you flying through the air and yelled out that I wanted to become your apprentice. That was how you ended up taking me away. With that, Wang Youcai cleared his throat. After hearing his three friends' stories, Meng Hao laughed until his sides hurt. It was actually his first time hearing such tales. In the past, of course, none of them would have revealed the truth so freely. Then he thought back to how they had been calling for help from within the cave on the cliff, and how he had dropped that vine down to help them. He smiled. You should all be grateful I was willing to try to rescue you, he said. Fatty chuckled. You know what? You were actually the smartest of us all. You went to rescue us and then got yourself thrown in as well. I remember Elder Sister Su saying something back then, hehe. What was it? Something about latent talent, and that you had found your own good fortune. Fatty even imitated Su Qing's tone of voice from back then, and everyone immediately started laughing again. The craziest of all was how, after you joined the Reliance sect, you somehow finagled your way into getting into the inner sect. You didn't shy from using even the most devious methods, and even pulled a fast one on Wang Tingfei. Then there was how you sold medicinal pills in the fighting arena. And the general store you started. However, most underhanded of all was that you actually managed to snag Elder Sister Su. Fatty's brazen expose caused Su Qing to glare at him once again. But a moment later she started laughing again. She laughed so hard that soon she was leaning up against Meng Hao. It was the hardest she had laughed in centuries. Meng Hao glared at his friends and gave a sarcastic chuckle. They continued to tell stories and Su Qing's face reddened. And yet, the smile never left her face and she seemed very content. Time passed. They laughed and drank, recalling old times, and soon Su Qing was getting a bit tipsy. Finally, under the cajoling of Fatty, Wang Youcai, and Donghu, Su Qing looked over at Meng Hao with fluttering eyelashes. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then gave into the pressure. Wrapping his arms around her, he gave her a passionate kiss. Donghu laughed uproariously, and the normally taciturn Wang Youcai couldn't hold back from chuckling. Slapping his thigh, Fatty raucously said, Too bad elder brother Chen Fan isn't here. Meng Hao froze for a moment but didn't say anything. He chose not to explain what had really occurred with Chen Fan. The Chen Fan that existed in the hearts and memories of his friends was by far the better version. They laughed and chatted through the night, and it was as if the pressure which had weighed down on them all throughout the centuries slowly vanished. Around the third watch, late in the night, Fatty lit up a bonfire. Then, to the shock of Fatty's wives and offspring, the entire group began to dance and sing. It had been a very, very long time since Meng Hao had indulged himself. He told stories about promissory notes, about Planet South Heaven, and about all the things which had occurred when he was young. By the time day broke, all of them were completely drunk. Fatty wrapped his arms around Meng Hao's leg and wept as he talked about all of his dead wives. He talked about how much he had missed Meng Hao, and about his parents who had long since passed away. And in the end, he congratulated Meng Hao once again on being able to reunite with Elder Sister Su. Donghu and Wang Youcai sat across from each other solemnly and took turns exchanging blows. One punch after another was landed until both wept and embraced each other. Big bro Youcai. Donghu wept.
I made a mistake back then. Su Qing held Meng Hao's arm tightly, worried that if she released it, he would vanish. Her face was flush and her eyes a bit glazed as she stared at him, her beautiful treasure. She suddenly giggled. I love you, Meng Hao. He patted her back gently until she closed her eyes and fell asleep in his arms. Then he looked at his friends and smiled. It was impossible for cultivators to get drunk unless they wished to, but at certain times it was necessary to relax. It didn't matter how powerful they were in terms of magic, they were still just people. A few days passed and Donghu left, as did Wang Yukai. Fatty saw them off, and then Meng Hao and Su Qing also took their leave. As they traveled through the lands, they were like a celestial couple, perfectly matched. Their next destination was Li Linger. Li Linger, the successor of Paragon's Sea Dream, offered formal greetings to Meng Hao. There was no strange expression on her face, only a warm smile. However, as she watched him leave, she couldn't help but think about their past marriage agreement. I truly wish you lifetimes of happiness and eternal blessing. Meng Hao and Su Qing slowly disappeared off into the distance.